Check, check. Hey, hey. guys ready?
Morning.
Steve, right here. I feel like outside of everyone on this card, you've kind of obviously flown under the radar the most, maybe. So I guess, do you, prefer this, that everyone above you is kind of carrying the promotion of this fight, and you can kind of, lock in and just kind of focus on having a fist fight Diego Lopez on Sunday?
So what's the question?
Like, do you prefer that, like, being on these cards where everyone above you is, carrying the promotion, or do you see them as, like, that's what I want to do? Like, that's the position I want to be in right now?
No, I think that setting the pace with me and Diego Lopez is the way to start this card off. For me, I prefer to be the first or the last on this type of event. I think all eyes will be on us, and you guys are going to see why.
And I guess, what do you make of Diego as an opponent? Because when we see him fight, it seems very creative and unorthodox in there. But when you're breaking him down on tape, is it unorthodox, or do you kind of see tendencies and methods to the madness in there?
Yeah, man. I mean, as we break everybody down, we definitely try to pick up on the tendencies and triggers and just different mindsets on who the opponent is that they're fighting. He has a lot of tape, so, you can kind of do that. I think at this level, a lot of us do. And I think that me and Diego Lopez are going to set the tone and get it off right.
And when you watch his fights against Volk specifically, it seems like Volk's movement very much frustrated him. So is the game plan just that simple, like, left to right movement, or are you just kind of going to plow forward and meet him?
I'm just going to close my eyes and just start swinging.
Yeah. Appreciate you, man.
Yeah.
Steve over here.
What's up?
Somebody you've been rocking with for a long time is Josh Hokett. You both get to share this White House card. Yeah. I got to ask you, outside of fighting, what's the biggest thing you've learned from Josh Hokett?
That I've learned from Josh?
Yes.
That he knows how to act really well, maybe? Yeah, I don't know. He's the Josh I know is a good dude, man. He really is. Right now, enjoy his entertainment. Enjoy his performances. I know right now the shift in promoting has changed. I kind of come from like a little bit more of an honorable type of background. Martial arts used to be kind of like that, and now it's come to like an entertainment spectacle, and I can see why. And I'm not a hating on it. Obviously you got to adjust to the times, and I think he's done it well. I do think that. It's not for everybody, but yeah, man. I mean, I think this is what majority of people are wanting these days. They want likes, they want clicks, and he'll give them to you.
And you both are very exciting fighters, so either way, you both entertain the crowd. I gotta ask you, between the Incredible Hulk, Down Vato, or the shy and scared Josh Hokett, which one is your favorite?
The Down Vate, fool.
Hey, Steve over here. How are you doing?
Yeah.
Steve, you do a lot of predictions and everything on your YouTube channel. What do you like about creating that content? And is it just about you really love the fights beyond being a fighter and you just love talking about it?
Yeah, man. So I got a YouTube channel. It's Me Machine UFC, or you can go Steve Garcia UFC. And me and my buddy Max Warren, we put together, some predictions for everybody. We also kind of put together other random content and stuff. And I think I'm trying to get to a point, like I said, fighting's just been my whole entire life. I train, I eat, I sleep, fighting, and I think it's got me here. But with the times, like I said, you kind of get immersed in the content. You got to get immersed in all this stuff. And honestly, I love making predictions. Not always 100% true. That's what we love about MMA, right? Not everything, not true. I should say not always like on point with everything. But they're fun to make. I don't want to like upset anybody or hurt people's feelings, but we all make predictions, and honestly, I've been on everybody's underdog list, I guess you could say, for so many years. So if anybody can do it, it's me. So yeah, I have fun with it, and I hope you guys enjoy it if you guys are tuning in.
You gave Diego an A on your list of Latino-ish fighters a while back. Does he still have an A, or has that grade changed over his last few fights?
No, he's solid, bro. He's solid for sure. He's done several good things in the sport. He's number 2 in the world. I mean, he's good.
Final question. If you were president, would you want your birthday to be a holiday, or would you want your face on one of the coins?
Both.
Steve, just a couple more right here.
What's up, bud?
I watched a couple of your interviews leading up to this, and a lot of people present the question like, "Are you excited to fight the White House? Are you excited to fight Diego Lopez?" And you kept saying like everyone else is excited, and like I'm about to get in a fight, and that's what I kind of have to focus on. Has it been different or more difficult this kind of build up because of everything going around this fight to just kind of focus on the task at hand on Sunday?
Yeah, it's definitely. I've kind of been like in uncharted waters for me. You know what I mean? Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I've been in the UFC for 6 years now. I've done the media. I've done a lot of different things. But obviously, I think it's just the magnitude of UFC. Freedom 250, and I'm excited about it. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to say that like this is not a big deal, but the moment that you start letting things get bigger than what it really is, I think it kind of sidetrack you. You know what I mean? I feel like your focus is not fully there. And I want to stay in the process. I want to, keep fight week. You know what I mean? There's a lot more of you guys here than usual. You know what I mean? This is a special moment, so I can understand why. So I'm just here for it. I'm here for all y'all's questions, and let's just knock it out today, right?
And just last one for me. You just said Diego's the #2 featherweight in the world, so obviously the champion doesn't have a fight booked just yet. I guess in your mind, beat Diego, title shot next for Steve Garcia?
Why not? Why not? I think how I beat Diego Lopez is what's going to be the big deciding factor. I know Masvidal's, they're like, yeah, we're just going to give him this guy. But you know what? Let Sunday play out. Let Sunday play out, and then I can make my move. Yeah.
Steve, one here from me. We just talked about Josh Hokett. Obviously, he's getting all those clicks that you talked about as a content creator.
Yeah.
Do you feel, knowing him personally, that maybe he ever crosses the line a little bit and you wish that maybe he'd tone it down? Because obviously, he got dragged off the stage at the last press conference. What are your thoughts about that line that maybe some people think are being crossed?
It makes my job easy because he does all the talking. I was at the press conference. I didn't have to say a word. I just got to show up, look pretty, and just sit there. Do I think it's good for the sport? Do I think it doesn't really matter? You know what I mean? Like I said, I come from a different era. I mean, my era is really like the Carlos Condons, the George St. Pierre's. I have so many different people I could just name off, but there was just a different type of way that we promoted. It was mainly fighter-based. It was performance-based, and I'm not saying that's nothing anymore. But entertainment value has to have some extra spins and pops and whatever else you want to add to it. And I think he's doing just that. You know what I mean? And I think that's what people want to see. Like I said, it's not everybody's cup of tea. It's not, everything he says isn't my favorite thing he says. You know what I mean? But I don't have to hold myself accountable of what he's saying. He does. He has to live and die by that sword. And I think that's a fun question to ask him. But yeah, man, he's still a good dude. Whether people know the real Josh or not, he's a good dude, and I push for him every time. And honestly, I knew he was gonna go do what he was gonna do to Blades. I mean, you should see him in the gym, man. He's a workhorse, for sure. Thank you, guys.
Rufi, over other side. Other side.
Ali, ó.
Obviously, big fight week. This obviously a one-of-one thing that keeps being billed. You're fighting Michael Chandler, who is probably the most American fighter on the UFC roster. So I guess, how's this all been for you, experiencing this firsthand?
Uma grande semana de luta, obviamente, uma coisa que vai acontecer uma vez na vida. E você luta contra o Michael Chandler, que é talvez considerado um dos mais americanos do elenco. Então, como é que está sendo essa semana de luta e preparação?
Pô, galera, tem sido incrível tudo que estou vivendo aqui. Tem sido um evento totalmente novo, tudo muito incrível, cada detalhe. Estou muito feliz com a oportunidade. Estou muito feliz também de lutar contra o Michael Chandler, um cara que eu já assisti há muito tempo. Tem uma história incrível no MMA e poder dividir com ele o octógono vai ser incrível. E vamos lá, 100% pronto para dar o meu melhor contra o Michael Chandler.
Oh, it's been incredible to be here. Everything about Fight Week has been incredible. Every detail has been incredible for me. And fighting Michael Chandler, somebody who's got a beautiful history in the sport, and a fight that I've wanted for a while, is going to be amazing. I'm ready to go.
And where do you think Michael is at in his career? Because his UFC record might not be that great. He's obviously one of the more popular and exciting fighters. A lot of fight of the nights, a lot of fight of the years. So, I guess overall, what do you make of him as an opponent in there?
Onde você acha que o Michael está na carreira dele? Porque, obviamente, se você olhar para o retrospecto dele no UFC, não é dos melhores por conta de vitórias e derrotas, mas onde que você acha que ele sempre entregou lutas muito emocionantes? Mas onde que você acha que ele está na carreira dele nesse momento?
Cara, o Michael Chandler sempre entrega lutas empolgantes e eu acho que isso conta mais que o número do ranking. Ele já teve oportunidade para disputar o cinturão e eu acho que é pelas performances que ele tem. E por isso que eu não vou aliviar para ele no domingo. Eu vou estar entrando lá para lutar como se eu fosse lutar pelo cinturão. E é isso, Eu acho que é um cara que viveu muito, teve muita experiência, é um cara muito experiente, então tem que entrar lá 200% e eu vou dar o meu melhor.
This is a guy that always delivers exciting fights, and it doesn't matter the win-loss record there. I think that's why he got a title shot, because of the fact that he delivers exciting fights, and that's dangerous. And that's why I'm not gonna ease up on him. I'm gonna go in there as if it's a championship fight, the most important fight of my life, ready 200%, and I'm going there to beat him badly.
You're known for putting on very clean performances, like spectacular knockouts, but when you leave, not a lot of marks on you. Michael Chandler's usually a guy that when people leave, win or lose, they feel like they've looked like they've been in a fight. The crowd goes nuts. Like I said, fight of the years. Are you ready for that, or should we expect another clean performance from Rufi?
E a gente conhece você por performances sempre muito limpas. Você sai, inclusive, limpo. Você sai sem marca nenhuma, você pouco dano, e ao contrário do que é o caso dele, que o pessoal sempre fala que lutas com ele sempre parece que o pessoal saiu de uma luta realmente. Então, quem que a gente pode esperar no domingo? Uma luta realmente que continua sendo o estilo Rufi, que vai ser uma luta limpa, ou talvez entrar nesse jogo?
Como eu falei, eu vou lá para acabar minhas lutas. Eu tenho 13 vitórias, 12 nocautes. Eu entro lá para acabar as minhas lutas. Não importa contra quem seja, o meu objetivo é acabar as minhas lutas. Eu treino para isso, não querendo menosprezar meu adversário, mas pode ser contra qualquer um. Contra o campeão amanhã eu vou entrar para nocautear. E é isso que vocês podem esperar no domingo. Maurício Rufi, dedicado em nocautear.
As I said before to people, I go into fights to finish fights. It's been 13 wins and 12 knockouts, and that's it doesn't matter what happens. That's what I train for, and that's what I want to do. I train to knock people out, and that's what I said. That's what you can expect. I look for the knockout all the time. I want to be clean, and as I said, I'm going to the octagon to finish the fight. That's what you can expect on Sunday, the Mauricio Rufi that you know.
And just last one for me, we've seen a lot of you training with Team Volk. How's that experience been? And I guess overall, what's the biggest thing you've learned from that team?
E, obviamente, uma última pergunta dele, treinando com o Volk, como é que tem sido isso? Como é que tem sido a experiência de ter treinado com ele? Como é que é a experiência, de uma maneira geral, de fazer parte da equipe?
muito especial. O Volkan é um ser humano incrível, um atleta incrível. Tenho aprendido muito, muito com ele. Ele tem me mostrado um modelo de campeão que eu também quero ser. E tem sido muito aprendizado. Tenho aprendido muito. O acolhimento, né, dele, de toda a equipe. Então, estou muito feliz com tudo que eu estou vivendo. Só agradecendo a Deus todos os dias por tudo que estou vivendo.
Volkan's an amazing person and an athlete as well. He's been showing me a championship model that I want to follow, and it has been everything special. So, from the learning to the welcoming, I'm very, very, very blessed by God to have the opportunity to be a part of it.
Só mais uma pergunta em português. Eu trouxe uma mensagem do seu treinador antigo e eu vou te mostrar a pergunta. O que significa o evento para o Brasil, o país? E você pode pensar ou achar existe um lugar no Brasil icônico como Casa Branca, onde vocês podem fazer lutas?
So I did bring a video from one of your former coaches, and I'll show it to you later. But he has a message for you of support. And when you think of this event, what does it represent for Brazil as a country as well to be in something like this? And is there a place in Brazil that would be as iconic as the White House that you think this would be amazing to have in Brazil?
Cara, muito legal tudo isso que nós estamos vivendo. No Brasil temos muitos lugares especiais, muito, muito especiais. Não sei da proporção da Casa Branca, não consigo te afirmar isso, mas tem muitos lugares especiais. Os brasileiros amam esse esporte, vivem esse esporte, torcem muito por esse esporte. E eu acredito também que esse UFC na Casa Branca vai nos levar para um próximo nível. Eu acredito que o UFC é o maior evento do mundo, sem comparação, mas depois do que vai acontecer no domingo, ele vai se tornar muito, muito maior. Eu tenho uma absoluta certeza disso. E eu estou muito feliz por fazer parte desse momento.
This has been very special to us to actually live this, and as far as Brazil is concerned, I wouldn't think of what would be the importance or proportion of the White House compared to it in Brazil, but I would say Brazilians live this sport, Brazilians love this sport, Brazilians follow this sport, and there's so many places in Brazil that would be iconic to have something like that. What I would like to say is that the UFC is the greatest organization in the sport they could ever find, and I think that after this event at the White House is going to be massive and is going to get even bigger, and I'm very happy to be a part of this. Well, all of us are very happy to be a part of this week.
Mauricio over here. Some people are saying Alex Pereira is going to become the GOAT if he wins his third title on Sunday. What's your thoughts on that? Who would be your GOAT if Pereira wins?
Algumas pessoas dizem que se o Alex ganhar o terceiro cinturão no domingo, ele se transforma no maior da história. Qual que é a tua opinião sobre isso? Se ele ganha no domingo e vence o Gane, você acha que ele se qualifica como o melhor lutador da história?
Com certeza. Na minha opinião, ele já é um dos maiores da história, mas depois, né, dessa vitória no domingo, eu acredito que ele será com certeza o maior da história, com 3 cinturões, 3 categorias diferentes. Ninguém fez isso, então é indiscutível, né? Com certeza ele vai ser o 01.
For sure. I mean, he's already one of the greatest athletes in history, but if he wins on Sunday, obviously the best 3 belts in 3 different weight divisions, for sure. He wins on Sunday, he gets that. No one has ever done that. He'll be undisputed. He'll be definitely 0-1 in the books.
Rufi over here. Rufi, some people think perhaps Chandler will want to replicate what Benoit Saint-Denis did in your fight. Can you talk about how much you've grown in your skills since that fight with Benoit?
Alguns voltam ao ponto de que talvez o Chandler vai tentar replicar aquilo que Benoit Saint-Denis fez lá contra você. Você poderia comentar o quanto você cresceu desde a tua luta contra o Benoit Saint-Denis até agora?
Claro, eu estou sempre buscando evoluir, né? Nesse esporte a gente tem que estar sempre evoluindo e o meu objetivo é ser o campeão do UFC, então eu sei o quanto que eu preciso me dedicar e me entregar e cada passo que você tem para próprio amadurecimento, né? Então, eu tenho amadurecido bastante, tenho aprendido muito, né? O plano do Rafael Fiziev também era fazer a mesma coisa, me derrubar e me agarrar, e eu consegui performar, e tenho me dedicado bastante nisso, e estou buscando performar cada vez mais.
I think I'm an athlete, and all of us are looking for that. We want to develop. I'm somebody that has been looking to improve and get better, evolve as a fighter, and always bring in new things. And I've trained very hard for this, and that's what I've been able to do. I've always looked for that, and I've been able to do that. The plan that Fiziev had was the same, and I think I was able to stifle him and perform. So when he saw something like that, I was able to perform against it already.
If you were the president, would you want your birthday to be a national holiday, or would you want your face on one of the coins?
Se você fosse presidente, você gostaria que o seu aniversário fosse um feriado nacional, ou você gostaria de ter da tua cara na moeda? Se você fosse presidente, a tua cara na moeda, o teu rosto na moeda, ou que teu aniversário fosse feriado?
Eu não sei nem como responder essa pergunta. Eu não desejo muito essas coisas assim, não. Eu quero né, poder incentivar pessoas a ter uma vida boa, a acreditar nos seus sonhos, a conhecer a Jesus, a Deus, e eu acho que esse é o meu objetivo número 1. Não consigo pensar nisso assim.
I don't think that much about that stuff. My goal in life is to inspire people and you just provide them you just push them towards having a better life, get closer to God and find Jesus. And I don't think that much about that stuff.
Bom dia, Maurício. Aqui. Você acredita que Michael Chandler é o lutador que apresenta o problema de estilo mais grande da sua carreira?
Do you think that Michael Chandler is the fighter that presents the hardest stylistic challenge in your career?
Cara, não, e sim ao mesmo tempo, porque a todas as lutas é a mais difícil da minha vida. Eu encaro as lutas como se fosse a maior da minha vida, né? E eu estou 100% me entregando a isso, dedicando 100% em dar o meu melhor, em passar por todos os processos do treino e ter boa performance, né? E buscar evoluir, né? Então, para mim eu estou indo lá para competir comigo. Eu vou lá para competir comigo, quero dar o melhor de mim, mandar uma boa mensagem para mim, para o mundo, né? E é isso, vamos com tudo.
Também queria aproveitar.
Just for a moment. No and yes, because I do believe that I face every single fight as the hardest fight of my life. So the next challenge is the toughest challenge for me. Much more than anything, again, I'm trying to improve, I'm trying to get better, and I'm fighting against myself. That's why I want to impress. That's the message that I want to send. I want to send that message to myself that I'm the best in the world. So that's the reason why.
Também queria aproveitar para perguntar a você o estado atual da divisão e como você vê as suas possibilidades, o seu caminho para tentar ser campeão da divisão.
And just tagging on that, I wanted to ask for what do you see as the current state of the division, and what is your path towards the championship?
Galera, eu estou 100% dedicado nessa luta, nessa performance. Essa performance vai me colocar à disputa do título. Eu acredito muito nisso, pelas conversas que estamos tendo aqui. E também, no sábado, eu vou estar batendo peso da luta do campeão. Porque se por acaso algo aconteça, eu vou estar pronto para disputar o título do UFC. Então, estou trabalhando nisso, estou dedicando bastante e pronto para dar o melhor de mim. Como eu falei para vocês, vou estar batendo peso do campeão para disputar o título. Se o UFC precisar de mim, eu vou estar 100% à disposição.
I am 100% dedicated to this, and I will be ready to fight for a championship as the talks that I've had with the UFC and the talks that the team has had have led us to believe from recent conversations. And I'm just going to say to you guys that on Saturday, I'm making championship weight. in case the UFC needs me and something happens, I will be making championship weight. I'll be obviously 100% focused and ready to go on my fight. But if need be, I will be ready with championship weight made on Saturday. So if something happens, I'll be ready to fight for a title.
Muito obrigado.
Right here. Chandler said that you want the toughest challenge for this fight, and it was BSD. He ended up with you. Do you think he made a mistake seeing you as a second option, and are you the worst stylistic matchup for him?
O Chandler, quando ele mencionou algumas vezes o fato de que, se eu entendi direito, ele falou que para ele o Benoit Saint-Denis era o grande desafio para ele e acabou sendo você, digamos assim, como segunda opção. Você acha que ele acabou subestimando você, pensando em você como segundo nessa ordem, e ele agora acabou de encarar, vai acabar encarando o maior desafio estilístico que ele já enfrentou na vida dele?
Cara, não, acho que não. Acho que nós temos liberdade de pensar do jeito que queremos e temos que expressar a nossa opinião. Eu não posso achar ruim a opinião que ele tem sobre mim ou achar que eu sou inferior ou superior. É a mentalidade dele, isso no final das contas não muda nada para mim. Mas como eu falei, eu estou focado 100% em dar o meu melhor, né? E é isso que ele vai ter que lidar no dia da luta, né? Então, com relação à mentalidade dele, eu não posso opinar. Eu acredito que os atletas, ele tem a opinião de expressar o que eles querem, tem que falar quem ganha, quem eles acham que ganha, quem perde, né? Esse é o jogo, né? Eu acho que cada um pensa o que quiser. E, como eu falei, eu sei o que está aqui na minha cabeça, como eu tenho pensado e treinado, e quero aplicar isso no domingo.
I think I can't go against what a guy says and what he thinks, because everyone, all of us athletes, I believe all of us have the freedom to express ourselves in our opinions on what we think or what we don't think, and I don't see a problem with him expressing that if that's his mindset or mentality, that maybe there was another option. I don't condemn that, because all I'm thinking is, I told you guys, I'm 100% dedicated to this. I'm focused on this and on myself, and he's going to see the best version of me on Sunday. So he can definitely think what he thinks. He's entitled to it, and I have no problems about that. I'm ready to actually go and do my best on Sunday. Você vai pro lado.
Thank you, guys.
Você vai para a esquerda e para os dois lados para tirar foto, tá? Começa lá. Isso.
Wow. He looks at me and goes, you can go have coffee.
He don't need me. I'm useless.
That's good.
Money.
Diego, right here. First question I've been asking everyone is how's this experience been for you? Obviously, you and Steve are kicking the card off. A lot of not pressure, but it's a big opportunity for you because everyone's going to be tuning in right away for this, and they're probably going to discover you too. So, overall experience with this UFC White House event and leading up to it.
So I think it is a great experience for everyone in the card, you know. So I know a couple of guys in the card make a great fights, a great appearance in the great events too. But that one is different. That one is different. I think I never see a lot of people in the media room for the one event, you know. I think this talk about the different for this event, you know. So for me, for Steve, I think is no pressure, but like it's so exciting, you know, because it was the fish fight in the card, so we have like a big responsibility for put a great show for everyone.
Have you been able to go see the octagon and step inside it all, or are you going to be when the first time you enter Sunday? Is that the first time you're going to see it?
No, yeah, Sunday is the first time. It's still like just in the hotel do a couple of things for promotion of the fight. I just seen the photos, videos. Maybe I think tomorrow I was having like one thing to do in the White House. So yeah, maybe tomorrow I can see. But for me, it's no problem to see it in the fight day.
And I've seen some interviews with Steve, and he said, you know, you and him are going to meet in the middle. You're going to throw down until one person takes a step back. Is that what you're expecting from Steve Garcia on Sunday?
Yeah, this is my expectation, you know. I think he have a perfect style for me. I like this. I like the crash car, you know. So this like in the chaos is where I'm the best guy.
We interviewed your teammate Alessandro before his fight, and he said Alexa inspired him, it set the tone, and he wanted to do it for you. We saw the video of you reacting, so are you carrying the momentum of your team into Sunday?
Oh man, this is amazing for us now because like everyone's like coming up again. Alexa take a great win, Alessandro take a great win. Now it's my turn, you know. It's my turn for keep win for the team.
Diego, there was a rumor that your walkout song was going to be banned on Sunday. Where exactly did that rumor come from? Dana White says it's not true. Are you happy that it's not true? And where did that rumor come from?
I don't know. I don't have ideas like where this is coming from. You know, the people just talking for talking. I don't know what happened. I don't know the people say this. I don't know why the people post this. UFC called me maybe 2 months ago, say, hey, send your workout song for Weds, you know. So I sent my workout song. UFC said no problem. So yeah, no problem about that.
I saw yesterday you were kind of training next to Alexander Volkanovski. Was that like cool to see an old opponent? Is it a bit awkward? What's that like to train next to him?
So it's like it's normal. Weds is a fight, you know. Like was close in the different place in the world. So it's like no first time I'm crossing in the workout room. So yeah, he's like he always a great energy.
If he fights Movzar next, who do you see winning that fight? How does it go?
Oh, this is a great fight. No, I think he's still Volk is here for defend the belt.
Just one more. Do you feel like when you come out to that song, it's gonna be all over Mexico, you know, fight and Brazil obviously, but Mexico specifically. Have you felt the magnitude of what you entering with that song and having both flags out there at the White House? Have you felt that magnitude?
So I don't think about that, you know. So like I just enjoy the moment. I just enjoy my workout song. I just enjoy my journey to the cage, you know. So I know a lot of people, important people in the building. I know it's like every people in the world like watch the fights. So but for me, it's just for me, it's my moment, you know.
¿Qué tal, Diego? Bienvenido. Bueno, hace un tiempo atrás pedías mucho por una oportunidad y hoy eres una de las caras más reconocidas de la división. ¿Qué parte de ti te ha costado más no perder en todo este camino?
A while ago, you were asking for an opportunity, and now you are the face of the franchise in so many different important events. What is the thing that has been harder for you to just kind of lose in the track in this? What part of yourself did you actually have more difficulty leaving behind?
Pues yo creo que cuando estaba fuera do UFC quería tanto la oportunidad, ¿no? Y cuando uno llegaba, pues me quedaba triste. Y ahorita que la tengo, la única cosa que hago es simplemente disfrutar del momento, disfrutar de todo que he construido pues en tan poco tiempo dentro do UFC, ¿no? Yo creo que eso es lo que hace mantenerme pues con los pies en el piso. Yo creo que ni tiempo para subirme a un pedestal he tenido, no he tenido tan poco tiempo dentro do UFC que ha sido todo muy rápido y pues sigo siendo la misma persona.
For such a long time, I've asked for it, and it wasn't happening. I wasn't getting. Obviously, I was getting sad, and then I got it. So I think the fact that I've had been fortunate to have so many opportunities, this is what actually kept my foot on the ground. I've had an opportunity to go on a pedestal already because of the way the rise has happened, but this was my time to be it, and I didn't. And I think this is amazing, just to be very grateful with every opportunity I've gotten in such a short time in this organization.
Bueno, ¿qué versión de Diego López sientes tú que es la más peligrosa? ¿La que antes no tenía mucha hambre de toda esta guerra o la que ahora tiene algo que perder?
Which version of Diego Lopez do you think is more dangerous? The one that before did not have this hunger for battle all the time, or the one that now has a lot to lose, obviously, because of everything that you gain?
Pues yo creo que en toda pelea yo entro con la mentalidad de que no tengo nada que perder. O sea, yo tengo mucho que ganar porque simplemente es mi oportunidad para demostrar que soy uno de los mejores del mundo, ¿no? Entonces, toda la oportunidad que acepto simplemente es para demostrar eso. No siento que tenga como que algo que perder. Yo sé que ele viene con mucha hambre de tomar mi lugar, pero bueno, he demostrado que puedo defender mi posición, ¿no? Entonces, pues ahí eso me deja pues tranquilo, la verdad.
I think that I've always had the mentality of nothing to lose. It doesn't matter how far I've gone into my career. I've always had this, and I never lost that of having the mentality of nothing to lose. I know that he is coming with a hunger to steal my spot. But cool, I'm ready to go, and then I'll be ready to have him.
Y la última de mi parte, ¿qué te enseñó la espera que no habrías aprendido si el éxito habría llegado antes?
What did you learn from the wait, because of the fact that success, would have come before? What did waiting for success and having to work so hard for it teach you, as opposed to just having success early?
Yo creo que lo que aprendí fue que las cosas llegan en el momento exacto, ¿no? Às vezes queres tanto una cosa que no la logras, simplesmente se te va. E eu creio que isso passou comigo antes de chegar ao UFC, quando perdi minha pelea em Contender e perdi minha seguinte pelea. Queria tanto estar em UFC que quando tive a oportunidade, pues não foi da maneira que eu queria, não acabei perdendo. E depois disso, simplesmente me pus a trabalhar sem pressionar-me, sem estar buscando demasiado as coisas, e as coisas começaram a suceder. E se voltamos a ver ao passado, pues para agora, mira a diferença, não? As coisas sucederam pues em curto tempo.
I think that from back in the days, there's sometimes you want something so much, you want it so badly, and all of a sudden it doesn't happen. It may happen that way. I could have lost, kind of lost it a little bit when I wanted to be in the UFC so bad, and I got a Contender and I lost it, and then I, losing the next fight, and then I took that pressure off myself. I said, I'm going to just keep on working, and I found out that at the end of the day, things happen at the right time. You just keep on working, you keep powering through it, and when things started happening the right way, and look at what we've been able to accomplish ever since.
Por aquí, Diego, Álvaro Colmenero para ABC MMA. La última vez que hablamos me trasladaste tu intención en algún momento de subir de división a las 155 libras. ¿Esa decisión va a depender del resultado de este combate? Es decir, ¿una buena victoria te podría volver a poner en la carrera al título o ya está tomada esa decisión?
At one point, you actually mentioned going up to 155. Is that going to depend on what happens on Sunday? Meaning, like, if there is, you have a dominant victory, you feel that you're already on a path back to have on a title shot, but where do you see yourself next?
Não, pues eu creo que he mencionado isso antes. La verdad tengo el deseo de subir pues, para 155. Simplesmente eu estou enfocado em ganhar minha pelea e eu sei que ganhando a pelea basicamente me quedo em uma situação pues, complicada, não? Porque acabo de perder 2 vezes por el título e vou ter que seguir peleando com os chicos que estão abaixo, não tenho nenhum problema, pero quero estar mais ativo também, não quero estar só esperando que salgan novos prospectos pues, para pelear com eles. Então, quero a chance de pelear em 155 para manter-me ativo.
I've said this before that there will be in my intention to actually move up in the weight division, but if I win on Sunday, it puts me in a little complicated position. So I've come off of 2 unsuccessful tries at a title, and then what you win and you're up on top. So you need to face people that are up and coming that are always going to be below you. And I have no problem fighting those people, but at one point you run out of people, and they're going to have to find just prospects to fight me. So let's see what happens on Sunday, and we'll go from there.
La última para mí, Diego, ¿cómo visualizas en tu cabeza el combate? ¿Qué predicción nos puedes dar de esta pelea?
And what do you see happening in the fight on Sunday? What would you say would be your what's going to happen? What's your vision for what's going to happen on Sunday?
Não, pois minha visão para essa pelea é que simplesmente vou sair a buscar finalizar a pelea, ser por nocaute ou por submissão.
My prediction is that I'm basically going to go out there to finish this fight. It's going to be a knockout or submission, but I'm going to finish this fight.
Diego, ¿cómo estás? Bueno, Dana White mencionaba que al momento de elegir las peleas y los peleadores para este evento, buscaba personas que, bueno, que puedan responder con la magnitud de lo que es este evento. ¿Cómo ha cambiado para ti ese escenario, el ambiente, presión, la agenda? ¿Cómo ha sido para ti esta jornada hasta ahora?
When they were looking for people for this event, they were looking for people that would be, up to the magnitude and represent this event. You would be people that would bring, eyes to this event right now, and you were one of them. What do you feel? How has it been to be part of this experience, been part of everything that's been associated with this particular event so important?
Sí, yo creo que, pues cuando montaram el card, pues yo creo que voltar a ver personas que realmente puderam tener também a atração de todo o público, não? Eu creio que não só por el hecho de ser na Casa Blanca, pero por o atrativo de los peleadores também. Se vês a todos os peleadores que estão na cartelera, são peleadores que têm bastante recorrido dentro da UFC, são peleadores que têm bastante logro, não? Eu creio que, por lo que he visto de todos que estamos, creo que entre todos tenemos como más de 40 disputas de títulos, entonces eso habla pues, de la magnitud de que es tanto el evento y lo tanto que ha invertido de tiempo pues, para poner las personas adecuadas, ¿no? Y sobre la presión, pues la verdad es que estoy muy tranquilo. Yo creo que es un evento más histórico en mi currículo.
I think that when they were putting this card together, they were trying to assemble people that it wasn't just for the fact that it was the White House, an event like this, but they were also trying to find attractive fighters so that for the fans, that people would enjoy it. And if you look at it, they were looking at people that were experienced. They have, a track record in the company, the people that have had an amazing trajectory and also that have had a lot of accomplishments. I think if you look at it, I was seeing that there was us together, it's about 40 title fights in our curriculum. So, I mean, all of us were looking at that, and I think that all counts to make it something like this. And as far as the pressure, I mean, there's no pressure about it, right? It's just one of those fights that we just enjoying the week.
Diego, sé que lo mencionaste previamente en inglés, pero ¿cómo describes tú este año para el equipo? Empezó Alexa con un knockout tremendo. La semana pasada, Alessandro, inspirado por ella mismo, pues también se llevó esa victoria. ¿Cómo ha sido para ti? ¿Cómo lo calificas de este año para el equipo?
I know you mentioned in English, but in Spanish, please, if you can talk about how the team has been going. Alexa with an inspiring finish. Then Alessandro has that, and y'all on the road up. So can you talk about that, how the team has just basically gone on the up and up right lately?
No, pues yo creo que empezamos el año mal, ¿no? Cuando yo acabé perdiendo mi pelea por el título, pero bueno, Alexa recuperó pues la victoria, salió de la mala racha que estaba. Alessandro también pues ya lleva 2 victorias este año, acabó de agarrar una pues en corto aviso. Entonces eso pues habla de que nosotros podemos caer, pero nos levantamos más fuertes, ¿no? Entonces, ahí eso es lo que venimos. Entonces, ellos ya hicieron su trabajo, estoy muy feliz por ellos y ahorita me toca a mí.
I think it's been a great year. The year didn't start so well with me not winning my fight, but then Alexa comes in and just gets a win. She was coming off of a loss as well and just gets a great win. Alessandro gets 2 wins in the same year and got one recently on short notice as well. And I think all of this goes to now here I'm in this event. It all goes to show that we can get knocked down, but we can get back up even stronger. So it goes to show that we're a very strong team.
La última de mi parte, bueno, son 3 años ya desde tu debut en UFC, pero el camino para llegar allá ha sido largo, un camino de superación, de mucho trabajo en México, la complicidad y el trabajo en equipo también con Alessandro. ¿Cómo describes tú ese camino que te trajo hasta UFC y que ahora te tiene en Casablanca? ¿Te lo imaginabas en algún momento en el pasado?
And it's been 3 years on your path over here. We know what you've gone through in Mexico, and then obviously the team together with Alexa and Alessandro. Can you just describe, because now you've gone through so many of these events, and here you are now at the White House. Did you just envision this 3 years ago when all this was happening?
Sí, pues la verdad que ha sido un recorrido pues muy largo afuera do UFC, ¿no? La verdad yo y Alessandro hemos trabajado pues demasiado pues para tener esse espaço que tenemos. Afortunadamente, de quando chegou a oportunidade, pues hemos podido aprovechar cada uma delas, ¿no? Que es lo que me ha dado pues el lugar que estoy teniendo hoy, ¿no? Que me ha dado este lugar. Y yo, como te digo, todo es en un momento exacto, ¿no? Todas las cosas pasan cuando tienen que pasar. Entonces, yo creo que es el momento exacto de todo lo que está pasando en mi carrera ahorita. Y es la clave pues para el suceso que estoy teniendo, simplemente es eso, ¿no? Haber trabajado tan duro y poder pues ahora tener la recompensa.
It's been a long path, and we've worked a long way for things to happen and to actually make to get to the point that we are right now. All of us have worked so hard, and now what you're seeing is the fruit of our work. What the point is to being here is that at the end game of this is the hard work that we put. I think we made the best of our opportunities, and every opportunity that was given to us, we were able to take it and make the best out of it. And this is here, being here right now, is the fruit of everything that we've accomplished so far in this organization. So it goes to show again, if I could come back and just tell you what the secret for this is, because of the fact that hard work and discipline were the keys to it.
Diego, no tan solo hablaste de la posibilidad de subir al peso ligero, sino que hablaste de que te gustaría enfrentar al actual BMF Charles Oliveira.
No, yo no dije eso. No confunda las cosas. Yo no dije eso, hermano. Es una cosa que no me gusta mucho de la media ahorita es eso. Siempre cambio las cosas. Me hicieron la pregunta. Si yo subiendo para 155, estaría la posibilidad de pelear con Charles. Y yo respondí, si me dan la oportunidad, yo voy a pelear. Yo nunca pedí para pelear con él.
No, claro, no estoy diciendo que tú lo hayas pedido, pero en el caso
Just to be clear, the question implied that you said that you were going to face, that you said you would face Charles Oliveira, you like to face Charles Oliveira for the BMF, and that never happened. There's something I don't like about the media these days. It's like you're taking things out of context and saying things. They asked me the question. All they asked is if I move up to lightweight, given an opportunity to fight for the BMF and given an opportunity to fight with Charles Oliveira, would you take the fight? Yes, I would take the fight. I did never say anything about it. I want to fight Charles Oliveira for the BMF. So let's just make it clear. I never said I wanted that. I said I would accept a fight if given a fight if I was in that division. So we'll start from that.
Ahora reformulando la pregunta, de subir a las 155 y que esa pelea se presente, ¿cómo crees que los estilos se emparejarían entre tú y Charles Oliveira?
Just to rephrase the question, if you move up to lightweight and if a fight for the BMF happens, you and Charles Oliveira, how do you think is the matchup in styles between you and Charles?
So if this fight is happen, yo creo... perdona.
Bienvenido.
Desde Pablo. Ok. Se a pelea llega a passar, pues eu creio que temos um estilo muito parecido, não? Ele tem muito bom jiu-jitsu, eu também tenho muito bom jiu-jitsu. Temos o strike, na verdade, como um pouco similar. Talvez ele deve pegar um pouco mais duro por ser da categoria de arriba, pois isso lo saberemos se llega a passar a pelea, não? Pero eu creio que é uma pelea que encaja muito bem com o meu estilo de pelea, não? Eu creio que sería una pelea pues divertida si queda arriba, sería una pelea divertida si fuera para abajo también. Entonces así yo creo que no sería ningún problema y sería una pelea pues bastante entretenida.
I think the styles match really well because we both have high-class jiu-jitsu. Obviously, we're both great strikers, but I think that maybe he hits hard because he comes from that division. All we would know is obviously if we go up to that division and if the fight happens, then we have to see what happens. But I think as far as the styles are concerned, it'll be a great fight because if the fight stays standing, it's pretty entertaining. If the fight goes to the ground, the same. I think if it does happen, it will be a very entertaining fight.
Muy buenas, Diego. ¿Qué tal? Te quería preguntar, porque hemos estado hablando un poquito de tu carrera, cómo has ido evolucionando, lo difícil que fue el comienzo, cómo acabaste disputando oportunidades titulares y la buena estima que te tiene la empresa. No sé si lo habías pensado, pero si no me equivoco, eres el único luchador que ha estado en UFC 300, en UFC Freedom 250 y en la esfera, ¿no? Es un poco como lo que ha hecho Jim Miller, pero versión eventos emblemáticos. Quería preguntarte por esto, por cómo lo ves y qué valoración haces.
About, again, talking about your path to all of this and the fact that you did not get disencouraged by the past and you just kept working hard, that you made things happen, and then became, again, face of the franchise for many of these fights. I think that, not incorrect to say, that you were the only fighter that was at UFC 300, you're on the sphere, and here you are on Freedom 250. Basically, you're a Jim Miller of like major events like this. So how does it feel for you to actually be in a situation like this and be so loved by the company to have the opportunity to be in these signature events?
Pues yo creo que eso habla pues del gran trabajo que hemos hecho en tan poco tiempo, ¿no? La verdad es que soy muy agradecido por todas las oportunidades que me ha dado o UFC y la verdad es que he aprovechado cada una de ellas, ¿no? Porque a veces muchos peleadores tienen la oportunidad de pelear en grandes eventos y acaba pues no dando el ancho, ¿no? O sea, no pudiendo hacer una buena presentación. Y yo creo que desde el primer día que pisé dentro del octágono do UFC, yo creo que he podido demostrar de lo que soy capaz, ¿no? Ganando o perdendo, siempre pues salgo a pelear y yo creo que es lo que me ha dado la oportunidad de pelear en esos eventos históricos, ¿no? Y eso pues me deja pues, bastante contento conmigo, bastante feliz con el trabajo que hemos hecho.
I think it speaks volumes for the work that we have done in this organization because we always deliver under fights. And you think there are a lot of fighters that have these opportunities and be in historic events, being in important events, but at the end of the day, when push comes to shove, at those events, they maybe don't have a marquee performance. And I think that we've been able to deliver on the promise. And every time we've been at these events, the fights are exciting. And I said, winning or losing, I've come here to fight. And I think I feel very grateful, very honored. And I think it speaks that they recognize that as well.
Muchas gracias, Diego.
Gracias. Yeah. Thank you, guys.
You guys good? Good. Eamon, other side, right here.
Yep. Hey,
What's
what's
up,
up,
man? How are you? I've been asking everyone this. I guess just how's this experience just been for you on the build-up? Because it's one thing to get announced and then go through camp, but to actually be here and be part of this one-of-one event, all the media that you have to do, and just everything. How's everything been for you on your side?
It's been great. You know, the 16-year-old me, you know, he knew we'd make it here, and I dreamed of this, you know. So why would I complain with my duties now? You know what I mean? I feel like it's part of it all. It's part about getting my name out there. You know, I won my 7 fights, you know, kind of quiet in the background and didn't get much media attention. You know, I've been telling everybody I felt like Clubber Lang, you know, doing my work in the background, winning my fights, and nobody knows about me. And boom, all of a sudden I'm here, I'm at the White House. And everyone's like, who is this guy? What is he doing here? But, you know, there's quite a story. And I just released a documentary on YouTube. If you guys want to know how I got here, it'd be cool if you guys watch it.
And it's one thing to fight on the White House. It's another thing to be fighting Sean O'Malley on the White House. He brings another audience entirely that maybe only watches fights when he fights, maybe not just MMA as a whole. So I guess is that in the back of your mind too, that you get his audience too, essentially?
Yeah, I get exposed to his audience and people now who have probably never even seen the UFC or MMA before, being at the White House. It's nice fighting these big names because you get a lot more eyeballs, you know, like my experience with Jose Aldo was wild, you know. The build up to fighting Jose Aldo, like even my mom called me, she's like, oh my God, I can't believe you're fighting Jose Aldo. I love Jose. You know, she's been watching him for 20 years. You know, he's been on top for a long time, that guy. And a lot of people in Montreal were like, oh, listen, we're supporting you, but please don't hurt him too bad. You know, and then you see the guy tries to kick my head off. It was pretty funny, you know, very interesting. I got a lot of death threats too. During the build-up of that fight, Jose had a lot of hardcore fans, and people didn't even want me to make it to the octagon. It was very awkward, but Sean's fans have been generally much nicer. 0 death threats, which is cool. People making fun of me is okay. I feel like that's cool, but the death threats was wild, you know. But you know, he's been on top for a long time, Aldo, so it is what it is.
And to go off of that, you know, you got through Aldo's striking, you got through Cheeto. I guess what does Sean present that you haven't faced in your last couple of fights?
A different type of striking problem. You know, I feel like Aldo was the boogeyman. You know, he's the fastest striker I've ever faced. His speed is incredible, and he throws at everything he has. He has an immense amount of power in his strikes. You know, Cheeto has crazy power also. He has the most knockdowns in bantamweight UFC history. Sean, I don't think his power is based on like one-shot kill power, where like he walks up to you and he hits you on the head like Aldo and Cheeto. He has more like timing and counter striking. You know, like if you fall into a gap and he hits you when you don't expect it, he'll put you down, he'll put you out. He's fast, but I don't think he's as fast as Aldo. He doesn't have that blinding speed, but he's got good footwork. I think footwork is his best skill set. I think he moves around the ring really well. He hits and then tries not to get hit back. And but I think I have the better striking. I feel like people are going to be surprised. You know, just because my striking is not as traditional doesn't mean it's not as good. I feel like mine is very unconventional, awkward, and it presents unique problems, which is much harder to imitate in the training room. And you know, we'll see if I can cause a lot of problems for him and win the striking. I think I'm a better grappler and a better wrestler than him too. You know, I've been a black belt since 2017, and you know, I've wrestled for a long time. And you know, if there's an opportunity there, I'll take him down. If not, I'm going to keep it striking the whole time.
And to go off of that, you know, I've watched a couple of your interviews, and you keep saying like pressure on Sean, but you said Sean's very good at counter striking. So I guess how do you combat that while also implementing the game plan that we don't know your game plan, but saying pressure. I guess how do you combat that counter striking while implementing?
Well, I don't want to give too many details, but there's a way to put pressure without falling into any gaps, and it's all about approach. You know, like I was telling people before, everybody knew when Sean and Merab were fighting the first time, Merab was going to shoot, and he took him down every round. And when they had the rematch, everyone knew for certain Merab was going to shoot. There was no doubt Merab was going to shoot. And he still took him down. Even though Sean knew, even though his coaches knew, we all knew, the whole world knew. I don't think it's about knowing. I think it's about understanding the approach and executing, right? So, you know, people have to change their approaches and change how they execute in the fight. And I'm expecting that round 1 won't look like round 2 against O'Malley, and round 3 won't look like round 2. So I'm looking to adapt throughout the entire fight. As the fight goes, I'm going to be adapt. You know, Mayweather said it best: the best champions adapt to anything.
Just a couple more from me. You know, you and your brother and the TriStar team are very good at game planning and kind of coming up with all the, like, anything that could happen. How do you prepare for fighting outside? You know, the elements, the sun, the bugs everyone keeps talking about. Like, how can you prep for that?
Yeah, well, I've been training at TriStar since I'm 13, so, you know, so a little over 20 years. This year's the first year we had air conditioning in the gym, which was a nice little plus. It's, you know, just as humid, if not more humid in Montreal than in DC. So I've never had a summer without humidity in the gym, so I've been getting ready for it for a long time. And then I came out here 2 weeks early. I came out May 31st, and I've been training outside every evening. One thing that's interesting about DC is it gets more humid in the evening. So, you know, just been training outside and getting used to the air out here and seeing the sights and walking around the White House and just getting used to it all.
And just last one for me. Do you think with a win on Sunday, is this the biggest win for Canada since GSP beat Bisping?
I mean, I still think the biggest win is against Aldo. I mean, Aldo is one of the greatest of all time. And, you know, he missed weight by 8 pounds. I beat him at featherweight when I made 136.8. I feel like the other featherweights that beat him, they didn't make 136. You know, and I thought, you know, he's less durable when he made the weight at 135. So the other bantamweights beat him when he was, you know, not as durable. Right? So I feel like that's my biggest win. And this would be a huge win for me because it leads me to the title. But beating one of the GOATs is, you know, probably the most memorable moment of my life. And we'll see how it turns out. I got to make Sunday great. For now, it's not the best moment of my life because it didn't happen yet. It can also be the worst moment of my life on Sunday. You know, if there's always banana peels in there. It might be raining. It might be slippery. I don't know what we're going to see. But I'm living by this quote where whatever is meant for me will never miss me, and whatever misses me was never meant for me. So we'll see how it goes on Sunday.
Good luck.
Amen, right over here. Yep. Amen, what's something you've learned about the business as a broadcaster that you think you never would have learned if you had just remained only a fighter?
Oh, man, you know, the broadcasters have it really nice. I mean, the media, the broadcasting, like when I do it, I can't believe, like, every time you're going to interview fighters, there's coffee, there's snacks, you know, you go, there's a green room for you guys.
It's great, isn't it?
It's great, you know, so sometimes I find it funny how much, you know, the media razzes the UFC and, you know, they complain a lot about how the UFC does things and whatever, but at the end of the day, it's, I can't wait, you know, one day I'm going to retire and I'll be on the other side and then it's going to be a nice cushy retirement for me.
What's a story you can tell us about your brother being tougher on you as your coach than he was maybe on some of the other athletes to show he wasn't just playing favorites?
Oh, my brother was tough on everybody for sure. My brother's a hard guy, very tough dude, and he has a high standard for the whole team. But one thing that's interesting with me is that when I'm sparring, every time I get hit, he's like, "You got hit with a cross, you got hit with a hook, you got hit with a hook." And like, you know, in practice, you know, getting hit even one time is like a thing, you know. So I feel it in the practice, but it's only so that I can be perfect on fight night, you know, so that there's less chance for error. And I appreciate the high standard he puts on me, and that's what got me here. You know, without him lifting the bar very high for me in the practice room, I wouldn't be able to perform at the White House.
Nice, easy, fun one. If you were the president, would you want your birthday to be a national holiday, or would you want your face on one of the coins?
If I had to pick one of those two?
Yeah.
Face on the coin, I guess it lasts longer, lasts forever. Yeah, face on the coin.
Good luck.
Amen.
Bonjour, en français, Louis de Radio-Canada. Évidemment, le président américain n'est pas nécessairement l'homme le plus populaire en ce moment au Canada. Savoir, est-ce que vous avez ressenti un malaise? Est-ce que vous avez hésité de venir vous battre à la Maison-Blanche comme ça? Comment vous approchez ça?
Non, tu sais, j'essaie de garder les politiques à côté. Écoute, mes parents, ils ont parti du Liban durant la guerre civile là-bas. Et le Canada leur donnait une place à vivre et donnait une meilleure chance pour leurs enfants. Et je suis fier de ça. Et je représente le Canada à la Maison-Blanche. L'édifice le plus important des États-Unis, puis ils ont mis un Canadien dessus. Et je suis un Canadien d'origine libanaise et je suis un Canadien qui est musulman aussi. Donc, tu sais, le UFC, ils ne sont pas des personnes qui sont racistes. Je trouve pas que, tu sais, j'ai rien ressenti comme t'es Canadien, t'es Libanais, t'es musulman, écoute, on va te garder sur le côté. Non, j'étais comme le reste des gars.
Est-ce que vous ressentez une pression supplémentaire de savoir que vous battez contre un Américain? On sait qu'il y a des tensions un peu entre les deux pays en ce moment. Je peux penser par exemple aux hockeyeurs d'équipe Canada qui étaient sur la glace contre les Américains. Ouais. Ils ressentent cette pression-là. Est-ce que vous la ressentez?
Oui, cette pression-là, je la sens un peu. C'est une drôle de chose parce qu'on a perdu les hommes et les femmes en hockey. On a perdu au baseball aussi. C'est un moment difficile pour les Canadiens dans le sport. Contre les Américains, ils nous battent en tout là, en ce moment. Donc, ça serait une belle chose d'avoir une victoire dimanche à la Maison-Blanche. Je pense que ça serait la meilleure place d'avoir la victoire pour les Canadiens. Merci.
Hey, man, over here. Yep. Sean O'Malley asked you on social media if you're okay with the loser tattooing the other person's country on themselves. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, it's haram. You know, you're not supposed to tattoo your body in Islam. You know, you can't get buried in the Islamic funeral homes if you get tattooed. So it's a no for me.
You don't plan on losing, though, right?
I don't plan on losing either, but I wouldn't put that on the line.
Best of luck.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Just right there, Heyman.
Yeah.
Despite your win streak and the fact that, as you said, you're more well-rounded, you're still the underdog. How do you feel in that position? Some fighters love it, some not. How do you feel?
I love it. You know, I don't mind it. You know, I think I was an underdog in 6 of my last 7 fights, and I won them all. I won all 7. I don't think being an underdog means anything about our skills. You know, I feel like it's a popularity contest. Obviously, you know, I think he's got 1 million followers, you know, so a lot of people know him and they were going to put money on him. You know, he's been world champion, so it kind of makes sense. And, you know, anything worthwhile in life is an uphill battle. And I dare to be great and I want to fight the best. You know, if I want to fight for the belt in the UFC, I want to fight the best guys out there. And if people think he's the best, then I'm looking to beat him.
Dernière pour moi, tu parles français. Il y a beaucoup d'athlètes français qui viennent s'entraîner au Tristar aussi chez vous. Est-ce que c'est possible qu'on voit Eman Zahabi en France un jour combattre?
Oui, peut-être. On ne sait pas. Quand l'UFC m'appelle pour me donner un combat, la priorité, c'est qui vont me donner. Et la deuxième chose, c'est la place. Donc, il y a toujours des chances.
And GSP will be in your corner this time?
Yeah, GSP is going to arrive on Friday and he's going to be in the corner on Sunday.
Thank you, man.
Thank you.
Amen, right here. Earlier you said that your 16-year-old dreamed of a moment like this, and all the sacrifices that you have done in your life. Now you're here at the White House against a former champion and big superstar. When you close your eyes, how do you imagine the perfect night for you on Sunday?
Oh, the perfect night would be a KO. You know, I mean, a KO would be the best thing to happen for me because I feel like that would really launch my career. You know, with it being at the White House and everybody who's going to be watching around the world, you know, KOing Sean O'Malley, you know, would cement me fighting, you know, for the belt against Peter Yan or Merab. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody.
Bo, other side, right here. Are these, you know, fighting at MSG, debuting at UFC 300, fighting at the White House? In your mind, I imagine this is how you would want your career to be going at this point. But I guess when you reflect, do you feel like you're ahead of schedule in terms of your MMA career, or is this just kind of right where you always knew you'd be?
I wouldn't really say that I've had a schedule, but I feel like I'm grateful for all the opportunities that I've been given to compete at big events and in exciting places. So, you know, this is definitely the biggest and most exciting that I've been a part of, and overall just feeling really grateful for the opportunity, and yeah, it's a blessing, so want to make the most of it.
And to kind of go off of that, feeling like this is the most exciting moment that's happened, how do you kind of put that aside in preparation, or do you put that aside and you kind of want to live in this moment?
I mean, for me, every day is just trying to improve and get better, and I'm, again, grateful, and I love what I do, so, you know, big moments like this are part of that, and I feel like my whole life and whole career, there have been, you know, big moments, and they always continue to get bigger and more exciting, and this is another one of those, so yeah, just grateful, and I don't really try to like minimize it or diminish it at all. It's something that, you know, it's exciting overall. Like, I'm just pumped about it. I think when the, you know, bigger the moment, the better I'm going to perform, so looking forward to it on Sunday.
And I'm sure you've been asked this before, but like when they announced this event, everyone kind of assumed it would be like you, Michael Chandler, would be these guys that would be on this card. Did you expect to get that call, or did you kind of find out like we all did when they announced it?
No, I knew right away. I mean, after my last fight, walked out of the cage and they were like, White House next. So I pretty much knew for 7 months. Yeah, trained accordingly. So spent a lot of time in preparation, and I'm ready to go.
And what do you make of Kyle as an opponent? Obviously, he's been in the UFC, left the UFC, came back, so he's kind of had this up and down career. But just overall, what do you make of him as an opponent?
Yeah, it says a lot to be able to, you know, make it back into the UFC after being cut. And so, you know, he's a tough guy. He's got a lot of good skills. But, yeah, looking forward to going out and putting on a dominant performance on Sunday.
And then just last one for me, I have to ask, what do you think of Colby announcing his retirement from MMA?
Yeah, crazy that, you know, he would rather, he doesn't want to fight me so bad that he ended his entire career. So, you know, probably a smart move on his part.
Kyle over here, to your right. Obviously, we mentioned that Kyle Dawkins was in the UFC before he got cut, made his way back. So I'm not sure if you got to study him before he was cut. What do you notice? Like, what did he improve on the most since his return to the UFC?
It's hard to say exactly what he's improved on. I think that his first run in the UFC, he maybe looked a little tentative, but he was also fighting much better guys. I mean, he won a lot of fights on the regional scene against guys that are 7-4 and, you know, records that really aren't great. And so I don't really think that he's beaten a lot of high-level guys. His last 2 fights, he beat tougher guys that are veterans, but it was also very quick. So, you know, since he's been back, he's only spent a couple minutes in the octagon. And, yeah, I mean, I feel like I don't really care what he's doing. I'm ready to go. So I'm focused on myself.
Hey, Bo, right here. Right over here on your right.
Got you.
For those of us who have never won a national championship, what goes into a White House visit, and what did they tell you about, hey, the president is coming out, act this way, sort of deal?
Yeah, my White House visit was pretty unique. So we came in as wrestlers. There was every other sport there, and president kind of went through and said hello to all the teams and took a picture with them. And when he got to us, he was like all excited because he likes wrestlers. And so he talked to us for probably 10, 15 minutes, and we were just chatting. And his Secret Service and the security kept trying to usher him to the next team, and he didn't want to leave. He wanted to hang out with us, which was really cool. And then afterwards, as he was about to leave, he invited us back to the Oval Office. So we got to go back to the Oval Office, and it was a really special experience. So that was my first experience with President Trump, and it was really cool. I told him at that time in 2019 that I was going to fight in the UFC, and he asked if I needed an agent. And I said, I think you're a little busy, but he's put in, you know, a good word for me, obviously, getting on this card. So, yeah, pumped to perform in front of him again.
You mentioned that. Would you say it is more relieving or more pressure because of all the fighters, you're the one who's interacted with him the most on the card?
I don't know. I mean, our relationship has been unique. It's been something that's very, you know, I've appreciated it a lot because obviously as somebody who is as powerful and busy and, you know, doing all the things that he's doing. He does take time out of his day to, give me a call once in a while. Been golfing with him a couple of times, and it's surreal to be able to do that. I grew up in a town of 5,000 people in Wyoming, and to be able to golf with the president and hang out with him is unbelievable. And so I'm just really grateful, and I really just appreciate how genuine and authentic he is all the time. The way he acts in the media and all the videos that I've seen is the same way he acts when he's around me, and it's really cool to spend time with him. So overall, I'm just pumped to be able to, be part of this event, and it's really cool.
Quick fun one. If you were president, would you want your birthday to be a national holiday, or would you want your face on one of the coins?
What was the last part? Sorry.
Either your birthday is a holiday or your face is on one of the coins.
Give me the coin. Give me a nickel. Right? Makes
Love
sense.
it.
Hey, Bo. Where would you say your relationship stands with the fans right now? Do you consider yourself as the heel guy still? Or, because we saw, I think it was after the last fight, you gave everybody the double bird. Do you still have that attitude, or do you know which people have been with you from day one? Where do you stand?
I mean, of course I know who's with me and everything, but I guess from the fans' perspective, it'd be a better question for you. What do you think? You're in the media. You're probably more aware and in touch with it than me. What do you think?
I feel like MMA Twitter is pretty hard on you.
You think they're hard on me? Yeah. That's good. I like it. I'll hopefully stand up to heavy scrutiny, so all good.
Josh Hokett's kind of been everywhere recently. You've seen his credentials in wrestling. Where would his wrestling and everything stand up to the fight that he wants with Alex Pereira?
Oh, how would his wrestling do against Pereira? I mean, he's pretty good. I mean, he's an NCAA All-American, super tough dude. Competed at a high level in wrestling, also in football, so he's a real legit athlete. I mean, not a super experienced guy in MMA. Doesn't have a ton of fights. So him against Pereira, I think it'd be an interesting fight. I think if they both win, then that's the matchup to make. It'd be interesting to me.
Bo, oftentimes we hear fighters say no matter how big a stage gets, it's just you two people locked in an octagon getting ready to fight. There are actually elements this time, weather and heat, humidity, potentially even bugs, like that sort of thing. How different does that make it, and how do you prepare for something like that?
Yeah, well, training outside, down at American Top Team, we actually, captured a bunch of mosquitoes, put them into the training sessions, in the gym with us, so we're used to that. But yeah, I don't know. I think that for me, again, yeah, as you mentioned, you're focused on the fight and what you can do and what you can control. Can't control the weather, can't control the bugs or anything like that. So, I'm just focused on what I can do best, and I'm just going to go out there and have fun. I think the outside element makes it a little more intense, a little more fun, and so I'm just going to try to enjoy that.
Just to clarify, you're being serious about that?
Of course, yeah, definitely.
Whose responsibility was capturing the mosquitoes?
Who was catching them? I don't know. They got pros, I guess, out there that's what they do for a living.
Thanks, man.
Bo over here. Another American, Sean Strickland. He went and captured the middleweight title, beating the undefeated Hamzat. What did you think of that fight, and did your opinion on Hamzat's fight style change since that fight?
I mean, I was surprised he pulled guard. I don't think anybody expected that. It was an interesting strategy. But, yeah, it was a good fight. I mean, those guys are two of the best in the world, so I felt like it was a super close fight, super highly contested. They obviously have a lot of history. But, yeah, I don't know. I guess for me, I'm, again, focused on myself and hopefully be up there in contention with those guys very soon.
Hi, Bo, down here. If you get past Kyle this weekend and the UFC comes to you with Khamzat Chimaev as your next opponent, is that something you would accept?
Absolutely.
Yeah, quick couple things. One, how competitive is the president when he plays golf? And then secondly, it feels like a lot of guys really were fighting to get onto this card. Like this mattered more than Madison Square Garden or Vegas or any of the other places. Why is that?
I mean, to answer your first question, the president's super competitive. I think he expects to win regardless of what he's doing, whether it's in golf, in politics, in business, is a guy that just expects to win and has won a lot. So, yeah, fun to be around and kind of witness. And then on to your second question, I would say that, yeah, of course, everybody wants to be on this card. It's a massive opportunity, and it's going to be probably the most viewed MMA event, UFC event in history of the sport, and yeah, more attention on you than anywhere else. And it's just an honor to be able to compete in, you know, the nation's capital. And I feel like, for me, it's just something that I look at with a lot of gratitude and appreciation. To even be considered for something like this is very special. So I try to, you know, come at it humbly, and I feel like all my preparation has been in humility of, you know, making the most of this opportunity, because I'm just really grateful for it.
Bo, did you grow the beard back out because you were being mistaken for Kyle Dawkins, or?
I was getting mistaken for a lot of people's CPA. So a lot of people were coming to me and asking me if I could, you know, finish their taxes off. And I was like, guys, I don't think you want me doing your taxes. But yeah, it was time to fight. So I'm ready to go.
Okay, thank you.
Let me move around for a second. Hold on. It's like these tortas be coming over. They be like, I can't get a real hyena, you know what I'm saying? So it's like these tortas be coming over on me, and it's like they lay down on my bed. They fall off on both sides of the bed, dog. Oh, fuck. Tough crowd? Okay. Hey, dog. Hey, last Christmas, like these tortas be so big, dog. Last Christmas, I took a picture of this torta, and the picture's still being printed, dog. Fucking no laughs, dog. Come on, this is good shit, homie. Like, hold on, dog. Hey, what do you call, let's see, hold on. Hold on, Josh is coming out, dog. Hold on. Hey, what do you call oh shit, dog. This is why I don't do stand-up comedy, dude. I'm bombing right now, dog. Hey, these tortas be so wild, dog. She told me she's gonna make me French toast, dog, and she got her tongue stuck in the toaster, dog. Nothing, guys? Fuck, dog. I'm never doing this shit again, homie. All right. Was that a minute?
Okay, so now I'm going to take questions because I got to get better at my Incredible Hulk character. So someone asked me a question.
Hey, Josh.
Okay.
Just over here to your left. First of all, fantastic set.
That was, I mean, was that decent?
It was very Kill Tony.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, that was my first time.
It's a tough crowd. It's a tough crowd.
You know what I'm
What can you
saying?
do? It's the White House.
Yeah.
You know, everyone looks at that fight you just had with Curtis Blades as a fantastic back and forth, epic scrap. But there are questions. Can you fight Derek Lewis the same way, considering how hard he hits compared to Curtis Blades?
Yeah, I'm gonna fight him differently. You know, obviously, you can't take a punch like that from Curtis or from Derek Lewis, and so I'm stupid, but I'm not that stupid, and so yeah.
You know, you're getting a lot of critiques, we'll say, about the character work and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, this business is very much about getting people talking.
Yeah.
So to you, do the ends justify the means? And they can critique all they want. They are still talking.
Yeah, I mean, they want to talk about it being fake, and I don't like that. Because, I mean, ask my opponents if it was fake. Ask when I chewed up and spit out Uriel like some old cereal. When I showed Jimenez what semen is. See what I did there?
Yeah, it's very clever.
When I bent hell on Denzel, was it fake? When I threw bombs and grenades on Curtis Blades, was it fake? When I beat Derek Lewis clueless, will it be fake? I almost messed up on that. Tune in on June 14th, and I'll show you something real. Guys, come on, give me something.
Are you
applause something? Come on.
Are you getting a little bit frustrated that Alex Pereira is refusing to indulge in any sort of back and forth with you? No matter what you do, no matter what you say, he seems to not want to engage in that at all.
It's inevitable. We're going to fight one day. I know he knows it. And Alex Pereira and his BBL could go to hell. I'm the lion. He's the weak gazelle. I'm going to beat him till he swells. I'm going to put his head in the microwave. It's going to give off a pizza smell. The Krusty Krab pizza is the pizza for you and me. SpongeBob fans, anybody?
Yep.
Come on, guys, come on, wake up.
Josh, right here, when Down
This is good shit right here.
When Down Vato and the Incredible Hulk and everything.
Down Vato did his best. I'm telling you, he did his best. That was a rough set, but man, he did his best.
How do these personalities
the tight ends or anybody that wanted it, fool. That anybody wanted it, homie. We ran up on them.
How does Albuquerque feel about all these?
Albuquerque's the same thing, dude. I mean, we have a coach. He's like, hey, what's up, ese? It's like, it's all the same.
I watched the interview where you said, size doesn't really matter. It's tactics and approach. Do you think Curtis Blades is a more skilled opponent than Derek Lewis?
I think so. But this is the opportunity that presented itself. And Derek Lewis, I'm going to have him kidnapped by a group of mimes. The things they will do to him will be unspeakable. A few chuckles, yes.
That was probably the best one.
Think about that. The mimes. And it's like he gets kidnapped by them and they can't speak. Unspeakable? Come on. Wordplay.
Do you think by this time next year you'll have the UFC Heavyweight Championship around your waist?
Yes.
Josh, over here.
Okay.
You were defending Justin Gaethje and Sean O'Malley on Twitter against Ilia Topuria. What do you plan on doing at the press conference?
What do I plan on doing? You got to tune in for that. That's part of the whole show. I want you to hate me. I want you to love me. I want you to feel the whole experience of when I'm fighting. And so a lot of people don't want to play into the other side. Everybody just wants to be liked. I think it's human nature that we all want to be liked at the end of the day. But I want you to feel all types of emotions when you see me fight. And so and throughout fight week, you don't know what you're going to get from me, and so you have to tune in, though.
And what do you think the crowd wants more on Sunday night? Derek Lewis to take his pants off in the octagon, or you to get on the microphone?
Me take my pants off and get on the microphone. Throw the cup at Donald Trump. Maybe I won't do that. Cut that out, guys. Sorry about that.
Josh over here.
Throw it at him in a good way, like maybe he could put that cup in the Oval Office and come on, guys. Fuck, making me look bad.
Hey, Josh, what advice has the bad guy Chael Sonnen given to you?
The advice. We talked about preparation with when I talked to him, and that was good insight. He hasn't really given me too much advice. I haven't really spoken to him about that too much, but we did talk about preparation, and so I thought that was good insight.
You guys never had to talk about how if you're going to be a heel, if you're going to play the villain, that bad guys never apologize?
I agree. You will never see me apologize for anything that I do, and I really think that's real, coward shit. When you talk a certain way and then you want to apologize to everyone or even the opponent. I mean, my opponents have a chance to get my respect when they fight me, and so even after the Curtis Blades fight, you didn't see me go and talk with him, and that's just the game. No ill will to him, but I wanted. Maybe if I was on the other end of a fight like that, I don't want my opponent, giving me hugs and saying it's okay.
Anything you'd like to say to the fans who run into you that might be a little intimidated to come up to you and just say hi, ask for photos, anything like that?
Yeah, no, I'm usually nice to all the fans, unless you take out 1,000 gloves out of your bag and you have me sign them, but. I'll sign a few and I'll say, how's it going? Just like anybody else.
Gotcha.
Okay. Good. A little bit better, guys? A little bit better? A little bit better.
All right. There you go. Good afternoon. My name is Jeff Nowitzki, and along with Donna Marcolini, we are two members of the UFC's anti-doping compliance team. We oversee the UFC's anti-doping or drug testing program. We're here today in a program known as Clean Athletes, presented by Thorne, our official dietary supplement partner. We recognize athletes with clean testing milestones. Today's recipient is Ciryl Gane, who's achieved 50 perfect tests under the 7-year tenure that he's had in the UFC. Before we get to Ciryl here, I'd like to introduce the other person we have up on stage with us here today. The Office of National Drug Control Policy, or ONDCP, is a component of the Executive Office of the President of the United States. ONDCP leads and coordinates drug control policy across 19 federal agencies in the United States with a budget of over $44 billion. The director of the ONDCP is Sarah Carter. She's known affectionately in the United States as the drug czar. She's appointed by the President of the United States and confirmed by Congress. And a few months ago, Chief Business Officer Hunter Campbell and I traveled out to Washington, D.C. and sat down with Director Carter and her team and realized that we are completely aligned in our policy, and we thought no better person to be up with us on stage today doing these presentations than Director Carter. So thank you very much for being with us here today. On to today's recipient, Ciryl Gane. We've had close to 100 recipients of the 50-time Perfect Test History jacket, but Cyryl's one of only a handful of them that have reached really the pinnacle of his division and of the UFC. This will be, I think, your 4th fight for a UFC belt. He held the heavyweight intern championship for a period of time, and that's a rarity that you see in professional sport. When you see that level of athletic achievement coupled with a very public history of clean testing here in the UFC. You just don't see that across professional sports. The other thing unique to Ciryl is the international element of this program. I know when we started 11 years ago, there was some questions, especially from the North American athletes, that, hey, will I be treated the same as athletes that are international? And I think what Cyryl's achievement here shows is it doesn't matter where you are in the world, whether you're in Paris, France like he is, whether you're in New York City, whether you're in a war zone. Carter just wants to say just a few things here to you before she puts the jacket on you.
That's okay. I could have held those, Donna, and talked at the same time. Ciryl, on behalf of the White House, on behalf of ONDCP, I want to congratulate you on making the choice to be drug-free. What an example you set for so many young people all across the globe. You're a phenomenal athlete. Thank you. Thank you.
There we go.
You're going to have to come down a little bit, Ciryl. I don't know. I'm going to call it up. There you go. Wow, that looks great. And on behalf of ONDCP, I'd like to give you this coin. Thank you for your achievement.
You guys good? Ciryl, over this side right here. Before we get into the fight talk, I guess, how does it feel to get this jacket to be recognized as a clean athlete?
Really happy because you must be focused not only
Personally, I know I'm an example, and you must be an example athlete for the young generation. This is about the value also, and but also structuration with my team, because you must be on point every time on your schedule when you're traveling everywhere, because we're traveling a lot. So you must be on point also like this. So I just want to say thank you also for my team.
Oh, to go off of that, what's the strangest place they've had to come drug test you?
Quel est l'endroit le plus compliqué où on est venu te tester?
Oh, no, I remember my really first time, I was really surprised about the system, because I just signed the contract, and one day after, I traveling to France, to the west side of France, because it was the birthday of my father, and I remember someone knock on the door. Hey, Ciryl, it's for you. Like, I say, who? Drug test. I say, wow, so fast. So, you see, everywhere you can go, everywhere.
And to look at this fight specifically in this fight week, I guess what's this experience been for you, in preparation for the White House? Because it's one thing to fight for a UFC title. This event seems to bring a lot more attention. You can see all the media. You've had to do a lot of interviews. How's this week been for you?
I've been there already. Like, now I'm a veteran. I like to say that. It's not my first time. I got no pressure about all of this now. Now I'm really comfortable with the situation, and of course this has helped me a lot. But I'm really more focused on my opponent. This is only the thing I need.
And the last time we saw you compete was back in October, I believe, against Tom. Obviously, we were waiting to see what was going on with Tom, but did you want to come back sooner? Because it didn't seem like you took that much damage against Tom.
Est-ce que tu étais pressé de revenir, puisque tu n'as pas plus de dégâts sur le combat de Tom?
Yes, of course. Just after the fight against Tom's, we returned to the gym just 1 week after the fight, because we're looking for something really quick to come back to the cage. Unfortunately, it's not happening, but we are here, so I'm also happy to be here.
And Alex is obviously very popular. He's one of the more popular fighters on the roster. So fighting him at the White House, does this feel bigger than the build-up for Francis and the build-up for Tom?
I'm gonna say maybe more than Tom, because but the fight with Tom was huge also, because a lot of people waiting for this fight, like new hybrid generation of heavyweight, well-rounded. So it was a beautiful event also, but this one's gonna be unique. It's gonna be just historic. So I'm really happy, and because also Pereira is a great champion.
And the last one for me, because we have so much French media here. How is France now? Because obviously you fighting for a title, Wemby's in the finals, Champions League just happened, World Cup's coming up. Just can you feel just kind of the magnitude that you're here on this platform while the rest of your country is also competing?
Yeah, this is my dream. Like, I got a belt, Wemby got the ring, and the French team gonna have the World Cup. So yeah, this is a dream. It will be crazy. It mean a lot. Like, France is a country of sport for sure.
Good luck on Sunday.
Just right here, Ciryl. Just here. Do you may want to say something about the sentence the UFC used in the embedded video? Who you say you want to knock him out? I think it's not the exact thing you want to say. Maybe you want to say something about it.
Yeah, it was not exactly my word, but this is the game. Just I'm okay with this. I'm really comfortable. But yeah, sometimes you cut my word, and you bring just some word. But like the people say, I never disrespect my opponent. And every time, like I say, I'm not a magician. I can't predict how I'm gonna win. I want to win by submission if it's possible, by knockout, or maybe by decision. Like, always my word. But unfortunately, yeah, he cut a little bit the word.
how do you handle the fact that it will be outside, the mosquitoes, all this stuff? It's something like you worried about it or not at all?
Ce sera à l'extérieur, il y aura peut-être des moustiques, la température. Est-ce que ça t'inquiète tout ça?
No. You see, when you go to the war, you are not focused on this type of details, but we do the best we can to do an adaptation. Of course, we try to work out outside with the weather, humidity, and yeah, we do the best we can.
Thank you, sir.
Ciryl, down here to your right. We obviously haven't seen you since that fateful night in Abu Dhabi. Obviously, the fight played out how it did. What were your initial emotions after the no contest was called?
But just after the fight, like, straight after the fight in the cage, I was a mix of feeling, like a little bit frustrated, a little bit angry, a little bit sad, because thinking about all the sacrifice I made. But after that, yeah, it was a good first round. So yeah, and injury-free, healthy. Like the most important is that, like, to go home, to see your family, wife and children. That's the most important. So yeah, really straight after the fight, I was a little bit confused, but after that, it was okay. I said, okay, we're gonna have a second matchup.
And I'm not sure if you've seen some of Tom's commentary on what's happened, but he basically pretty much, I don't want to put exact words into his voice, but I'm sure he said something along the lines of that you're a cheater. I'm not sure if you've issued a response to that previously, but if not, what is your response to Tom calling you a cheater?
Bon, j'ai compris la question. This is his opinion. You have a beautiful professional referee. The referee told me nothing because I respect the rules. It's just an opinion. Everybody, his opinion is okay.
And final one from me. What have you made of Alex's heavyweight transformation? He's obviously put on a lot of size to contend with you guys. What have you made of it? And do you think that potentially he might be carrying a bit too much mass and won't be able to maintain his usual cardio output?
No, he is a professional. He is a professional, so I'm pretty sure he knows what he do with his team. And for me, I'm preparing for because we expected the best version of Alex Pereira in the heavyweight, so with full speed, conditioning, and power. So I'm really not focused on this question.
Ciryl, en français, a few questions in French. La première, donc, c'est Alex Pereira. On sait que c'est un striker. Toi aussi, tu es prédominamment un striker, mais tu as aussi fait beaucoup de MMA dans ta carrière à l'UFC. Comment tu approches le combat contre Ciryl? Est-ce que c'est full striking, tu veux montrer que tu es meilleur, ou est-ce que c'est du MMA et justement tu vas lui montrer que tu es poids lourd aussi en MMA?
Oh, ben, je pense que tu me connais un peu, PY. Je suis du genre à m'adapter à toutes circonstances, que ce soit même sur la blessure ou les choses comme ça. Je suis quelqu'un qui s'adapte très très bien. S'il faut lutter, je lutterai. S'il faut rester debout et que je suis confortable et que je sens que je peux gagner plus debout qu'à la lutte, je resterai debout. C'est vraiment que de l'adaptation. Moi, mon but est de gagner et d'avoir cette ceinture. Donc, et puis tout le monde sait que je sais à peu près tout faire, même si les gens aiment bien sous-estimer. Comme tu l'as dit au début de ta question, je sais absolument tout faire.
And just two quick little more questions, in French also. Et là, c'est un combat en 5 rounds, et si ça se décante dans des derniers rounds, tu peux vraiment l'arrêter. Enfin, tu es un poids lourd, tu peux, si jamais tu l'as bien assaisonné au début du combat, tu peux vraiment le terminer. C'est quelque chose que tu as quand même envie de faire, de marquer le coup, si tu peux?
Bien évidemment, puis ouais. Bien évidemment. Non, mais bien sûr, j'irai chercher. C'est toujours quelque chose qui fait partie de notre ADN, nous, les combattants. De ne pas juste se satisfaire d'une victoire par décision. On sait très bien comment marche cette industrie, on sait très bien ce que ça peut apporter, et donc dès l'entraînement, c'est quelque chose qu'on travaille, bien évidemment. Donc si je peux aller chercher un finish, j'irai chercher un finish.
And quick last one in French, sorry guys for me. Et là, on t'a vu que tu as parlé du fait que tu étais un peu frustré après le combat contre Thomas Spinal. On a vu que du coup, ça t'avait encore échappé et de peu alors que ça partait bien. Sur les 3 combats que tu as eu contre Francis, contre John Jones, contre Tom, ça s'est pas passé comme tu voulais. Est-ce que là, ça te met une pression supplémentaire de dire purée, à chaque fois, j'aurais pu contre Francis et contre Thomas Spinal, et là, d'approcher ce combat un peu plus avec de la pression?
Non, pas du tout. C'est vraiment pas une chose à laquelle je réfléchis. Ça passe même pas par ma tête. C'est vraiment. Je suis très heureux de mon parcours. Je suis vraiment très très heureux de mon parcours et c'est mon parcours. Et on a tous un parcours différent. Et très honnêtement, je suis très heureux de tout ce qui m'est arrivé. Vraiment, que ce soit de la victoire ou de la défaite. Très très heureux de ce qui m'est arrivé. Et aujourd'hui, on est là. Ça se trouve, c'est grâce à ce parcours-là. Et une chose est sûre, c'est que j'ai vraiment envie de terminer tout ça. Ouais. J'ai vraiment envie de terminer le jeu et avoir cette ceinture. Ça, c'est un souhait très profond.
You had a controversial rematch with Alexander Volkov. And do you have any interest in closing that story with another fight?
Tu as une victoire controversée avec Volkov. Est-ce que tu as envie de refaire un combat avec lui?
Not necessary. I'm not interested to do too much rematch. That's not really interesting for fighters, I think, for my part. But yeah, the second fight was the first fight already was really tight. The second fight was also really tight, and it's always a pleasure to fighting a guy like Volkov. Volkov is a great athlete. He's a beautiful athlete, beautiful striker. He mérite. He deserves it. I like this guy. But not to have a rematch, not yet.
Bonjour Cyril, another question in French, just here. Est-ce que vous pouvez nous parler un peu du fait de combattre à la Maison-Blanche, devant Donald Trump, le jour de son anniversaire? Il y a une dimension presque politique là-dedans. Et puis, seconde question qui est liée à celle-ci, est-ce que ça accentue la pression ou est-ce que ça renforce la motivation?
Alors du coup, moi je le prends d'une manière très festive. C'est pour moi du positif. Est-ce que ça rajoute de la pression? Je ne suis pas sûr. La pression vient de mon combat, de mon opposant et de ma ceinture, à la limite. Mais de tout ce qui est aspect extérieur, c'est OK. C'est juste de l'adaptation. Mais ouais, depuis qu'on est arrivé, il y a quelques semaines déjà, quand on a visité la White House, il y avait un truc dans l'air un peu de festif, de célébration. Et j'espère que dimanche aussi, ce sera toujours dans cette dynamique.
Mais il y a un sens aussi un peu politique dans le fait de combattre aujourd'hui à la Maison-Blanche.
Pour moi, non. Pour moi, ma politique, la politique pour moi, c'est ma politique. C'est mon histoire, c'est mes choix, c'est mes combats et mes motivations. Pourquoi je le fais, c'est mes buts. Non, je ne suis pas du tout intéressé par la politique. Good.
Yes. Show him around, bring him like back of house, introduce him. He's that big of a fan. Why not? Yes. We can definitely make that work.
Hello. Yes. Director Carter. So nice to meet you, Derek. Yeah.
Director Carter is known as presidential anti-President Trump, and she controls all drugs. Hello again. We have our next recipient of our Perfect Test History program, Derek Lewis. Derek has actually already received his 50-time Perfect Test History jacket. He got that back in 2022. He is now one of just a handful of athletes that has achieved 75 Perfect Test History in the program. And when we presented Derek with his jacket back in 2022, he at that time had the record for the most TKOs in the UFC at 13. Well, since that time, he's accumulated 3 more. So he still holds that record, I think, by 3. And I think that's significant, and that's what this program is all about. Here you have the strongest, arguably the most powerful fighter in the history of the UFC, and he's done it clean throughout that tenure. He's been in the program since day one. This program launched June 1st, 2015. If you do the math, which I like to do, that's in excess of 4,000 consecutive days where Derek's been held accountable. He's had to file where he could be located to be tested, and every one of those 75 samples that he has provided have been squeaky clean. So Derek, congratulations again. Director Carter, I think, would just like to say a few words before she gives you your pin.
First, thank you so much, Derek. On behalf of the White House, President Trump, the Office of National Drug Control Policy, congratulations, congratulations, congratulations. I can't say it enough for choosing to remain drug-free. That's incredible. You're a real example for children all over the world and in the United States especially. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Here's your little pen. You forgot your jacket, though, man.
There you go.
You forgot
yeah. Well, we've got this beautiful pin for you right here. Thank you for everything you're doing, and thank you from the Office of National Drug Control Policy as well. A little token from us.
Appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Congrats, Derek.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Ready? Well, Derek, who would have thought? Oh. It's closed.
What the fuck was that?
Yeah, did you?
What was that? Who said I've been clean all this time? I told y'all. I don't got nothing against drugs, but, you know, marijuana every now and then help me out. But shit, if y'all don't give me a medal, I appreciate it. But next question.
She also called you an example to children. Were you ever expecting to get that praise?
Who?
She said you were an example to children all around the world.
Man, I'm going to tell, nah. I would say fuck them kids, but nah, I ain't going to do that. But
yeah, that sounds
that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
When is the weirdest time you've ever had to do a drug test?
It's always right after I take a shit for some reason. Then they have to wait like 3 or 4 hours at my house waiting for me to take a piss.
It's a sad story. So Josh Hoker was in here earlier, and he obviously had a few things to say. He said he wants to have you kidnapped by mimes so they can do unspeakable things to you. He said a lot of other stuff. Curious what you make of the whole Hockett experience.
Oh, that's pretty cool. You know, I'm a freaky type of dude, you know, so I don't mind some minds playing my booty hole or nothing like that.
Have you had it before?
No, my wife, nah, I ain't gonna say nothing. No, I ain't never had nothing before. Never mind.
When you look at his fight with Curtis Blades, do you anticipate he will come out and try and fight you in the same way, or is that just a recipe for disaster?
No, I don't think he's gonna fight me like that. I believe that he's gonna really try to utilize his wrestling and stuff like that. He'll probably try to stand a little bit. I believe that he's going to try to get me tired. So he's going to try to go to the body a lot and stuff like that, and a lot of clinch. And he's just try to get me tired.
Now, listen, obviously we're very excited to see your post-fight celebrations, throwing the cup, all that sort of stuff. But do you think maybe in this particular venue you might have to tone that down a little bit?
This is my first time here, so I got to make it memorable. So I'm sorry in advance.
Derek, you know, I watched an interview that you did earlier last week, and you said this will probably be the first fight where you won't hear fans kick him in the dick. So what are you expecting on Sunday with like kind of this very unique crowd out there?
I don't know. I don't even know who's going to be there, so I don't even know how the atmosphere is going to be. I just know it's going to be crazy.
Apparently.
This is my first time I've ever seen the White House besides like on a movie or something like that.
Did you ever want to come to the White House?
I wanted to come in the White House just to see how it is and do some things like Bill Clinton did in there and just say that I did it.
Have you met President Trump?
I haven't met him before, but I just talked to him on the phone. Well, I tried to talk to him on the phone, but the crowd was so loud, like after my fight in Tennessee, I couldn't really hear what he was saying, but I did hear his voice. Sound just like the South Park character. Yeah.
I also saw an interview where you said that you were going to, quote, go fist to ass when you were talking about this fight. So would you care to elaborate?
It's self-explained. Shit, if he try to grab me, I'm like all check and punch him in the ass if I have to. You know, got to get the win.
Derek, right here on the left, or center left. He said he's going to make you...
She raised her hand while you talking. I thought it was one of them things. Well, go ahead. My bad. Go ahead. What?
Okay. Josh Hockett said he's going to make you retire and make you sell old man ass wipe. Have you talked to Dude Wipes about getting in Werther's original combination?
That would be great to get some Dude Wipes because I do use Dude Wipes like the coffee flavor, so it'd be good. If he could hook me up with that, that'd be awesome. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, Derek, over here. You had a great interview with John Anik leading up to this fight, and you talked about, you know, making money, you're able to provide for your family, but it also hurts some of the relationships in your life. I'd like to know if another fighter coming up, similar goals, you know, were to ask for advice about, you know, taking care of the people around you, what would you say to them?
Shit. Don't do it because I did it and people still never satisfied. So it's no matter what you do or say, they still not gonna be satisfied.
I do have some lighter questions. Coming from Texas, are you going for the Spurs to get it done, or do you got to wait till next year for the Rockets to try again?
No, I just wait till next year. You know, if you know anything about Houston, San Antonio, and Dallas, we don't like each other, so fuck them.
And the final question, if you were president, would you want your birthday to be a holiday where nobody goes to work, or would you want your face on one of the coins?
You don't got no more options than that?
You want to be on one of the bills?
No, I wouldn't want to be on nothing like that. Like free food, buffet type stuff. That'd be good.
Thank you.
Derek, you said you don't even know who's going to be there in terms of the environment, but fighting outside is a little different experience. Have you been able to do anything to prepare for that? And I guess what are you expecting with potentially weather, bugs, that sort of thing that could be out there?
Not at all. The last time I fought outside, they locked me up 3.5 years. So I have experience in that thing. And I live in Texas, and we got mosquitoes and bugs all day long. You know, bigger than you. biting ass all day. So I'm used to that.
Derek, I asked Josh Hokett this. I asked him, what would the fans rather see? You take your pants off at the White House or Josh Hokett get on the mic? What do you think?
What do you think? I don't even like this guy, so I would like to take my pants off just because you said that. Please let me take my pants off. Right.
You got to ask the president, not me.
Nah, I ain't asking him. I'm going to just do it.
Derek, you're born in New Orleans, but Houston became your home. So who's on Derek Lewis' Mount Rushmore of Southern rap?
Say it again.
Who's on your Mount Rushmore of Southern rap?
Who's my Rushmore Southern? Southern rap.
Yeah.
Oh,
yes.
Pimp C, and Fat Pat.
Just what was the significance of it to you to hear that the president specifically asked for you on the card, and have you heard much about, if anything, why he is such a fan of yours?
I don't know. It was pretty cool though. So significance of it was like basically my life is like a movie. Like if you hear my story and know everything that I've been through, and coming from the bottom of everything you can really think of and going all the way to the top, it's like a crazy. Somebody need to write a book about my life, or a movie or something like that.
Hello.
Greg, right here. I feel like we've been talking to Dana so much over the last 12 months, and a lot of his answers are, oh, that's production side, that's production's question. So you're obviously up here, so I guess how's the last 12 months been for you, kind of trying to put this together?
You know, it's been wildly challenging, but also fun at the same time. I think when you're in this industry, you know, these are the challenges you look for to try to tackle with a team that we built over 21 years, at least 21 years I've been here. You know, it has literally been a year of daily, if not multiple times a day, of, you know, meetings, conference calls, logistics, on with the White House. Yeah, it's been a heavy lift, but you know, in a lot of ways, it's really rewarding and fun.
So when this was first pitched and the first blueprints were kind of put together to the finished product, I guess how close is what you envisioned to what is actually out there on the South Lawn?
It's remarkably close. You know, as we were leading up to the planning of the event, the first thing we were trying to figure out is what is this configuration going to look like on the South Lawn? What structure will we put in place, and how will we erect it? While we were going through those steps, we spent 3 or 4 visits to the White House where we were doing laser measurements of the South Lawn. Every time I was there, it always seemed like this is too small for what we're trying to build. Those trips paid off because, as many of you will see, the structure fits perfectly. I mean, within a 1/4 inch of what we had planned. And it allows us to maximize capacity and do a lot of the production elements and enhancements that we're looking for. So it's very close. We're making some fine-tuning tweaks as we speak to just to optimize some of the camera views, but it's very close to what the renderings and schematics.
Were there any hurdles or obstacles that you ran into that maybe you didn't envision until they kind of popped up?
Until we got on site, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, the first few days of load-in, we got pelted with rain, so that kind of put us behind the 8 ball a little bit on schedule. We made that time up, although it was incredibly hot. We didn't have the rain to set us back. The only thing I would say that we didn't really anticipate was the structure. Once it was in place, the height, at least for me, that the height of what we would call floor level, that was a little bit higher than I had anticipated. So we had to make minor modifications to it. But other than that, you know, it was pretty spot on. You know, I was pleasantly surprised just how much the plans and the blueprints really came together and were exactly what we were talking about leading up to this.
And we spoke to Dana yesterday, and I asked him if he was checking the weather app periodically, and he said, no, that's your job. And then this was his words, called you the most OCD man he's ever met. So are you checking?
Is that a compliment?
From Dana, probably. Are you checking the weather app periodically?
Oh, yeah. Well, more than weather apps. I mean, we are now at a period of time where weather can get fairly predictable. I mean, when you're 7 to 10 days out, you get a general sense of what's ahead of you. Now, starting with Friday, we have a pretty good idea of what we might be facing. So I'm not checking weather apps. I'm getting reports from our meteorologist who's on site and giving us hourly. Now he's at a point where he's giving us hourly updates of what the weather looks like.
Just last one for me. This is obviously an athletic competition. The athletes have to fight in an environment that they can. We've been asking the fighters about prepping for fighting outside. A couple of them have in the past, but obviously not of this. Steve Garcia said the weird thing was the mat got really hot, so like people were burning their feet, bugs, sweat, and everything. So how are you kind of planning or like game planning that, because these athletes do have to compete in front of people?
Yeah, I mean, we have a custom cover for the canvas, so that's going to protect us from any increased heat. Part of the reason why we picked an 8 o'clock start time was so that we could get some of the intense direct light or sunlight off of the canvas. We feel confident that the heat of the canvas, we have plans to mitigate that. Moisture and precipitation, wind, those are other things that we're planning for. But in terms of actual, the canvas being warm, yeah, I mean, when you're out in the sun, particularly this time of year, it gets hot very quickly. So we will keep it covered, we'll keep it cool. There also is a canopy overhead, which you've probably seen on this claw structure. The claw structure is that the structure that is 90 feet over the octagon, but there's a 100-foot canopy or tarp over that. That also provides a lot of shade and reduces the heat quite a bit.
What were you able to take away from your experience working at the Sphere and getting that event across the line to bring to this? And were there any similarities? Were there any massive differences that you thought were going to be similar and weren't? What was the experience of the Sphere brought to this?
So the Sphere, both events wildly challenging. The Sphere, much more of a technological challenge. This one is much more of a logistical challenge. But the thing that crosses over that is similar is assembling the right team. To make things even more challenging on this one, we have this fan fest of 80,000 people that takes a tremendous amount of infrastructure, planning, logistics. You can't really just be focused on event day. There's a lot of other things going on, including the Lincoln Memorial for the press conference. So the common crossover, though, is assembling the right team, the right specialists and experts in each area to go into battle with, to be honest with you. That was very similar, and I feel like we've assembled an amazing team.
In terms of rehearsal, I'm sure you're able to sort of rehearse the show run and everything like that a few times, but how are you able to rehearse things that might happen with the weather on the fly? How are you going to be able to rehearse changing the canvas, things like that? Are you able to do that, or is that we better hope we're good enough on the night of?
No, we're able to do that. I mean, the contingency planning, it's a fine line between trying to think of every scenario that could pop up and thinking of 2 or 3 options that we can tap into that would allow us to get through various scenarios. So, if it's weather, whether it be wind, lightning obviously presents a different set of challenges in terms of evacuating South Lawn, a little bit out of our hands. But the contingency planning, includes us finding broadcast positions within structures where we can continue to broadcast, and can continue to transmit the feed and report on what's going on. But when you get into these scenarios where, hey, you got rain, wind, lightning, you don't know how long it's going to be. Particularly sitting here now, we'll get a much better idea when we're 24 hours out for Sunday.
Just one here for me. Speaking about contingency plans, I know it was kind of ruled out, but obviously there's some arenas in the DC area. Was that ever discussed amongst the team, or was it just kind of ruled out? It's happening on the South Lawn no matter what.
No, we never contemplated going indoors or in a different venue.
Craig over here. I know we have to get through this week first, but what if Dana comes to you in a couple of months and says, hey, I want to do a fight in X location, another crazy place?
I wouldn't put it past him. We thought once we got through the Sphere event, we thought that was going to be kind of the pinnacle of challenges around the UFC, and it wasn't too long until we came up with this idea. Like I said, as long as they're not stacked on top of each other, and we've got the proper amount of time to plan, which we did for this event, we enjoy the challenges. The team. In any profession, I think when you start to do something for a period of time where you feel like, hey, you got a good rhythm to things, you're proficient in what you're doing, you want to, at least our team wants to challenge ourselves to see, well, how much can we push? We're pushing to the limits on this one, that's for sure, but there's a bit of an adrenaline and excitement, enthusiasm with the team trying to take this one on.
Was there anything you thought, was there anything you wanted to get done in this structure, in the claw, or a setting that you couldn't get done for any reason?
The only thing that we were not able to do was fly drones in terms of just production coverage. That was the only thing that we were denied access to. Everything else in terms of the build out, the lighting fixtures, all the effects, it's exactly what we wanted to do.
And if there is rain, I guess, even heavy rain or moderate rain. I mean, the fighters are covered. What about everybody else? Are they kind of in for it?
If we have light to moderate rain with no lightning, we're going to try to push forward. That canopy will help. It's more, floor seating, maybe a couple rows up, the bleacher packs. And then, there are people that will get wet. And to be honest, it's so high up that if we've got a bit of a breeze, the rain will start to creep inside that 100-foot diameter.
Craig, right here. I wanted to ask you, the Sphere event obviously had a great success, Emmys and all of this, the nominations. Dana has said, similar, telling the history of America. Are there goals of like, hey, we do want this to be acknowledged again come award season, or is that just kind of too high considering everything else going on?
We honestly do not think about creating events, programming, or broadcast with the intention to win awards. They are nice to be acknowledged. For me, it's really nice for the team to be acknowledged. I mean, you're talking thousands of people who've worked on this show. Knowing the effort that everybody put in to get to where we are today and hopefully a successful show on Sunday, it is nice to be acknowledged, but we don't set out to win awards. We try to create a broadcast that we're proud of and that we hope our fans are going to be proud of.
On a personal level, when do you feel the most satisfaction? When the credits are rolling on Sunday night, or when you get home after and you could get a full night's sleep and look back on it all?
It's a bit of a whirlwind. Show day is, including the few hours after we're off air, is still a bit of a whirlwind. I think it takes a day before you get a chance to kind of reflect on what happened the night before.
So, use your imagination with me a little bit. I'm Dana White. Craig, Elon told me it's possible we could do an event on the moon next year. How do you respond to that sentence?
Listen, I'll tell you that there's no doubt that Dana will come up with an idea that will challenge us to the limits again. I don't know if it will be an event location or a certain type of technology that has come on board that has been untested. Whatever it may be, you can be assured that he looks to push and challenge our team as well. We enjoy it, whether we're on the moon or Mars, or who knows where he's going next. We will give our full effort to try to figure it out and do it to the best of our ability.
Craig, down here. I know you said that you potentially that you'll wait out any rain or any lightning, but do you have a hard out, like how many a certain amount of hours where, if it continues, that you unfortunately have to pull the plug?
For our sport, because the athletes have to weigh in, that's kind of the window that we're working with. We have a little bit of flexibility on show day to move either forward or later. Nothing too significant, but we will try to make that call on any significant move. We'll try to do that with 48 hours lead up. So, it's a bit of a tricky game because as you get closer, obviously, to show day, the confidence in terms of weather patterns becomes just greater, higher probability in terms of the prediction of what we're going to be faced with. So, unfortunately, we won't be able to wait too long if we want to change the time in a significant way. We obviously need to protect the health and safety of the athletes and allow them to cut weight properly.
And in terms of actually on the night, have CBS and Paramount said that, look, this is your hard out, you have X amount of hours you can wait?
No, the team at CBS and Paramount Plus have been fantastic. We have maximum flexibility with them. So we have the ability to be on their platform really anytime we want to go. Obviously need to work in lockstep with them in terms of messaging, but we have the ability to go live in any window we want to go.
Thank you.
Craig, looking at when you get these crazy locations that Dana comes up with and all these ideas, I guess just from a production standpoint, when he gives you a venue name or an idea, What goes through your head? What things need to be ticked off before you can tell him, yes, Dana, we can make this happen?
The first one and the one that's the most critical is getting the vision for what we want to try to accomplish, which starts with Dana. You know, he'll give the idea, and then I got to find time where he can really, you know, dedicate a few hours to thinking about what do you envision this to be, which is, you know, that's kind of the architect phase. And when we're in that phase, all ideas and all concepts are on the table. And then once we fine tune that, once we hone that, then it becomes a, well, how do we do it? You know, the architects built this or designed an incredible home. Now how do you actually engineer and build it? So, and that's what takes all the time. You know, so as quickly as we can get to what's the vision for this, it helps us because we know the next steps are the steps that are really challenging and take a lot of time.
And lastly, I know a lot of people are really shocked that the event's even able to happen on the White House, a place that most people almost consider sort of sacred. We talked about how we got here, but what's the plan for afterwards, and what's the care that the UFC is taking to make sure that the venue returns as close back to where it started before this moved in?
So as soon as the event is over, we go into load-out mode in all, both of the ellipse and on the South Lawn. Most of that work will begin Monday morning, and we will work around the clock to try to get all of the equipment and structures off of both properties. And then obviously there will be some damage to the grass, and we will replace that and make sure that it's back to normal.
Hi, Selina Danielsen, TV2 Denmark. Just in line with what the journalist up there said about the White House being sacred ground, critics are right now saying that UFC is helping normalize the blending of politics and sports. What is your response to that?
I think the way we look at this is we have an unbelievable, incredibly unique opportunity to celebrate this country and our athletes, and that's what we plan to do on Sunday. This is a special time in this country to celebrate 250 years, and we have a lot of production assets to really lean into that narrative. And then all the while, we have an incredible platform now for our athletes to showcase their skills, and we're excited to do that as well.
Would you have accepted this invitation if it came from a Democratic president?
100%.
Craig, big picture, over the past, 21 years, the UFC broadcasts have been so cutting edge. Is there a secret to that success?
I truly believe it's team building. For me, and it took a long time, but for me, you know, there's a point in my career where I felt like I became more of a GM of a sports team than anything. And you know, with the payroll that I had, I went and assembled an all-star team to go execute a lot of all of the live events and original production that comes out of the UFC production department. And that to me is for what we do and the challenges we take on. It's the team around us. It's not just the production departments, the operations team, the communications team, the legal team. Everybody has a very similar mindset. They like these challenges. They look forward to taking on these challenges. And that's really, to me, it's fairly straightforward. It's the team that we have around us to pull this off.
And just a quick follow-up on that. You know, in the NFL, for instance, you build to the Super Bowl. That's the big production day. For you guys, it's every numbered event, which seems daunting. But again, it seems like your team and you have really become passionate about making each one bigger than the last.
We try to. Thank you. You know, that's kind of you to say. I think for us, another set of challenges. I mean, obviously, what we're doing on Sunday is completely different than going to arenas and stadiums and putting on numbered events. But the challenge there is, how do we try to reinvent ourselves? How do we try to raise the bar from one event to the next? And how do we try not to get into a sequence where it feels a little bit more of like rinse and repeat? So the athletes, obviously, and the stories of the athletes allow us to vary our approach. But we also try to do it with technology and the formatting of the show. Just continue to look for ways to push the envelope.
Right here, Ben from Montreal. Obviously, you and your team put your heart and soul into this. When you see controversy popping up and somewhat negative comments, how do you react personally? I guess you were expecting at some point, but is that something that ever happened to you, and how do you react to it after all the work of the last year?
You know, thankfully, the team is so busy right now. We're so focused. I mean, this may seem like an answer to a question that isn't honest, but we just don't have a lot of time to listen to the noise. We know it's out there. I've seen it, but there's no scrolling through Instagram and Twitter right now. I mean, I've been here since the 28th, and it is nonstop. I mean, it is as soon as we wake up, taking on challenges, making tweaks, making sure that we're on schedule. If we're not on schedule, catching up. So it's a nonstop race right now. So maybe that's a good thing because we're not paying attention to it.
And how proud are you right now? It's so close.
I'm proud because I can confidently say that we've gotten to a very good place, but we have a long way to go. You know, we're kind of like in the sixth inning of a baseball game. I got a lot of sports analogies today. We've got, the most important innings are in front of us. So we feel like we're in a good spot to have a very successful broadcast, but we got to keep our head down and continue to be focused on what we want to try to accomplish on Sunday.
Craig back here. What were the environmental assessments that had to be done on the South Lawn ahead of construction?
The main sequence of events to get final approval to build what we built, the structure, was us working with the White House and their internal team, including their engineers and their groundskeepers, to be sure that what we were doing checked all the boxes and was approved on their end. They have a pretty robust team that was looking at our plans. And that took several months of them reviewing what we were attempting to do, what our intentions were, and then coming back with some comments, us tweaking it, resubmitting until we got to a point where they approved.
And what can fans expect in terms of the story of America being told? Is it going to be similar to the Sphere card where there's small films between bouts?
Yeah, a little bit different in the sense that, yes, we do have some short films. Again, when you're talking about trying to strike that right balance, you can't do too much storytelling or you extend the broadcast to a point where we feel like it's not a good experience for the viewer at home. But you will see some films and storytelling in more of a traditional way in between bouts. And then we have a pretty heavy integration of celebration of the military. Obviously, I think a lot of people know that the military, all branches will be present, so we will have troops inside the arena. And we also have other elements in terms of pre-produced pieces coming in and out of break, where we're doing even shorter kind of bumps or teases that include the continuation of the narrative of the celebration of the 250th anniversary of this country.
Great. And then last one from me. On the broadcast side, what's the Paramount Plus contingency plan if the card is interrupted mid-fight?
So we have a few options. One is to stay on air, and we do have contingency planning where we can remain on air and continue to broadcast from a location close by the South Lawn. And if we feel like a weather pattern's coming in that will pass through and we can resume, we will. So we would not leave the broadcast. We would just fill and report from site. And then, it's a bit of an evaluation. So when we're going through that, we'll be, regularly to a meteorologist who's right now on site giving us updates. We'll figure out, what does this window look like? Do we have the ability to resume? Or what is the extent of the weather front that's coming through?
I'm sure you've been told this a lot when they announced this card. Names like you, Bo Nickel, were probably kind of locks in the eyes of many to be
Allegedly
a lock.
still on pins and needles for a while though.
So to go off of that, did you think you would be on this the moment they announced it, or did you actually sweat it out the closer we got?
I mean, I'm always hopeful that, with confident expectancy that everything's going to happen. But obviously during that time, there was a lot of chatter too with the whole Conor thing. Conor saying he was fighting me at the White House. So we kind of just laid low. I mean, I've been in the sport for so long. You really just got to hold it with kind of open hands. You are not in charge in a lot of ways. And I was hopeful. But here we are, man. When I got the call, I was obviously very relieved.
And we haven't seen you compete since, I think, last April. So I guess how's life been since then? Because I feel like even before that, you were doing the media rounds even when you weren't fighting, promoting Tough, coaching Tough, doing these guest scrums. So to kind of step back over the last year, maybe, how's life been?
It's been good. After the last fight, I'm very disappointed in my performance in my last fight. And I think sometimes as a fighter, you need those to really look at your blind spots, to really look at the areas where you need to improve, areas where maybe you feel like you need to improve, where you feel like you need to tweak your training, tweak your mindset, but you've just been firing on all cylinders, going 100 miles an hour ahead, and just keep doing the same of what you've been doing. Gave me an opportunity to step back, recalibrate, kind of coil the spring, so to speak, for the greatest platform and the greatest opportunity of my life, and in my opinion, a great opponent, the perfect opponent to fight on the White House lawn. So it's worked out really well. Spent some time with the family, but also, as I always do, stay very busy, stay very relevant, stay focused on continuing to build this beautiful life that I built over the last 15 years in mixed martial arts.
Well, to talk about your opponent in Rufi, a lot of people say, as close to a similar style as you can get with Conor, because long, fights wide. I also saw an interview where you said MMA is, quote, a little bit simple. It's a bunch of basic techniques with high probability. So when you break Rufi down, he obviously has spectacular moments. Are they those basic techniques wrapped in flair, or do you kind of see him as this incredibly exciting fighter that we all see?
I mean, I see him as a guy who probably grew up watching, mixed martial arts on TV and watching the highlights on YouTube and wanted to be a certain style and wanted to be a certain type of fighter. I'm a walk-on at the University of Missouri. I'm a wrestler. I'm a nonstop, in-your-face grinder type of guy. I've earned every single thing and fought for every single thing that I've done in this sport. And that's not to take anything away from him. I just think we have two different styles. I'm a hammer that's looking for a nail, and he's a guy who is, he's sometimes looking like he's playing a video game out there, right? So when the going gets tough, when the waters get deep, whenever the oxygen gets sucked out of the octagon, whenever things that you thought were going to work aren't working, whenever the big shot lands and I shake it off and I look you right in the eyes and I come and snatch your soul, where is he going to be? And I think we've seen that in the past. Like I said, not to take anything away from him, but I bring a different type of ferocity, a different type of pace, and a different type of chaos that a lot of guys, are surprised by. If you look at my body of work, check the resume. I've fought nothing but top of the crop in the UFC. You talk about some of these guys who have been champions, interim champions, fought for championships. They were able to withstand a lot of that. So we'll see how Hoofy does. Does he sink or does he swim?
And then the last one for me, maybe a bit of a strange one, but I'm sure you're getting paid really well by the UFC, and you're one of the more popular fighters when you fight. But you also come from an athletic background where wins and losses matter. So I guess for you, being incredibly popular and making good money is great, but at some point in the back of your mind, are you just I need a win here in the UFC?
Yeah, I mean, I'm always thinking about that. But, I think God created me a little bit different than a lot of people. I have who I am right here, right now, thinking about the tactics and the game plan of the fight. And then I've also got the guy who's got an indomitable warrior spirit inside of him. And a lot of times that's worked out really well for me. I'm not just a fly by the seat of your pants, just throw everything but the kitchen sink kind of guy. I have a system. We have a plan. And a lot of times that works and it breaks people. So that's why I'm so excited. That's why I put butts in seats. That's why I've been at Madison Square Garden 3 different times. That's why I'm on the White House lawn. That's why I have fight of the year after fight of the year, knockout of the year, debut of the year, fight of the night after fight of the night. It's just who I am. That is the cloth that I am cut from. And I plan on getting my hand raised. This one's for me. You know, that's over anything thinking about this camp. This one is for me. You know, it's not about proving myself. It's not about making people cheer. It's not about putting smiles on the UFC brass faces. This is about me getting my hand raised for America's 250th birthday.
Michael over here. Michael, you know, over the last couple of years, obviously, you know, the biggest online criticism, man, he's still holding out for this fight, et cetera, et cetera. You got this fight, you said, you know, like, I'm fighting on the White House lawn, whether it's Conor, whether it's not, and it happened. I'd like to ask on a personal level, do you feel that vindication? Do you feel like the quote, monkey off of your back to all of the stuff that people are talking about that I know that you've done your best to tune out over the last couple of years?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, you got certain fighters on the card who after the fact, after they were not put on this card, say, well, I didn't want to fight on this card anyway. There is no way in the world that somebody doesn't want to be on this fight card. When you talk about eyeballs, when you talk about platform, when you talk about reach, when you talk about the greatest moment of opportunity to showcase your skills to the world. So I always looked at it that way, and that's me not even putting on my red, white, and blue-blooded American hat on. Couple that with the fact that I'm, you know, a very proud American, wanting to represent this country, wanted to represent the UFC, wanted to represent myself on the biggest stage possible. But yeah, it was a lot of chatter. You know, these last couple of years have been very interesting, but I think I'm a better man because of it, and because I'm a better man because of it, I'm a better father and a better husband because of it. Sometimes things just don't work out. Sometimes the thing that you are chasing doesn't work out. Sometimes you hit your dream to a shooting star and it just doesn't work out. And did a lot of soul searching, and there was a lot of decisions needed to be made, a lot of pieces needed to be put into place. But as you saw, you know, whenever Conor pulled out of that fight, it was like, recalibrate for a month, let's see what happened. And I threw myself into the fire at Madison Square Garden, co-main event against one of the most dangerous guys on the planet, Charles Oliveira. I stole the show that night, even in a loss, and then got right back on the horse, probably a little bit too soon. I would say the coins or the bills. I would like those $250 bill or $250 bills. Those would be cool.
The coin, because otherwise it's too easy.
The bill.
There's been new places popping up. It's been a minute since you came over from Bellator to UFC, but now you got, you know, Netflix out there and other these. If you had advice for a fighter coming up, thinking about, hey, like, what should I be asking myself when these offers come in on where I want to fight? What should they be asking?
Man, I think it's experience. I always tell young fighters, don't think about the 20-year-old self, think about your 30-year-old self. What can you do over the next decade to create longevity in the sport, build a brand, build a resume? You know, there's all kinds of different backgrounds and all kinds of different storylines that happen in this sport till like 30. You got a guy like me who started fighting right out of college, but then fought outside of the UFC for so long and came over as a 34-year-old salty veteran. I mean, there's more than anything, I always looked at the UFC like a place that I wanted to get to, wanted to go to, and wanted to fight in. I just didn't know if it was going to happen. And the door opened, and I kicked down the door to the party, and I've had a blast, man. I said I wasn't here for a long time. I'm here for a good time, and we have had nothing but a good time over the last 6 or 7 years. So build the brand, be around the right mentors. I mean, the great thing about this sport now, too, is you know, it's not barroom brawlers anymore. It's seasoned veterans and professional athletes, people carrying themselves like professional athletes, like myself, where I don't have to fight. I want to fight. So find good mentors who have been there, done that, and kind of guide you. And, you know, if you want to sign with one of the other promotions for a little while, build your stock up outside the UFC. There's nothing wrong with that. The UFC is always going to be here, and they're always looking for great talent.
Mike, just down here, I'm going to get a little bit philosophical with you for a second. You know, for years your mantra has been see you at the top, and I think a lot of us felt that was UFC title. That's what that meant. at the moment where you are in your career, maybe that feels a little bit further away than it has in the past, and so does the Conor fight. But now, this weekend, being on the White House, a one-of-one event that will never happen again, being the American that you are and how passionate you are, could this be the top for you? Could this be the moment you've been looking for, the top that we've been hearing about?
I think this is the top of my career thus far, for sure. And I think, see you at the top is not a tagline. It's not about the gold. It's not about money or bright lights or anything. It's about becoming that person that you're chasing, that version of yourself that is out in the future that you want to become if you every single day hold the standard, set a standard, and keep doing it. I mean, I love the way my life has worked out thus far. I love the way that my career has worked out thus far, and I just keep getting promoted. In a win, I get promoted. In a loss, I get promoted. In a fight that falls through, I get promoted. I just keep getting promoted, and I feel humbled. I feel blessed. I feel amazing by it. God has had me in the palm of His hand my entire career, and I just continue to keep rising. Am I at the top? I don't know what is the top, right? The top is something different for everybody else. But yes, as we sit here today, this is the top of my professional career, fighting on the White House on fighting on the White House lawn for America's 250th birthday. But then there's going to be another top after that, and there's going to be another top after that. And he who diligently and arenas across the world, and I'm excited, man. It's been so much fun, and we still got more and more tops to go conquer.
Mike, just kind of going off that, I had Laura Sanko on my podcast this week, and speaking of you, she said this: I think with that American flag draped over her shoulders, walking out at the White House, if there was ever a drug that was legal to ingest, it would be Michael Chandler at the White House. He's going to be high as a kite in the best way possible. How much is patriotism fueling you this weekend?
It's this is the pinnacle. When you think about sports and you think about American exceptionalism, when you think about this beautiful country of ours, how men and women fought side by side to create this beautiful country, this idea that we had that turned into a reality, and all the sacrifices that have been made, and all the beauty that has happened over the last 250 years, coupled with the struggles that have happened over the last 250 years. I'm so proud to be an American, and I'm so proud to call myself an American. So to get to fight on a card this big, this historical, this illustrious, something that means so much. Everybody across the world, even if you're not watching, you've heard about this card, you're interested in this card, whether you like to admit it or not. And for me to be blue, for me to walk from the White House to the octagon to represent America, represent myself, represent just who I am and what this country means to me, man, it's a dream come true. Like I said, this is the top until tomorrow night, or until Sunday night is over, and then we go climb another mountain. But it's I shall be as high as a kite in the best way.
Kind of following up on that, I mean, it seems like every fighter that I've talked to over the last several months has been like, I want to be on this card. This is the White House more than any other thing in the that exists. When did you first hear about it, and what were your immediate thoughts? How did you kind of angle to get on this? And then secondly, why do you think every fighter wants this more than anything else of all the other places you could fight?
I mean, it's pretty simple. Like I said, let's take my American patriotism out of it. Let's take my love for the country out of it. when you get into the sport of mixed martial arts, when you get into any or fight Connor, whichever one. But obviously, I'm very happy I'm on this White House card, and they gave me an opponent. I said yes. The next day, they said, never mind, that guy's not available. How about Mauricio Hufi? And I said yes.
There's been a lot of talk about the fight between you and Conor, and now he's making a comeback. Do you still want to fight him in the future?
I'm focused on Sunday night. Obviously, it's a fight that makes sense. It's a fight that's got hundreds of hours of footage on the Ultimate Fighter and all of our lead up and all the build up, plus the photo shoots and the video shoots and the sound bites and the push and the storyline that Connor and I were in a training camp to fight each other, and an unfortunate injury happened 2 weeks before the fight, the canceled press conference, all the different things. So it's a fight that's already built. It's a fight that's already made. I don't understand necessarily why it didn't happen. Fighter in the UFC, and I'm under contract with the UFC. But as I've said in the past, Connor and I will cross paths at some point, compete against each other at some point. But right now we're focused on Sunday night.
The White House is a symbol of America. As an American fighter, how does it feel to compete at the White House?
It's a dream come true. Biggest stage possible, brightest lights possible. And I think even, going back to philosophy as we talked earlier, right? It's like even just thinking about this sport really, the UFC starting in 1993, this sport being around for a couple decades, somehow all of us 14 fighters were born at the exact moment to be at this point in our exact career, to be chosen for a fight card this big. If you really think about how small the percentage chance is that I'm sitting here right now, that I was born April 24th, 1986, and had this big long career and all these different fights and all these different opportunities, and somehow I'm right here in this position to get that one phone call that says you're fighting Mauricio Hufi on the White House lawn in front of hundreds of millions of people. It's a pretty humbling feeling. It's a pretty I just feel very fortunate, and that's kind of the theme of this entire training camp. I'm so fortunate to get to do what I do and what I have done for such a long time, and I'm excited to go out there and get my hand raised.
Yeah, Michael, you mentioned it's the biggest stage ever in mixed martial arts, one of the biggest in sports ever. And usually you would say, at the end of the day, it's just two guys locked in a cage just like you are every time, right? But it's outside. There's weather. There's other things that can happen. How different is that to prepare for, and what did you do maybe especially to do that?
It's a good question, because I definitely know that's one of the concerns that a lot of people, and it's something that Dana I love how the guy who runs the company is like, I hate outdoor events. I don't want to do it, but we're doing it anyway, right? And I think for him it's a challenge. It's another added layer, and it's another layer of intrigue for the entire world to say, well, not only are they doing it at the White House, not only is it on America, for America's 250th birthday, but it's also outside, and they built a claw, and it's right over there in the front of the White House. But I fought outside before, my second fight ever, I think. I don't really remember it being any different than fighting inside an arena. Of course, I trained down in hot, humid, bug-filled South Florida. We've hit some pads outside. We've moved around outside. We've ran outside. But truly, I'm not going to sit here and say I did a bunch of training outside, man. I have done nothing but compete since I was 14 years old. I have fought in the best of conditions, the worst of conditions, the loudest conditions, the quietest conditions. I've fought injured. I've fought sick. I've done all of the different things. So, more than anything, if I say you stack myself up against my opponent and you say, hey, here's these extra outside circumstances, I like my chances 10 times out of 10.
I mean, have you thought about like a variable, like a bug in your eye kind of thing? I mean, it's something like that goofy, but...
It's a good question. No, I have, and I think I would like to sit here and say, I'm not even going to notice it. I'll blink a couple times and hopefully it buzzes off. But, you suck in one into your lungs. I mean, it rains. Who knows? I think, as I said, I like my chances with a bug in my eye better than my opponent. I like my chances with a bug in my lungs better than an opponent. I like my chances 100 degrees, swampy, hot, and humid better than my opponent. So that's all that matters.
Sean, right here. You know, headlining the Sphere, fighting on the Paramount debut, fighting at the White House. We've always talked about you, you know, your star power and everything. But are these the moments that you envisioned and dreamed for your career when you decided to kind of pursue this MMA career?
Yeah, absolutely. Huge moments, big cards. Definitely, this is kind of what I envisioned coming up. You know, it's different. Like the Sphere fight, and I didn't get the win, so it's like hard to look at that as like this sweet moment. The White House card's epic. You know, I'm not the main event, I'm not the headliner, so it's also like kind of this. You know, I'm honored to be on it, super excited to be on it. You know, I think. But yeah, this is what I envisioned, kind of getting into the UFC, wanting to put on big fights.
Has the build to this felt any different from those big moments, considering, you know, it's at the White House, there's obviously tons more media you're going to have to do, fighting outside, preparation and everything. Has this felt different to you?
Not yet. It hasn't quite felt different. Just feels like another fight week so far.
And Eamon, you said you had asked for him in the past. Why specifically did you want to fight him at that time, and now you get him now? Was it the stylistic matchup? Was it the ranking? What exactly went into wanting to fight Eamon?
Yeah, I mean, after the second Merab fight, Eamon called me out. I said, yes. UFC said, you're fighting Song. I was like, all right. And then this comes around. I wanted to fight Peter. They said, Eamon. I said, all right. I mean, I like the matchup.
When he was in here and he said, a lot of the game plan went to pressure, pressure, pressure. You've made a career off of, counter punches and putting people down like that. If he does present this pressure that he keeps talking about, is that just kind of feed into maybe another knockout that we haven't seen since 2023?
Absolutely.
How do you prepare for a guy like Eamon, who he's been soccer kicked in the face by Jose Aldo, went to war with Cheeto, so we know he can take damage. Is this so how do you prepare for someone like that?
Turn 15-minute timer on and punch the punching bag for 15 minutes. I mean, Cheeto's as durable as it comes. You guys saw what it did to Cheeto. It could be, that Chris Montinho kind of style, come forward, get hit, but come forward. It's kind of what I'm expecting out of him, except for I don't think he's going to be able to take the shots.
How was the podcast with Lil Dicky and Benny Blanco and everything?
It was incredible. Yeah, it was awesome meeting those guys, being around those guys. We had a great conversation, and it was a fun time.
Good luck, man.
Sean over here. Yeah, back here. So, back here. If Josh Hokett starts arguing with Ilia Topuria and Alex Pereira at this press conference, how do you plan on responding this time?
I mean, it just didn't involve me. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Like stand up, fuck you, or I don't really know what I'm supposed to do. I'm not gonna do shit to Pereira. Ilia, he's still short, but he's still Ilia. So I don't know. I'll just kind of mind my own business.
And another one from me. We Are Doing Well business is really taking off. You've got your third flavor out. How often do you use that in your training, and are you using that in the lead up to this fight?
I appreciate that question. It's doing good. It's doing well. I'm drinking a lot of electrolytes and hydration, especially living in Arizona right now and training for this fight. So multiple times a day, coconut lime, raspberry, mango, usually hitting about one each every day. Slowing down now. Going to start cutting weight, unfortunately. But, yeah, thank you.
And what's your favorite of the three?
God, I go back and forth. I'm going to probably raspberry, though.
Sean, right here to your right. I know you had said a lot of requests for the red, white, and blue hair. Is this just like look one for the week, or is this what we're bringing into the cage?
Yeah, I wanted to keep it, sugar. Also, appreciate the fans, what they want. Red, white, and blue. We did a little red, pink, and blue. Mix it up. You got the sugar in there. The white's kind of hard to do. The other colors will bleed into it. So we got a little sugar, a little America.
Sean, what are the unique challenges to your left? What are the unique challenges of fighting outside, and maybe what did you do particularly to prepare for maybe the variables that could come that you're not really expecting?
Yeah, I mean, humidity is a real thing. It can get your heart rate higher than it typically would be, inside an air-conditioned place. And as a fighter, your goal is to kind of keep your heart rate low at a certain point. So, that's the biggest thing is the humidity. The bugs would not be fun, but also you're in such a different mindset and different world when you're inside the octagon. Like, I don't think I'm going to really, maybe if there's thousands of, mosquitoes, but if there's a couple, I'm not really not too worried about it. But I think it's going to be a beautiful day, and it's going to play out perfect.
Sean, over here to your right. You've always been a guy that brings in kind of the casual audience to some of these cards. So in terms of, this stage that we have now here with the White House, what are the expectations in terms of potential growth even more for your brand?
Yeah, that's what's so massive about this White House card is there's going to be people that don't even know who any of us are. They're going to watch it because everyone's watching it. It's kind of one of those things like, oh, if you're watching the fights, I'll sit down and watch them. And then you see this colorful character go out there and put on a beautiful performance and an insane knockout. You're like, okay, I want to maybe invest in that guy's career and see what he's doing and become a fan. So that's the plan.
There's a plan to go to work with Tommy right after this.
Yep, Tommy's got a big fight here in 6 weeks, 5 weeks, whatever it is, and the plan's to be there for him.
Hey, Sean, have you been able to walk into the octagon yet and feel what the canvas is like outside? I know a lot of fighters like to do that before the fights.
I don't even know if the canvas or the cage is up right now. I have not had the opportunity to do that. Maybe Thursday we can, but yeah, I'm not sure.
Sean, before fighting Peter Yan, you told Michael Bisping that if you beat Peter, that would change everything. And now, before the White House, you think it did?
Beating Peter Yan, I mean, that led me to the title shot, led me to knocking out Aljamain Sterling. Completely changed my life, my career, everything. So yeah, definitely getting that win over Peter was huge.
Thanks.
Sure. The White House is a symbol of the United States. As an American fighter, how does it feel to compete at the White House?
Yeah, it's insane. I enjoy going to these different places: Boston, Miami, Abu Dhabi, Vegas. Just fighting in different places is fun. Now we're fighting at the White House on the lawn. It's insane. It's hard to wrap your head around. It's going to be. They'll somehow find a way to outdo it again someday, and hopefully I'll be a part of that too. But yeah, it's awesome.
Sean, if you're doing impressively here, should UFC give you another title shot immediately?
I don't know if my next fight will probably be for the title, but I don't know if the next title fight will involve me in it. It seems like Peter Marab's kind of the way it's leaning, but whether I wait or take another fight, I don't know. It's so hard to predict how these fights play out. Going with, taking it one fight at a time.
Right here, Sean. Do you think that it's important for you to finish Zahabi before he can develop a game plan that makes the fight ugly or kind of boring?
I think it's important to finish him in general. I don't think 15 minutes is enough time for him to figure me out. I don't think, he's going to come in there, try to kick my legs, try to take me down. It's been everyone's game plan since I started fighting. So very well prepared for that style.
Thank you.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
今僕が来た時外した時に来た時全然思いっきり入ってきた。
Kyle, right here.
What's up?
What's up, man? Since you got back to the UFC, it's been, I think it's been China, MSG, and now fighting at the White House. So I've been asking everyone this, like, just how's life been since this announcement? Did you even expect to be on it? And I guess does it actually feel bigger preparing for a fight?
Definitely didn't expect to be on the card. I said before I didn't really think I deserved to be on the card just based off of the caliber of fighters that are on it. But if you take a look at it and kind of take a step back and look from the outside, like my story and stuff like that, I think it all comes together that, me being on this card, kind of shining on this card, you couldn't have written it any better to have a story like this. Life really didn't change that much after the call or the announcement. Kind of life is just the same, and that's how I have to imagine. I can't imagine this thing is too big than anything. It's nothing different, There's a man across the cage trying to go after me. It's the same size cage as we fight in. It's 3 5-minute rounds, and it's with the same company, so it's no different than any other fight.
Well, you said after your MSG win, you came back and talked to us. You said, quote, the sky's the limit now after MSG. So does it, I guess, I know you didn't expect to be on this card, but like, what did you expect coming off of that big win in MSG?
I don't even know. Like, it's very unpredictable with the UFC, like as far as like where you can get projected and whatnot after good wins and stuff. After 2 finishes in the UFC, obviously you would think that there would be a potential number next to your name, but I think a fight like this against Bo will kind of do that as well. Like a good performance against him, a good finish on him, would definitely put me with a number next to my name.
And how has been preparing for Bo Nickel specifically? Because after the Gerald fight, you told us you kind of focused a lot on striking and anti-wrestling. So how's preparation been for Bo?
Pretty much the same. Bo's a very talented guy. He's got a high caliber of wrestling that obviously you need to be weary of. He hasn't shown like a ton of it in his fights, I feel. I feel like he wants to get up there and strike and showcase both of his skills and show that he's very well-rounded. I'm very welcoming to that as well. But yeah, I'm just prepared for
We've seen you at least in the UFC.
Yeah, just being comfortable with my feet, really. I knew I had to make a change of becoming more well-rounded, and I had to showcase that as well. And I feel like the last CFFC fight that I had that I won by knockout, I feel like that really showed my improvements and my kind of maturity in the sport. I wasn't going to go out there and just go diving for legs or anything like that like I did prior to the UFC. But yeah, I just feel like me showcasing my skills is good, and it's just makes me more of a threat in the division.
I think after your last fight, your wife was in the stands pregnant. So I guess how soon after that fight did she give birth, and how's the little one doing now?
The baby stayed in until, I think, 39 weeks, so he stayed in the whole time. She had to get a C-section because it was breech. So like her recovery and stuff has been a long time, but the baby's great. He came out, he was huge. I think he was like almost 8 pounds. And yeah, he's a big boy. And my wife is 4'11", so that tiny woman holding a big baby like that, it's rough. But yeah, he's really good. He's probably about 20 pounds right now. He's a big, thick guy. So yeah.
You said his middle name was going to be Atlas?
Yeah, his middle name is Atlas. Yeah. First name is Cal.
Worked out then, I guess.
Yeah, that's right. He's bigger like.
Kyle over here. Bo Nickel is a Penn State alumni. You represent Philly. Who's the Pennsylvania crowd going to be rooting for on Sunday night?
I mean, the wrestling community at Penn State is huge. They have a huge backing and very good support, which is good to see. I know all the diehards, the wrestling fans are always like on his side, which is fine. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter to me. I'm just going out there to perform. I feel like whoever wins, they're going to support no matter what. But I'm getting my hand raised Sunday night.
And you've obviously earned a spot on the White House card. You've worked your way back up. You have a very inspirational story, but I'm sure you've gotten way more eyes on you these last few weeks. Have you been able to capitalize on it from like a business and sponsorship perspective, or how has life changed that in that regard?
I mean, life hasn't changed too much, honestly. Yeah, I mean, I got a couple of sponsorships here and now. I'm with Alp, Sip Elixirs, they're good. Yeah, my brother and I opened the gym up a year ago, almost like to the day, kind of. But yeah, we have a gym. We have a huge, base at the gym, a bunch of students now. I will not say we have an influx of students based off of my White House announcement or anything like that. I feel like it's just an influx of students just based off of our caliber and history of fighting. But yeah, the gym is booming right now. We have a big team. I've also been going down to Marquez MMA and getting a lot of work in with those guys. I'm very grateful for them, and they're very welcoming. And yeah, any good looks I can get in Philadelphia, we're all one team. We're all supporting each other, and it's good to see.
Awesome. Best of skill on Sunday.
Thank you.
Kyle over here on your right. Hi. Gonna start with a couple of fun ones. Been asking all the fighters on the card, if you were president, would you want your birthday to be a national holiday, or would you want your face on one of the coins?
Face on one of the coins, I'd say.
Do you have a preference which one?
No.
From Philadelphia, do all of the fighters in town run up the Rocky steps, or is that just too cheesy and corny to replicate all the time?
Yeah, it's a little cheesy and corny. It's kind of a tourist thing. Obviously, you have to remember that Rocky's a movie, and it's not a true story. So I feel like Philadelphia gets it based off of that, and they think that it's a big thing. But you have to remember it's a story and it's fake. So.
A couple more serious ones. Bo, it's out there. Obviously, he's visited the White House as national champ, played golf with the president, etc. Have you had to mentally hey, I know the VIP of the crowd is probably on both sides, but just hey, you got to tune it out like anything else. Have you had to kind of go through that mentally a bit?
No, not really. I mean, I know that obviously you figured who was going to be on the card. You really didn't know who he was going to get off the card. I feel like they're trying to test him against me to see how well he does, and it's my job to go out there Sunday and prove that they're kind of wrong about him. But yeah, all that outside stuff is noise to me. It's not really anything personal or anything or whatever. Sunday night when the cage door closes, it's just me and him in there. I mean, he has the support of them outside, but that doesn't really bother me at all.
Then, just final one. With your brother in the UFC, obviously, watch his career. Was there ever a time where it's hey, you see him main events, get the poster and everything. Obviously, you're working on it yourself, but siblings is hey, you see that, you're so close to it. Did you ever have to process any jealousy and just kind of put that aside?
Nah, no jealousy whatsoever amongst me and my brother. My brother is my best friend. He's my number one guy. He's my number one training partner. There's nothing better than seeing your brother win. And obviously, if he wins, I win as well. So it's always good. It's always good to support. We've always been there in each other's corners. I've always backed him no matter what, and he's always backing me no matter what fight it is or whatnot. Seeing him do main events and stuff like that, obviously, that's something that, as a fighter myself, you want to chase as well. It's just extra motivation seeing him do it and get that stuff. But yeah, I mean, I know my time's going to come, and then this is just a start on Sunday night.
Kyle, right here. You mentioned you're blocking out a lot of the outside noise around Bo, but do you feel if you win this fight, you're going to get the appropriate respect for what this does and for your career? Do you think a lot of it's going to be Bo wasn't this super fast track champion we thought he was going to be, and all this hype wasn't warranted? Do you think it's going to be focused on him, or are you going to get your appreciation?
No, I mean, I think I'll get my appreciation off the win. I mean, I'm a talented guy. I know I'm very talented. I have the capability to go out there and win. I have stackable proof behind me right now that shows I started out 9-0. I'm on a 6-fight winning streak right now. I think I'm very respected in the sport. Am I overlooked? I feel like because I'm fighting Bo and because Bo has a bunch of clout, yes, kind of. But again, I don't take it personally or anything like that. I'm just going out to perform on myself and make sure that I get the job done on Sunday night. And after that, potentially I have a number next to my name. Good.
Hey, Kyle, so we just spoke on the radio a few minutes ago. Thanks for doing that.
No problem.
One question I wanted to ask you, I know you have a huge respect for the history of the UFC. If this fight were to happen 10 years ago, who do you think would be on the card?
Wow. 10 years ago? I have no idea. Man. Who were the champs 10 years ago?
Well, you got Randy Couture, Matt Hughes,
yeah, obviously
George
the big
St. Pierre.
Yeah. GSP,
Anderson
Randy
Silva.
Couture, yeah, all those big guys. Obviously, they would have a stack card that would be like probably like UFC 100, I guess, something like that. Yeah.
All right, that's all.
Good. Thank you, guys.
Alrighty, let's get this over with so I can get in a fight.
Justin, you have said leading into this fight, based on the press conference you shared the stage with Ilia last time, that he gets overly emotional sometimes, and other men has a power over him when he does that. Do you feel like you've gotten him over emotional with some of the comments made in the lead up to this fight?
I hope so. I hope he's going to come out very aggressive.
Is there any part of you that feels like, man, maybe I should just lean all the way into it at the press conference, cuss him out, and try and really rile him up and get him out of his game plan, or is that just not you as who you are?
Yeah, it's not. I mean, I'm definitely not trying to be something I'm not. Most of the time, I'm just being a funny guy. I think I'm a pretty funny guy. A lot of things when something's in text, it's very, very hard to understand the context of things rather than when you see a video.
Were you surprised he took some of the, you would leave him as well comments quite so badly, or did you kind of figure he would maybe?
No, I mean, again, nobody's ever seen a video of that interaction. Nobody. You can't pull it up. It's not out there. They only put the text out. So I was joking. I thought it was funny.
You said in this fight that you have to do something that other guys don't tend to do against Ilia, and that's go forward and be very aggressive. Is that the game plan, or are you kind of giving us a bit of misdirection there? What exactly is your intentions in this fight?
Everything's misdirection. I'm never gonna, show my cards before the fight. So we'll see.
When you look at Ilia's resume, and you fought the best of the best as well, right? But
Yeah.
him beating Max and Volk and Charles in the way that he did, where do you rank him against the names that we consider greats, like those names? Where do you rank him in his
He's up
skills?
there. I mean, his last 3 fights have been spectacular. He is one of the best in the world. He is the best in the world right now. He's considered the best in the world. Top 2. He's number 2 on the pound for pound division list. And yeah, this is a huge task for me. Huge challenge. I'm a huge underdog, and I love the challenge.
This might sound like a weird question, but you just mentioned there the odds and the fact that you're the underdog. Do you consider yourself the underdog here? Do you look at him and think, man, this is a challenge, I'm going to have to really be on my best? Or do you think, like, no, these people are counting me out way too early and they don't know what I know?
I mean, he's beat 2 people that knocked me out. Well, Charles didn't knock me out, but he pretty much knocked me out before he choked me out. Yeah, I mean, he's up there, man. This is a huge challenge for me. Huge challenge. But I don't see myself as the underdog. I feel like I'm ready and I'm capable of beating this guy, obviously. I wouldn't be at this stage, and I wouldn't be in these level of fights if I didn't have that self-belief in myself.
Justin, right here. I've watched a couple of your interviews, and a lot of the questions surround, like, are you excited to fight at the White House? What do you think of the magnitude and this and that? And you've responded a few times with, I don't have emotions about this right now. It's just like a normal fight week and everything. You've also used phrases like, I don't expect to be alive Sunday, or Monday for this one, fights are Sunday. Is this something you've learned along the way, or have you always been like, shut out the noise and this?
I mean, I've learned, again, through, if you don't understand and believe the danger is real, then your body doesn't do like primal things. And I need to, obviously I am in danger, and the danger is real, and so I just convince myself and believe it as much as I can so that my body will go to a special place. In these fights, I'm able to perform the way I perform because I go to a very primal place. It's not like I'm in there having thoughts and making these choices. This is just who I am, and it's how my body, reacts to these situations.
So you don't like to look past the fight nights, but do you ever reflect on your career, like fighting in that empty arena, going to Abu Dhabi to fight Habib, the Paramount debut, Madison Square Garden? Do you reflect on that after the fact?
Yeah, I do. I use it, for lessons, to not repeat. Again, Oliveira was at home, home field advantage in Arizona. I had already failed fighting for the belt once. This is my second chance. I wanted it so bad, and the more you want something, the worse you do sometimes. So, yeah, you can't make it bigger than what it is.
And then one of the things you said that stuck out to me at Media Day before the Patty fight was you were kind of responding to what he was saying, is that, like, he's not experienced the build to a title fight, preparing for these 5-round fights, and you know what to expect. How do you prepare for a fight outside at the White House? And as Dana White said, Super Bowl numbers for this event, because not only have you not experienced this, I don't think anyone will experience this.
Yeah, I mean, again, whenever there's so much danger in front of you, none of that matters. The humidity is the only thing that's going to be a factor. We're going to be either sweatier, hotter, you know, and so I put myself into hot environments. I put myself into a sauna before my workouts so that I go into and go through my workouts, you know, with my body heat elevated, or I go into the sauna mid-workout and, you know, really peak my temperature, my body temperature, so that I have to perform in that atmosphere. And all I can do is try to replicate the atmosphere that I'm going to be in. Look at all the almanac information from the last 50 years, and you know it says between 70 and 80% humidity. But I have been here the last 3 or 4 days. I've been outside around the time I'm going to fight, and it's been nice. It's been really nice. Nothing compared to the sauna.
Hello, Justin. Quería saber cómo afrontas este combate y si piensas que tiene Ilia Topuria más presión que tú por ser el campeón y tiene que defender su legado, o la presión la tienes tú por ser la estrella estadounidense sosteniendo un evento en la Casa Blanca.
I just want to see how you see this matchup. Do you think Ilia Topuria has more pressure on him because he needs to defend his legacy and his belt and everything else, or you, the pressure for being the American that is defending his ground in the South Lawn of the White House?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of both. I think, you know, the way that he's talked about me and the way that he's diminished my abilities really puts him into a corner where he has to have a spectacular performance, or else he's going to, you know, have even if he wins and has a tough fight, he's going to have a tough fight against the guy that he says does not belong in the cage with him. And so that puts a lot of pressure on yourself to have to, you know, finish me early. He's going to finish me in the first 2 minutes, he says. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of pressure. This life comes with pressure. You know, I never would have expected to be sitting in front of all you guys and having to answer all these questions. I'm supposed to be, you know, in my small hometown doing nothing, working in a mine probably. So yeah, this whole life has been crazy and there's a lot of pressure, but I love pressure, and that's why I chose this life.
Un poco de ambos, porque en verdad de todo que habló él, de la manera como me subestimó, que habló un poco de mis habilidades, o sea, creo que la presión se vuelve hacia él porque dijo, bueno, si no gana bien, si no gana con un performance histórico dominante, básicamente tuvo dificultades con un tipo de quien habló, que dijo que no merecía, que no debía estar acá, o sea, un poco eso pone presión a él. Ahora, de mi parte, es una vida que tiene presión, es una vida que viene con presión. Yo no jamás imaginaba que iba a estar acá hablando con todos ustedes, hablando con esto. O sea, yo pensaba que iba a estar viviendo una vida calmada en mi ciudad natal, o sea, ahí trabajando en los minerios y qué sé yo, pero estoy acá, o sea, es una vida que viene con presión por sí misma.
Y la última pregunta, después de todo el último cruce de declaraciones, incluso el face-to-face que tuviste de manera pública con Ilia Topuria, ¿crees que esta pelea ha dejado de ser tan con una perspectiva amable y deportiva para pasar ya a ser un combate con implicaciones personales con Ilia Topuria?
And do you think of the stuff that kind of got cross-wired and the comments that were made, and then after, you know, the face-off and every that you guys had, do you think this now transcends a little bit of the sport matchup and the fact that you're just guys having a fight, or maybe this got a little bit too personal by the time it gets to the White House on Sunday?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if you guys have to understand we're going to try to hurt each other. So there's nothing more personal than that. Words mean nothing, and nothing that's been said will mean anything on June 14th when I get in the cage with this guy.
O sea, lo que tienen que entender es que nuestro trabajo es hacer daño uno al otro, o sea, golpear uno al otro, o sea, no importa, las palabras no significan nada, y nada que hemos hablado o dicho en este momento va a significar nada hasta el 14 de junio.
Thank you so much, Justin.
Justin, we saw an embedded. You were doing some training at the FBI headquarters. What was that like?
Yeah, it's cool. I'm working out there all week. They have a nice little gym. It's perfect.
And going back to what you said about Ilia kind of setting a super high standard for himself and what he's saying, like saying no doubt in his mind he's going to put you away inside 2 minutes, and we've never seen anyone do that to you, even in the fights you've lost. It's never an easy out for them. So is he even overlooking that element that, like, you know, even if it does go his way, the resistance you presented there, no one's doing that to you?
Yeah, he's been wrong about me so many times. I mean, I heard when he heard that I was going to fight Paddy Pimblett, he said I had zero chance. And, you know, I definitely won that fight. And, yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what he thinks or why he thinks the way he thinks. But this is a crazy sport. He definitely could knock me out in the first 2 minutes. It wouldn't be because he's that much better than me. It's because this sport is so fucking crazy, and anything can happen.
And is that the difference between you guys? You always say you make peace with the worst possible outcome before you get in there, and it allows you to fight the way you want to fight. Is that maybe something that he hasn't experienced yet in knowing how to do that?
I mean, he's found success doing it the way he does it. We're all different. You know, nobody's gonna approach this the same. This is a crazy life, and yeah, I mean, it's just again, he's backed himself into a corner because when we go to the second round, you know, what's he gonna? You know, how is he gonna justify that to himself? We go to the third round, he's bleeding. How is he going to justify that to himself when it should have been over already in his mind? I do not go in there with expectations. I expect 25-minute war, and I expect to have to dig deep and have to overcome a lot of adversity, and I'm ready to do that.
And last one, I know you said one of the records you're most proud of is the 9 bonuses in your first 7 UFC fights. There's a man on this card named Josh Hokett who has 4 in 3 fights. Are you worried he might be threatening your
He's on track. He's on track. 4 and 3, yeah. I mean, he's right there. He needs a double bonus one more time in his next 4 fights.
Thanks, Justin.
Justin, I think one of the advantages that you have had in certain fights in your career is your ability to just go into a fight without emotions. But when you're getting ready in the Oval Office and you're walking down, you know, on the White House lawn with an American flag, have you even had to ask yourself, you know, what are my emotions going to be like walking into this fight?
No. Not really. I'm going to be in control. I'm going to be present. I'm going to love it. You know, seeing all the military there is going to be great. But I'm walking into a cage against a guy that's trying to hurt me very badly. And so none of those things really matter.
And the last one for me, you might not have too much to say on this, but I mean, it is weird how sports are like this sometimes. Like, do you start to believe in fate a little bit? Like, you talked about how your first fight was outside, this fight is outside, this is your chance to win an undisputed championship. It's happening on the White House, you know, as an American. Do you start to believe that, like, destiny is playing in this, or do you not play with any of that?
I think my destiny is to inspire people through my actions. I don't think that I deserve anything more than anybody else. I don't think I'm better than anybody else. I don't think I've been chosen by God. I constantly thank God for these opportunities and for this life and for the opportunity. I ask to be used in the best way possible. If that's losing and then showing people that life goes on and you could still, you know, have the desire to be happy and live, then that can happen. Then I'll take that. You know, whatever, but I don't think I'm better than or I deserve anything. I think I've been put here to show people how to be accountable and to thrive under pressure.
Justin, over here. You mentioned you were the underdog. It's been going around all over the internet last few days. Arman Tsarukyan placed a $1 million bet on you to win. I guess what's your thoughts on his vote of confidence in you?
I have zero thoughts on anything outside of myself and this fight.
Thank you.
Can't worry about that stuff.
Hola Justin, eres una leyenda, serás Hall of Fame, has logrado casi todo lo que se puede lograr en el deporte. ¿Dónde crees que te colocaría una victoria sobre el que es actualmente una de las mayores superestrellas de la UFC como Ilia Topuria?
You're already a legend. You're going to be a Hall of Famer. You've accomplished so many things that many people have not been able to accomplish in the sport. Where do you think a win against someone who's actually having this legendary run and has done what Ilia has done would put you in this whole thing?
Yeah, I think it will absolutely solidify me as obviously the most exciting, the most consistent, but one of the most legendary fighters that's ever stepped inside this cage. And I've been a huge fan of this sport since the beginning, and I've seen everybody's career. I've seen everybody's story, and yeah, I think mine would be at the top. This is movie worthy.
Yo creo que me pondría en una posición, o sea, histórica. Estamos hablando de una persona que es emocionante, consistente, que ha hecho todo básicamente en este deporte. Y yo soy hincha de ese deporte, soy aficionado a ese deporte desde el inicio. Yo he acompañado la carrera de todos que están involucrados en ese deporte. O sea, sería cosas de película básicamente.
Justin,
And the last time you fought against powerful striker was Rafael Fiziev twice and Dustin Poirier. You did a very good job in these 3 fights. My question is simple. Is this a better matchup than people thought? Because also Ilia get knocked down in this weight class in the past. So do you think it's a better matchup that the analysts said and the people said in the world for you?
I mean, I think if you were to have to describe my fighting style, it would be striking. And this is definitely a striking heavy opponent, you know, as opposed to Habib and Charles Oliveira. And so I think it's a better matchup for me than the other 2 times that I have been in championship fights.
And if you point the ground, the 10 first seconds, as against Max Holloway, do you will handle it which way as Max and take distance, or you will meet him in the center of the octagon?
I am not going to make any decisions based on his actions. I'm going to fight my fight, and I'm going to follow my coach's game plan, which we have been vigilantly studying this guy and his tendencies for the last 12 weeks, and I'm going to go in there and be perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
I'm going to have you stand on both.
Alex, right here, other side. Obviously, you're accustomed to these big fights in multiple weight classes, but for you, does this feel any different, or do you kind of have to put all the noise and the extra media and preparation of fighting outside to the side and make this just a normal fight week?
Obviamente você está acostumado a lutas enormes, tremendos palcos, lutando por vários títulos em diferentes categorias de peso, mas essa parece diferente, é uma semana diferente para você e você está tendo, ou talvez você tenta, ou pelo contrário, você tenta simplesmente acabar com o barulho fora e ver isso como mais uma luta.
Bom, como mais uma luta mesmo, né? Eu sei das responsabilidades, a gente vê aqui que é um evento gigantesco, né? Até o número de pessoas aqui, de repórteres, a gente vê a diferença, mas nada disso para mim é pressão. A pressão mesmo que eu tenho é a pressão da luta, né? A gente está ali, a gente vai lutar, a gente sabe dos riscos, então isso para mim é a pressão e é uma pressão controlada.
I see it as another fight. We know it's different. We see it as different. You see this is a gigantic event. You see it, even the amount of people that are here for this event, but we try to block that out. None of that matters. For me, the pressure is the pressure of the fight in and of itself. To me, is actually controlled pressure.
And what do you make of Ciryl as an opponent? A lot of people for years have said he moves unlike many heavyweights. He moves like a lighter fighter. You fought in those divisions that people compare him to. So I guess, what do you make Ciryl overall as an opponent?
Como é que você olha para o Ciryl como um oponente? Muita gente fala que ele se mexe de uma maneira diferente, mais rápido para ser um peso pesado, que é um lutador diferente ali, mas ele luta, falam que ele luta como pessoal de categorias em luta, que você já lutou e já foi campeão. Então, como é que você vê ele, o fato que dizem que esse movimento está bem e é mais rápido que o normal para ser peso pesado?
Bom, eu nunca vi ele lutando com um atleta tipo igual a Adesanya, né? O Adesanya é um cara que se movimenta muito. Dessa categoria do peso médio para cima, não tem um que se movimenta que nem ele. Talvez para baixo, né? Então, bom, ganhei do Adesanya, né? Onde também todo mundo estava falando. Que é um cara que se movimenta, não ia achar e tal. E, bom, domingo a gente vai ver. Não dá para saber como que vai ser. Quero estar ali, fazer o meu melhor, sair dali campeão.
I don't think he's ever fought anybody, for example, like an Adesanya, like someone that, and I'm saying from middleweight up, I have not seen anybody, and no one moves like Adesanya does. I mean, the movement is insane, and even people said this, well, he's going to have a hard time, Alex is not going to find him, and there it was, and I did it. So I just think that maybe people even move like him on weight divisions lower than mine. So, but nothing that matters, and I think we're only going to find out on Sunday night.
How has fight camp been not having to cut weight?
E como é que foi esse camp sem precisar cortar peso?
Para mim foi bom, né? Mas acho que mais no final mesmo, porque mesmo no peso médio eu sempre comi bem, meio pesado também, sempre comi bem. Claro que nos momentos finais ali a gente controlava um pouquinho mais e tinha aquele sacrifício do corte de peso, né? Agora nada disso, mas a alimentação, eu diminuí, como menos do que quando eu estava no peso médio, e não tem o corte de peso também, que é uma preocupação e um desgaste a menos para o corpo.
Everything was good, actually. It's pretty much the same because I always ate well. I ate well at middleweight. I always ate well at lightweight as well. So it's always kept eating well up until the time of the weight cut. At this point, it was the same thing, just eating well, training well. It was more towards the end when you actually get towards the weight cut. But it's been great, and it feels no difference.
Have you thought about what your famous entrance will be like in that crowd? Because it's obviously significantly less people than you're probably accustomed to fighting in front of.
Você pensou na tua saída, na tua caminhada, aquilo que você faz, o movimento que você faz, a tua entrada especial, pelo fato de que vai ser um lugar diferente, mas também você está acostumado com arenas cheias e vai ser um lugar mais controlado com menos pessoas, por conta do acesso restrito.
Como eu falei, para mim o foco ali é a luta. Não importa se fosse sem público ou com público, eu ia me comportar da mesma maneira, mas é claro que a gente sabe, um evento especial vai ter números de pessoas ali até bom, né, por ser no Jardim da Casa Branca ali, mas eu vou estar preparado para tudo. Muitas pessoas falam do tempo, falam que é lutar ao ar livre, mas eu estou preparado.
As I said, the focus is on a fight, and it doesn't matter. I mean, I could do this anywhere. I could do it with no crowd, with a lot of crowd. It doesn't matter. I know it's going to be a little restricted because of the fact that we are going to be in the South House, the South Lawn of the White House. But people have also talked about the fact that it's going to be the weather could be a play into factor. Maybe the fact that it's an outdoors event. But for anything, we're going to be prepared.
Last one for me. You're the cover athlete, one of the two cover athletes of the new UFC game. Was that something you wanted? And how cool is it to see yourself on the cover of a video game?
E você tá na capa do jogo de videogame do UFC, um dos dois que está na capa. É uma coisa que você quis estar na capa algum dia, teve esse desejo. E como é que é bacana você ver o teu nome, ver você se ver na capa do videogame?
Bom, nunca pensei nisso antes, né, e as coisas começaram a acontecer. E foi natural, acho que da forma que foi, né, capa do videogame, é porque eu fiz algo, né? Então eu fico mais feliz o porquê que eu tô ali na capa.
I never thought about that before, but I'm there. But the things started happening, and that's kind of the byproduct of it. I think I'm there because of all the things that I've done and I've accomplished. I'm happy about that because of the reasons why they put me on the cover of the video game.
Alex, Dana says if you win this third title, you would be the GOAT, even above John Jones. I'm sure you don't want to sit here and label yourself as such, but do you consider yourself at least in that conversation should you get the win on Sunday?
E o Dana falou que você, com 3 cinturões em 3 categorias de peso diferentes, você seria o GOAT, seria o melhor de todos os tempos. Eu sei que você não quer se autonominar isso, mas você já se considera uma pessoa que está ali naquela categoria, quase ali na boca do caixa para ser o maior de todos os tempos?
Bom, é que eu não conheço muito, né, de outros atletas, né, da história, assim, o que fizeram, mas os especialistas, pessoas de nomes estão falando, né? E deveria ter alguém, o Dana White. Então, se ele falou, tá falado, mas mesmo assim ele falando, tem outras discussões. Então, eu prefiro não discutir. Se eles acharem que ok. Se achar que não, ok, do mesmo jeito.
I can't say because, I didn't follow everyone in the sport. The greats, they're all time, you don't say it, but I think people say it. The people that follow the sport, the people that cover the sport have been saying that, and there's a lot of different opinions. But then there's a guy. I mean, there may be one guy to say it. Dana's the one that said it. And even so, there are people that have other opinions. But I mean, either or, what people are saying is actually good to belong in that category.
You've made it clear that should you win on Sunday, you want to stay active. You don't necessarily want to wait for a fight with Tom Aspinall. You want to keep busy, and I understand that. There's another heavyweight on this card who keeps trying to get into a fight with you. You've ignored him so far. Would that fight make sense? Should Josh Hockett win on Sunday as well, or would you rather not reward the behavior that he's been showing you in the hotel?
E você falou que você quer permanecer ativo e talvez não esteja disposto a esperar por uma luta contra um Tom Aspinall depois de uma vitória agora no domingo, mas de repente vai ter um outro cara que vai lutar nos pesos pesados também agora no domingo e ele gostaria de saber, essa luta faz sentido com um cara como o Josh Hockett ou você não gostaria nem de pensar no assunto e dizer eu não vou recompensar esse comportamento entretendo a possibilidade que ele venha lutar comigo?
Bom, eu nem gostaria de falar dele, né? Mas só vou já deixar bem claro aqui, porque as pessoas não vão querer perder a oportunidade de fazer uma pergunta melhor. Mas não estou criticando ele, não, entendeu? Só para aproveitar o gancho. Mas eu já escutei algumas coisas aí, né? Que o cara, tá indo para Casa Branca agora, mas não tem mais o que fazer. O cara já está no card, não tem como tirar, entendeu? Vai fazer isso aí. Mas não sei não qual vai ser o fim dele, entendeu? Depois dessa luta aí. Se ele vai fazer parte da organização ou não sei não. Eu escutei algumas coisas já, mas também não posso falar. Então, eu não preciso pensar nele não, porque nem sei se ele vai estar aí.
I just don't want to, this is nothing personal, I just want to make sure that I talked about this. I don't even like to talk about this guy, and it's more for everybody, that's just because people just keep asking the question, and again, I'm just addressing the situation since you asked. I try not even to think about it or entertain anything about him because, no reason for it, but we can't remove him out of the card on Sunday. He's already in there, so he's going to fight. But I've just heard a thing or two. I don't even know if he's going to be a part of this organization going forward. I mean, he's going to fight, but I don't know. I've heard some things here or there that I don't even, maybe not even worth talking about it because I don't even know if he's going to be there.
Todo o público ali assiste, entendeu? De crianças a idosos, entendeu? E acho que eles não merecem escutar o que esse cara fala, porque isso é uma falta de respeito, entendeu? Então, eu acho que não sei.
There's a huge audience that watches this. There are children, there are families, there are people, and a lot of the things he does and says are just like very disrespectful. So I think I don't know.
Boa tarde, Alex. Se essa luta fosse Brasil-França em uma final da Copa do Mundo, qual estilo do Brasil te representa mais? Jogo bonito ou jogo que vence a qualquer custo?
If this was Brazil and France in the World Cup, what style of Brazil play would represent you more? You know, the beautiful game of Brazil or just playing to win the game? Então, joga bonito ou joga para ganhar? Se fosse Brasil e França, qual o estilo de jogo que você, para ganhar da França, colocaria nessa luta? Joga bonito, com estilo, ou vou jogar para ganhar? Não interessa, 0-0 importa.
Acho que bonito e agressivo.
Beautiful and aggressive.
Contra quem você gostaria de ver o Brasil na final da Copa do Mundo?
Who would you like to see Brazil play in the final of the World Cup? E aí, Brasil na final da Copa do Mundo, você gostaria de ver contra quem?
Bom, na verdade eu não acompanho futebol, então eu nem sei quem participa. Eu sei que o Brasil vai estar lá. Eu quero que se torne campeão.
Listen, I don't know because I don't follow soccer that much, so I don't even know who would be able to actually to be in that position. All I know is that I want Brazil to be there. I want Brazil to be a champion.
Hi, Alex, right here. In China, there's a super popular joke about because my mom won't buy me a boxing glove 10 years ago, that's exactly when I know Pereira will be unstoppable. Can you respond on that joke?
But I just need to hear about the joke a little bit more. You said that because of the fact... Okay, it was very loud before I could hear it.
Because my mom won't buy me boxing glove 10 years ago, that's exactly when I know Pereira would be unstoppable. Can you respond on that joke?
O pessoal fala de uma piada, sinceramente eu não entendo, vou tentar repassar o que ele falou, que na China o pessoal fala assim, porque minha mãe não comprou luvas de boxe para mim quando eu tinha 10 anos de idade, eu sei que o Alex vai ser campeão. O que você acha dessa piada que fazem naquele comentário que foi feito das antigas?
É que não dá para entender muito.
Pois é, o pessoal
Mas você está falando que você é campeão, pô, então é isso, tá certo.
I can't understand a little bit more, but I'll tell you what, if he's saying that I'm going to be a champion because of that, I'm okay with it.
Thank you.
Alex, to your right here. You enter this fight with the third highest significant strike accuracy in UFC history, and the person directly behind you on that list is Ciryl Gane, like 6 percentage points. So you were both very accurate in there. How is that going to play out in the fight?
Você entra nessa luta com, acho que a segunda agora, com o maior número de golpes significativos do UFC em termos de por minuto lutado, tá? O segundo mais preciso no UFC, depois de você, digamos, é o Ciryl Gane na lista, ou seja, segundo e terceiro. Ou seja, os dois são muito precisos no golpe. Como é que você vê essa luta entre dois caras que são, além de ser agressivos e fortes, são precisos nos golpes?
Bom, um pouco difícil de falar, mas, pô, eu tô treinado, é um cara também que você vê que não vem para brincadeira, então é estar atento ali o tempo todo, e é isso, não tem muito o que falar, não dá para falar de como vai ser a luta. Mas eu espero fazer uma boa luta, né, de impor ali o meu jogo com agressividade e muito inteligente.
Hard to say, but I can tell you something. I'm a very well-trained guy. I think he's also aggressive and very well-trained. And I mean, we're just going to try to play. I'm going to try to impose my game and be as aggressive as possible. It's hard to actually predict the fight, but I know I'm going to be aggressive and smart in my game.
And you have those 2 belts sitting in front of you. We all know what you're going for on Sunday. Are you expecting, if you win, to get all 3 belts in the cage? And I guess how iconic would that be to have 2 over your shoulders and 1 around your waist?
Você está aí com 2 cinturões na tua frente, a gente sabe o que você está buscando, um terceiro cinturão. Você espera, no domingo, tá com os 2 cinturões ali para colocar um em cada ombro e colocar o terceiro aqui, só aquele, tendo isso, a oportunidade de colocar um cinturão em cada ombro e um cinturão aqui. O quão icônico isso, quão histórico seria essa foto?
Não, pô, muito especial, né? Porque vai ser algo inédito, né? Então, algo que ninguém fez. E eu tô com essa oportunidade agora. Como falei, desde quando aceitei a luta, eu tenho visualizado muito, né? De tudo que eu já fiz, né? Coisas que assim muitas pessoas desacreditaram e eu consegui, né? Fazer, né? Com que acontecesse e mais uma vez, uma oportunidade e estou abraçando ela com garras e unha.
historical, something unprecedented, something that has never been done before. And ever since I got scheduled for this fight and this fight was announced, I've been envisioning it, and I've been thinking and seeing everything that I've been through in my life and everything that I've been able to accomplish. So just happy again with an opportunity to do something like this and just accomplish that.
Alex, over here to your right. You've been preparing for a move up to heavyweight seemingly since the rematch with Ankalaev. How do you feel that you're carrying the extra weight, and do you still think that you're going to be as fluid and as sharp with that extra weight?
Você tem se preparado, já falado a ideia de que você passaria para peso pesado já na época das lutas contra o Ankalaev. E você, como é que foi isso? Logo a partir do momento que você começou a já ganhar o teu peso, ficou estabelecido que você seria peso pesado. Como é que foi carregar esse peso extra? Você está carregando? Como é que é isso? Você ser um peso pesado depois que você tomou a decisão?
A decisão assim foi recente, né? Mas quando eu era do peso médio, já muito pesado, 107 quilos para bater 84. Então, até o Glover mesmo falava, rapidão vai para peso pesado, não tem jeito. Daí a gente, já subiu para meio pesado e aí, a gente já estava com isso em mente já, né? Mas não chegamos assim falando, não, eu quero, entendeu? Se tiver alguma oportunidade ali e tal, vou fazer. Mas quando eu me senti bem, foi agora e vamos ver.
It's been natural, actually, and to me, very organic and very quick. It was recent that we actually made it official, the move that we're going to up to heavyweight. And I'll tell you, the weight was never an issue. I already walked very, very heavy. I used to walk at 220, 230 to get down to 185. Always well and everything, and it's something that we had comments that Glover and I always talked about. I was like, whenever you feel good about it, let's just make it happen. And I felt good. This was the time, and it feels great. I mean, this is just natural for me.
And final one from me. Obviously, Cyryl's last fight ended in a no contest because of the eye pokes against Tom Aspinall. Are you at all concerned by his tendency to flare out his fingers?
E a última pergunta, eu gostaria de saber o seguinte: a última luta do Ciryl, a gente sabe, foi o que aconteceu. A luta acabou não terminando contra o Tom Aspinall por conta do dedo no olho. Você se preocupa com isso? É uma coisa que está na tua cabeça, o fato que isso aconteceu na última luta dele?
Não, né? Não me preocupo com isso, porque isso não pode tirar o meu foco. Eu vou fazer o meu trabalho ali e acho que não é a primeira vez que acontece com ele, né? Ele vem fazendo algumas irregularidades, não sei. Eu acho que tomar mais cuidado, é isso, porque já é queimado, né? Entendeu? Não é bom para a imagem dele, por mais que não seja intencional, mas por que várias vezes, entendeu? Então, eu acho que ele tem que fazer alguma coisa, que eu não sei o que, mas para tomar cuidado, porque imagina, acontece isso, entendeu? O cara vai ficar muito mal visto, né?
I'm not worried about it at all. It's something I'm not concerned or something like that. We're just focused on the fight, but it has happened a couple of times. I understand what happened, and again, you start getting burned in the organization with this because it's not the first time that happens. He's committed some irregularities, let's say, but I don't know why it happens. I have no idea for the reason, but it's not the first time it happens. So I think he needs to do something. I don't know what it is, but maybe he needs to be more careful about it because people start talking and start seeing a different way.
Thank you.
Alex, over here. People are saying if you win a third belt, you could become the GOAT. But what does that say about your coaches, Coach Plinio and Glover Teixeira, to turn a kickboxer into an incredible MMA champion? Where would they rank on the list of greatest coaches of all time?
E as pessoas falam novamente aquele comentário de você ser o GOAT, você está no caminho de ser o melhor da história, não só sobre você, mas o que isso diz do Glover e do Plínio, como teus amigos e treinadores também. Em que categoria isso coloca eles de grandes treinadores da história?
Não, com certeza. Agora, depois a gente acabou de treinar, então a gente estava ali no final, a gente sempre tem uma conversa, né? Aí tava eu e o Diniz ali falando e perguntando como estavam sendo os treinos ali. Os caras se identificaram muito, falou que o treino é muito bom. E eu falando, desde a época que eu cheguei em Caneric ali para treinar com o Glover, né? A minha evolução, né? Claro, eu sou um cara assim que tem muito interesse em aprender. E, tô assim, sempre pronto para escutar, porque é aí que você aprende, né? Então, ele falou, top demais, o Glover. O Diniz tá mais com, assim, junto com o Glover ali, né? Então o Plínio é mais quando ele vem de New Jersey para Danbury, ou eu vou na academia dele. Mas hoje a gente estava conversando ali e falando quanto grandes esses caras são, entendeu? E com certeza, né? Pô, tô aqui, cada um ajuda um pouco e tô aqui por eles também.
Of course, amazing coaches, and I was talking there with Denise. We just got done with some training. We were just discussing about this and how much help they are, and I'm always someone that we just got through the training. We're just kind of assessing and just having a conversation about how training was and how productive it was. And I'm a guy that has no issues listening to improve. That's how you learn. That's how you listen to people. And I've learned so much from these guys. And it was always being with Glover all the time. And in plenty, you have the chance to go train with him in New Jersey or he comes to Danbury. You learn so much from these guys. And they're amazing coaches. And you see it in the way that I've evolved.
Just right here, 2 years ago, I don't know if people know, you had a face-off with Ciryl Gane in Paris. We got a chance to talk a little bit after, and you were telling me that you already have interest to go in heavyweight at this point. Is this since this moment that you want to go up in heavyweight, and was the fight against Ciryl Gane already real in your mind at this time?
Da França, você já teve um contato com ele, você estava junto com ele naquela época, e foi há 3 anos, foi quando vocês estavam lá, você conversou com ele, depois que teve aquele face-off, aquela encarada com o Gane. Desde aquela época, estava na tua cabeça já pensando em peso pesado, e como você já havia comentado até com ele, que seria uma possibilidade, e também a luta com o Gane já era uma coisa que você pensava, pô, se eu for para peso pesado, então vou enfrentar um cara como ele?
Não tinha nada, não tinha esses planos. Quando foi simplesmente uma encarada ali, é claro que, como eu falei ali, sempre a gente conversando ali no time, mesmo peso médio, falando, pô, é muito pesado, pô, rapidão você vai pro peso pesado. Mas não tinha nenhuma intenção, e também, mesmo quando eu decidi subir de peso pesado, eu não sabia com quem que eu ia lutar. Então, não tive nenhum plano.
There was no particular intention back then, specifically of a fight or even being there. This is what we were talking about. Even when I always talked about Glover and talked to Pliny about stuff, I always like, when you go to heavyweight, it's gonna go. Even when I was at middleweight, it was like it's gonna be so easy for you to go to heavyweight. And even I thought, well, I don't even know when I'm going to heavyweight, so I don't know who I would face. So I never even thought about it specifically. We just had a face-off that day. That's what it was. And
Alex, just one last real quick one. You talked about Glover. Can I get your thoughts on his upcoming fight against Shogun? And it's the plan, win Sunday, get into camp with Glover.
Falando de Glover Teixeira, palpite, vamos falar um pouquinho da preparação do Glover para a luta dele contra o Shogun. E aí já ganhando aí no domingo, já está pronto para preparar o camp, entrar no camp dele?
A gente está treinando já. O Glover não para de treinar não, pô. O tempo todo. O cara, desde quando se aposentou, ele vem fazendo treino ali junto com a galera. Quando tá com a galera, com o time ali, ele fica ali mais dando as orientações, né, como tipo de treino, montando o treino, mas todo dia, depois do nosso treino, ele tá ali, bate o saco de pancada, faz uma manopla, frente a frente, sem compromisso nenhum, né, mas está sempre com o corpo ativado. E agora tá apertando nos treinos aí, mas eu não posso ficar falando muito não, né, porque chama.
So he has never stopped training. I mean, the guy just ever since he retired, he never stopped being active. When he's with us, obviously, he kind of steps back and sees the training sessions that we have. But every single training session afterwards, he's in the bags, in the pads. He's active in what he does. He's always trying to stay active. So, and we've been preparing him, but I can't say things because, chama.
E agora ficou um pouquinho mais difícil, né? Que o Plínio e o Glover, os dois vão lutar. Eu falei, tem que ser datas diferentes, senão vai ficar corrida aí pra mim. Eu não quero ficar brigando, depois falar assim, pô, não foi no meu core, então vocês se viram, marca a luta longe uma da outra, quanto tempo, Plínio? 2 semanas de diferença, entendeu? Então a gente tá no camp, o Plínio tá treinando também, Glovão, os dois fazendo sparring junto. Eu tenho que ficar de olho ali, senão o bicho pega.
So we have to be careful because both of them are fighting now. So Glover and Pliny are fighting, and I said, guys, talk amongst yourselves. This is going to get a little, it's going to be complicated. I can't just pay attention. I can't give undivided attention to each of you. You need to space this thing out. So they're actually fighting 2 weeks apart. So they're both training. They're going hardcore. I have to be there, and I kind of stay in the middle. Otherwise, stuff goes down between the two of them. They're sparring. They're getting ready. So both of them are fighting 2 weeks apart now.
Chama.
It's just up here, man. This is not an ideal slot. How's everybody doing? Good?
Well,
Jose!
Well, John, you've been with the UFC for quite a while now, and I feel like, Craig was in here, and every time the goalpost is constantly being moved about what this company can do. When Donald Trump first announced fights at the White House, as someone who was most likely going to be there front and center, first thought that went through your mind?
Well, I was just hopeful that the fighters who don the stars and stripes and the fighters who perpetually walked out with the American flags, hopefully those athletes would be showcased. And thankfully, Justin Gaethje and Bo Nickel and Michael Chandler are three of those guys. But there's nothing you could put past this promotion in terms of our live event production team's ability to execute. Now, humbly, I'm a part of that team, but I'm really talking about the entire group of people that undertook this massive undertaking. I remember talking to Joe Rogan in D.C. after we called the fight at the Sphere, and that was the broadcasting experience of a lifetime, and all we kept thinking was, man, how are we going to convince Dana to get back in this Sphere? And that was one of one, and I think this actually does move the goalposts again and takes it up another notch, so I just can't wait to get to the South Lawn.
And we've been asking all the fighters about preparing for the elements like sun, sweat, humidity, bugs, or anything, but does that play any factor in what you're going to have to prepare for?
I say bring on the elements. I wish I was in the arena in Mexico City when the beer bottles were flying. You wouldn't have found me anywhere underneath the table, that's for sure. But I have lived in Nevada. I have run in the humidity in Florida. We have called fights on the equator in Fortaleza, Brazil. And oftentimes, I think for a lot of you guys, in 2013, 14, 15, 16, we were doing 6, 7 shows a year in Brazil in a lot of arenas that were not climate controlled. Many of those arenas, I think, were like rat infested 3 weeks before we got there, right? So I say bring it on. Hopefully there won't be an adverse allergic reaction to like a gnat bite or something, but I'm just excited to be in everything that this live event encompasses.
And you're known for just your preparation before, like you shared
Yeah.
your notes and the amount of research you do and everything. Craig was in here and he said that like if there's lightning or weather and stuff, they might have to move start times, kind of stretch times and everything. So I see the smile on your face. Are you preparing for that possibility? Not hopefully it doesn't happen, but there is the possibility it happens.
I'm always ready to fill. You know, call me a scab, call me a replacement player. If you need a guy for a press conference, whatever you need, I'm there. But the preparation has been unique, and I'm about to dive in when I leave you guys. But one thing I will tell you, you know, I'm preparing for a 4-hour broadcast instead of an 8-hour broadcast. I'm prepping 14 athletes instead of our traditional 28. So there is a part of this show that I think is easier to wrap my head around, but there are a lot of other elements that we have planned that people are going to be very excited about, and just can't wait to get to Sunday, my man.
And just your thoughts on the top two fights. Ilia, Dana, first of all, Dana said that possible Super Bowl type numbers. Ilia is supremely confident he can finish Justin in 2 minutes. If he does that, we probably have a bona fide superstar on our hand, if not already. And then obviously Alex going for a third belt, Dana said possibly GOAT of all time. So just thoughts on the stories there.
Yeah, audio guy didn't like the an acknowledgement that Pereira could be the GOAT with a win here this weekend. So I think if I were to probe all of you guys and ask you who the 3 biggest superstars are in this company, 2 of those 3 are going to be Alex Pereira and Ilia Topuria. And Conor McGregor is not actively competing right now. I know he's coming back next month, but the reason you're getting Ilia Topuria and Alex Pereira on the same fight card is because we are doing this historical thing at UFC Freedom 250. In any other world, you would just have those guys fight on back-to-back numbered events. You'd have Topuria at 330 and Pereira at 331. So that certainly is not lost on me. The presence of those 2 athletes on one fight card, just given what the last 3 years or so have held for both of them, is hugely special. And when I think about crafting my show open and thematically tying in Pereira and Topuria and the United States of America, it's daunting. I don't even know exactly how I'm going to attack it, but I think fight fans around the world, however you feel about this live event in totality, to get the 2 consensus biggest superstars in the UFC on the same fight card is pretty fucking special.
John Anderson.
Yes, sir.
John, earlier this year you had said that, you know, maybe some UFC fight nights could use to be a slight bit shorter. 7 fights, is this a perfect amount on Sunday? And do you think the fans are going to react well to that number?
Not trying to get in trouble up here. I would say 10 or 11 fights is probably in the wheelhouse. And, you know, my former broadcast partner, Brian Stan, would always say to me, this is an open book test. You might as well show up with some notes, right? And if this fight card got delayed for 5 hours, we could obviously make good use of that time. I think part of the reason I'm so consumed by the preparation is that you can always do more. So if I'm assigned 28 athletes, it's pretty daunting. And if you're giving each of those guys a couple hours, you do the math, it's a lot of hours. So this is more manageable, just focusing on 14 athletes. We were able to do fighter meetings today with all 14 athletes. We never sit down with 25 athletes. So more manageable from that perspective. But yeah, I think 10 or 11 would probably be the wheelhouse, but they call my number, I show up. You know that, GG.
So when you're doing a ton of research, obviously every now and then something doesn't make the broadcast, someone gets knocked out, some kind of action or exchange happens. Do you remember a particular fact that you were very proud, like, man, I did my research, I found this out, like, you know, this is going to be very insightful, and somebody got hit with the right cross and it never made it to the air? Is there any particular fact that you're proud of that didn't make it?
You know, it's a great question. I've had some forgettable utterances, I think, on a live mic. I don't know that I needed to share with the world that, you know, Amanda Nunes's eggs were the ones that were in Nina at the time, right? Probably could have left that one on the cutting room floor. But no, I mean, oftentimes these fights happen so quickly that 90% of what we prep doesn't see the light of day. One thing I'll peel back the curtain for you on, in our fighter meeting today, Steve Garcia has a teenage daughter who is on the spectrum. She's autistic, and most of my professional work before I was doing this was teaching autistic kids, and I worked as a job coach for autistic teenagers, so definite connective tissue, I think, there for me. So I just have to find the right balance and the right spot to try to sort of tell her story a little bit and try to get that out there, but that's definitely an initiative. And if you know Mean Machine, you know he might not give me enough real estate because he has a penchant for some quick knockouts, but it happens all the time. It's a very thoughtful question.
Final question. You always talk about, like, you're still in pursuit of the perfect broadcast, perfectly called, even as unattainable as it may feel. What do you think that the younger John Anik would think of how well you've done over the years and just how close you've come to having these perfect calls on fight nights?
You know, younger John Anik was a world-class idiot. I don't know that he thought too much about anything. But, you know, I've tried to sort of lean into the preparation and the hard work and keep my head down and not ask too many questions and not be a gossip monger. And I think that has sort of served me well in this chaotic, crazy, mixed martial arts space. But I've always sort of let hard work lead the dance. And I know there was a time I was addressing the media in Abu Dhabi one time, and I said, yeah, you know, I work hard, but am I any fucking good, right? And, you know, I guess it has been, as I've gotten older, I've sort of lean more into, you know, chasing your talents and not your dreams and recognizing what your abilities are and try to chase them down. But yeah, we'll never have a perfect show, and I'm okay with that, but just striving for excellence every time out. And when you have a fight card like this for UFC Freedom 250 and knowing where the sporting event is going to be held in this country's history, these championship calls better withstand the test of time, and that's our initiative Sunday night.
Have a great show.
Thank you.
Thanks, John. Right in the middle, sort of. Thank you. As you live out this dream at the White House, considering where you're from in Boston, is calling a fight card from Fenway next on your wish list?
There was nothing like going to TD Garden for the first time as a former Boston Celtics season ticket holder and getting the chance to call fights at the Boston Garden, so to speak. But yeah, Fenway Park, I think, would be the height of it all, you know, as a kid who grew up thinking that maybe he would be the voice of the Boston Red Sox. I did tell my boss, Craig Borsari, though, the only bucket list UFC item I have is to do a Fight for the Troops event. As many of you know, back in the day, we used to go and do UFC live events on military bases, and the entire crowd would be uniformed military personnel, and getting a little taste of that this weekend. So what I've always wanted to do is have the ability to not just acknowledge and thank our troops, but actually be a part of a live event in front of them. So Fenway Park is a close second, but I'm hoping to get to a military base at some point in time and call a Fight for the Troops event.
As a long Red Sox fan, too, I know your research is meticulous, but at least it's distracted you from the season.
They're a fucking joke, man. I mean, I think Alex Cora being fired was the right move. I'm probably more supportive of the front office than a lot of people up there. But yeah, I mean, you can't win the World Series in April, as my PR guy Koss knows, but you can certainly lose it, and they've lost it.
And just lastly, representing Boston, I mean, what an honor to call this from the White House. What does that mean to you?
It means there will be no New York Knicks references on the entire broadcast. That's what it means. No, I live and bleed Massachusetts loud and proud. I have softened as a sports fan as I've gotten older, you know, but I think for a lot of us who have ties to the area, Dana and Joe and everybody else, that's always something that is going to be something that we are full of pride about, and I appreciate you being here from the Boston Herald, my man.
John, right here. John, sticking on the Boston theme, Jaylen Brown has been training Muay Thai at the PI and says he wants a fight in the UFC. Can you give us any insight into that? And just following him as a fan, do you think that the skills would transfer into the octagon?
I have so much respect for Jaylen Brown as a professional athlete, as a man, what he's done for the black community in Boston. He is a mental giant, but I think a lot of people don't quite understand the proven ground that this is. And I actually think Joe Mazzulla, the Celtics head coach, would probably sooner take a fight than Jaylen Brown would, but you never know. It's just been fun for me to see all these Celtics who are all about the UFC. Kristaps Porzingis was all about it, Peyton Pritchard, Blake Griffin a little bit, and Joe Mazzulla is a rabid UFC fan. So we got to get Jaylen to one of these live events.
For sure. And then last one for me, I just want to get your thoughts on Dana's comment. You've obviously called some of the biggest fights in the promotion's history. He says with Alex's win, he becomes the GOAT, surpassing John Jones. What did you make of those comments, and do you agree with them?
You know, it's interesting. My broadcast partner, Daniel Cormier, probably doesn't get the credit he deserves in terms of his relative all-time greatness. You know, it's hard to put this into context. I feel like greatness should be judged on championship title defenses. And if they hung a banner in Albuquerque, New Mexico, every time John Jones defended the title, they'd have 15 banners hanging up. So I think in terms of chasing down John Jones or George St. Pierre or Demetrius Johnson, maybe there would still be work to be done. You know, Poatan did not defend the middleweight title. But my gosh, I mean, Mount Rushmore is getting awfully crowded. I just acknowledge a guy like DC, who was a simultaneous double champ, defended the belt in 2 divisions, and isn't necessarily mentioned in these conversations, and I think he should be. But Poatan is certainly chasing rarefied air that no one has breathed before, and we'll see if he can check that box.
John, obviously a lot of people are going to be watching this, potentially new eyeballs on the sport and everything. Do you and DC and Rogan like powwow at all before an event like this and be like, hey, there's going to be different eyeballs, maybe we need to, be more surface level on how we call certain things, or like, you know what I'm getting at, certain things like that?
I know what you're getting at. I would say not really. We've been through a lot of transitions, right, from Fox to ESPN and now to CBS and Paramount Plus. There will be times where you will hear me maybe rhetorically ask Daniel a question, why is he doing this, or what should he do here, even if I know the answer. And it's not necessarily to dumb it down, but to maybe appeal to a wider audience. And there might be times where I ask a question where you think, man, the lead play-by-play guy should probably know that, and maybe I don't know the answer. We don't necessarily have conversations in the dressing room about how we're going to approach the broadcast. I think those dressing room conversations are just fanatics who are overly excited for the fights and to call a live event.
Yeah, real quick, John, I think that you're always, the perfect voice for any UFC event, but this one in particular, because it does have the potential, as I'm sure you know, you're a very thoughtful guy, of the political sensitivity and the emotional sensitivity. And I just wonder, as the guy who is running the show, how much that enters your brain. I mean, obviously Dana White's coming out and saying this is not a political event, but a lot of people do view it. So I just wonder how much that creeps into your thought, and what kind of thoughts you do give that when you're about to call.
Yeah, it's a tricky thing, and it's a good question. I've thought a lot about trying to put the athletes over, right? As I even attack crafting this open, is this going to be about American history, or is this going to be about Ilia Topuria and Alex Pereira and Ciryl Gane and Justin Gaethje, right? There's a lot of consequential things happening in the MMA world. I think for me to suggest that this event is totally apolitical is probably going to fall on some deaf ears, but this is going to be a celebration of the United States of America, and professional sports are such a big part of the fabric of this country. We all, as MMA and UFC people, are very happy that this is the sport that is being showcased on the South Lawn of the White House, but I think we could all agree that if you are celebrating the 250th anniversary of the United States of America, this country's history has been inexorably linked with pro sports and live sports, and I think that's where our celebration and our voice is going to be, and it's really not going to have much to do with what's going on politically or this current administration. So we'll do the best we can, B.O. You good? Thank you, guys.
What's up, guys? How y'all doing? I didn't know I was doing this, so take it easy on me.
DC over here.
Yep.
We just talked to John, and he was talking about kind of the preparation, the importance, and the fact, like everything going on to this. So we've been asking the fighters about just how preparation and fight week's been for them. How's it been for you? Because I feel like we've been talking about this fight for about 12 months at this point.
Yeah, we talk about it a lot. So many of the fighters that are on the card this weekend are ones that we've prepped for so many times. We had fighter meetings with every single athlete today. So once you do that, you're almost making your fighter cards for the athletes for this weekend. Sunday morning, I will watch some fights from the last time, but a lot of it's done with those fighter meetings. So, yeah, I'm going to prep. Tomorrow I'm going to prep at the Army-Navy golf course. Make sure that I'm getting ready.
And Greg was in here, and even John talked about it a bit, that if there's weather or elements and everything, they might have to pause action and pick it back up later to wait it out.
Hoofy's tremendous. A hard fight for Chandler, right? But it's the 250th anniversary of the greatest country in the world. And the United States and Americans have been underdogs for a really long time. When the United States fought for their independence, that was not supposed to happen, right? It makes for an incredible opportunity for a great story. But it also makes for, if you're a movie person, that if Ilia is going to play the bad guy, to see a movie where the bad guy actually wins, right? So it's just, the storylines are great. I love it.
I have to ask you specifically, Dana's come out and said that if Alex wins a third belt, he leapfrogs John on the GOAT list. Where do you stand on that?
Alex just asked me that directly, and he's big now. So it's like, that's a hard question to answer in front of him when he's that big. And I actually told him no. I told him that I don't think that he'd be the greatest just yet. I think that he needs to, he would need to defend the championship at heavyweight. He's defended 3 times at light heavyweight. Is it 3 times he's defended? Two or 3 times?
Yeah, well, he lost it and regained it.
Yeah, so it's like he's fought in that title for a lot of times, and I think that he just needs more work. But I do believe that being a 3-division champion is one of the greatest accomplishments ever. But to put him over George St. Pierre or Khabib Nurmagomedov, I don't think quite yet. John Jones, you guys know how I feel about that. So.
And then a question I've always wanted to ask you, unrelated to the fight card, but who would have been a harder prep for you, at light heavyweight against Alex or heavyweight against Francis?
I'm just happy I didn't have to prep for either of them. That's good.
You fought Rumble twice. That's about as close as it gets.
Yeah, but come on, man. Did you see Pereira's hands? And Francis? Yeah, those guys they're monsters, bro. I'm just lucky I'm just happy that I didn't have to do that. You got to think, you're asking me this as a 47-year-old retired guy. If you'd asked me that in my prime, I would have probably thought I would have beat them both. But I'm a 47-year-old retired human being now that's going to play golf on his off day. Yeah.
Well, would you, we've talked about this matchup with John and possibly at RAF or wrestling, and you said, John will never compete against me, but RAF is going to Cleveland. If they came to you and said, hey, do you want to run it back with Stipe in Cleveland, would you do that?
Man, you keep trying to put me in there with these dudes that can't wrestle with me. I don't want to wrestle. But yeah, I'd like to get one over him too. Anybody just wrestling, I'm good. Yeah.
So some people say that this event blurs the line between politics and sports. Do you understand that criticism? Do you recognize it?
No, I don't, because I don't really I don't really pay attention to that. And I'm here to watch one of the greatest events in the history of mixed martial arts. That's what I'm here for, right? To watch great fighters fight in an arena that no one ever could have thought that we could be in, right? So all the other things that's all noise, that people try to bring in negativity into something that's not. This is a testament to what the UFC has become. You got to remember, this is a sport that back in the mid-90s, they didn't know if it would ever get on pay-per-view. They were in Biloxi, Mississippi, fighting in front of 2,000 people. They're setting up an octagon on the South Lawn at the White House. That's what I'm here for. None of that other stuff.
Do you think this event would ever have happened if it wasn't for President Trump?
I think that it was a perfect storm that allowed for the UFC to have the opportunity to host this event. And I think that it's going to be tremendous. I think that we are all lucky to be a part of it. And I think that we all should live in that the sport that we all love and cover is on the grandest stage that it's ever been. And I think that that's where we should live when it comes to this event. Fighters are going to fight at the White House. Say it 10 times and then realize that that's a reality and then live in that.
Hey, DC, right over here.
Yep.
You guys have built something really special with the UFC weigh-in show on Fridays. Can
Yes.
you just talk a little bit about just how you guys have been able to improve that and what you guys just continue to try to build in making that some of people's favorite UFC programming?
Well, you give people alcohol at 7:30 in the morning.
Hell yeah.
And then you let them play games. You know, it's so funny. Alexander Volkanovski hurt his hip on the weigh-in show, and I tore my ACL last time I fell. So it's like, yeah, it's fun. We're beating each other up out there. It's an amazing show. We have a great group of producers that come up with games and things that keep people engaged. And I think what people like the most about the weigh-in show is that they're not quick hitters. We could spend 8 to 10 minutes talking about a fight because the conversation shifts to that, and the producers allow for us to do it. They give the room where you can really get into the X's and the O's of the fights, and it's loose and it's fun, and we're wearing T-shirts and jeans and sneakers. It's about as good as it gets. I think that it's a great program. And when it started, it was an idea, and this idea has proven to be as beneficial to the content that we could have ever hoped for.
You know, you've had these great signature rivalries, John Jones, Stipe Miocic. Where does your rivalry with Laura Sanko rank in your career?
Oh, we fight from the very start of this. It's like brother and sister that just we live across the hallway from each other, and we're just constantly fighting. It's awesome though. She's smart, she's witty, and she's great in that chair.
Final question. I've been asking all of the fighters today. If you were the president, would you want your birthday to be a national holiday, or would you want your face on one of the coins?
I want to be on money. I'm definitely trying to get on money, man. I want to be on money. Yeah, I want to be on money.
Thank you.
DC down here to your right.
Yep.
You were just saying there beforehand that stylistically, this is a very, very tough fight for Justin Gaethje against Ilia Topuria.
Mm-hmm.
If you were Justin Gaethje and you had his skill set, how would you approach the fight?
God, it'd be a lot of movement, man. It would be about interrupting the timing of Topuria, trying not to be stationary. Ilia is so good. He's so good when he sets his feet. He throws with so much power. But if you keep him moving and shifting, it's hard to generate as much power. At least I'd imagine it would be harder to generate that type of explosive power. So I try to mix in some wrestling, and I would be movement heavy. I think footwork's going to be the key if Gaethje is to win this fight.
And your good friend Max Holloway is obviously headlining International Fight Week in just 3 weeks' time.
Yeah.
How do you foresee that fight, that rematch with Conor McGregor?
It's going to be a tremendous fight. I think that we now get to see two guys that are adults, right? The first time they fought, they were children. Max was a kid, Conor was a kid. These guys are going to be grown men fighting in what will be... It's hard to think that an event will get bigger after this, but every time Conor McGregor's here, it's bigger and it's better. The sport's better with this man in the fight game. So I'm excited for that, as I am excited about the fights this weekend.
Thank you.
Nope.
DC. Nope.
Hey,
Go ahead.
DC. Is it true that you're responsible for Jacoby Smith's call out of Kevin Holland? Because he said the only reason that he called him out was because you were saying that Kevin Holland would whoop his ass.
I said that?
Yeah. He said.
Who told you that?
Is it Jacoby?
Jacoby said that?
Yeah, he said his inner circle.
Where'd you? So am I? Inner circle's more than one human being. I don't know who told him that. Jacoby's a liar, man. You have to understand. He's a tremendous fighter, and he's going to be very, very good at this. But he's lying. He probably just doesn't want to take the responsibility. It's like a kid that throws the bomb and just hides his hands in his pants. He wanted that fight, and he got exactly what he wanted. I think it's going to be tremendous.
So you didn't tell him that Kevin Holland whoops ass?
I don't remember. Maybe. I talk a lot of shit, man. So I talk shit to Chris on the way in here. So I probably forgot. I might have said that.
DC, I know you talked a little bit about what Ilia needs to do, but on the other side, you know Justin very well, and Ilia's saying, he moves forward on me, I'm going to knock him out in 2 minutes. Like, he's incredibly confident. It's impossible for him to take me down. Like, Justin well. What does he have to do? And I guess how shocked would you be if Ilia fulfills that?
I just did Justin with the movement and the footwork. Would I be shocked if he won? No, man. These are the best fighters in the world.
But in 2 minutes.
If he gets knocked out in 2 minutes?
Yeah.
Would I be shocked?
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to be shocked by anything that Topuria says, because he's told us a lot of things that people think is outlandish, and he's done every single one of them. When he was going to fight Alexander Volkanovski, I didn't work the card, but I flew down to Anaheim to speak with him. And he walked in with his team, and they all were wearing the same sweatsuit. It was majestic. They all looked so good. They were all wearing the same sweatsuit, and it was so tailor-fit. And he looked at me, and he goes, I'm going to knock him out in the second round. And I go, Ilia, everybody thinks they're going to knock him out, but it's Alexander Volkanovski. And he goes, DC, I promise you. And he speaks with this very calm tone. That you've talked to Ilia before, right? He never breaks eye contact, and he speaks with this very calm tone. And he said, I'm going to knock him out in the second round. I promise you, DC, it's just different. And he went out there and he knocked him out in the second round. And then he told me he was going to knock out Max Holloway. I said, well, nobody's ever knocked out Max Holloway. I promise you it's different. And then he knocks out Max. And it's just like, it's hard to discredit someone whenever what they tell you has proven to be true. So surprised, I guess, because I know how good Justin is. But I mean, it would just be what he's done before. I don't imagine he'll try to go and get Justin Gaethje in 2 minutes, though. That's crazy.
And you are in this exclusive club of the two division champions, right?
Yes.
Which Alex and Ilia are both in. They can both get some history here. Alex with the third belt, even though it's interim, and then Ilia defending the belt in 2 weight classes with an undefeated record, which no one else has done before.
Yep.
What would be the bigger accomplishment?
3 divisions. Are you crazy?
Even if it's interim?
It doesn't matter. You got to think, man, before Conor went up to fight for that second championship, we were unwilling to go up. Everybody was afraid. George St. Pierre got offered multiple times to go fight Anderson Silva. Anderson Silva to fight John Jones. It was almost impossible. That's why you saw such long title runs. Then Conor McGregor said, it doesn't have to be the same. I can do something different. And now you're telling me a guy is going to go in 3 different weight classes? That's nuts. Because Ciryl Gane never could weigh 185 pounds. That's how you see the difference in the 2 human beings that are going to fight for that belt this weekend. Alex weighed 185 3 years ago. Ciryl weighed 185 last when he was 15. He's like 37 now. He could never make that weight class. There's a difference in size, and that's why guys generally stay in their own weight class. So 3 weights to me is crazy.
We're hoping that we're going to get a unification fight, right, between whoever wins this and Tom Aspinall, but obviously a lot of stuff going on with Tom. Like the last time we had stability in this heavyweight division was like your rivalry with Stipe, and those fights were even a long time apart. Like how much do we need Tom and the UFC to get on the same page so we can have a true undisputed champion and get some normalcy?
Well, we need Tom Aspinall on the same page with the UFC because this is where the best heavyweights in the world fight. And Tom Aspinall is one of the best heavyweights. Tom Aspinall is the best heavyweight in the world because he's the world champion. And you want the world champion fighting, right? So, yeah, it's very important for Tom Aspinall and the UFC to get on the same page. And I can't wait for it because every time Tom Aspinall fights, it's amazing and it's fun. And he's just a beast. And to have a new interim champion after this weekend who will take all of that shine from headlining, co-headlining the White House, it would be an amazing, amazing time to watch. So, yeah, they need to get on the same page. Yep. All right, guys, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Hello. Hola a todos.
Hey, Ilia. I feel like a lot of your fights get a little bit of edge in the lead up towards them. You know, you and Max went back and forth. There's a little bit with you and Volkanovski. But were you surprised that Justin made this as personal as he did?
I was surprised too, a little bit. I wasn't expecting him doing this kind of things, but it is what it is. We ready for everything, for every kind of situations.
He did come in here earlier and say that he was only joking, and you know, it was taken a little bit out of context. I'm curious if you took those words as a joke, or if you feel like these are things that you can't joke about.
That I took it as a joke? What do you mean?
He said that he meant it as a joke. You know, the whole I would leave you as well. Like he was joking when he said that.
He said so many things after what he said. First of all, he said like that he wasn't meaning about the divorce. Then he said that he was joking. Whoever, I don't care. Honestly, you can take anything personal from an idiot. He's an idiot. My father is my dad. That's all.
We have seen.
Did you saw that video?
Yes, I did.
My father is my dad.
We have seen different sorts of Gaethjes in the past. You know, against Fiziev, he was much more technical. Against Paddy, he was much more reckless. Which one are you expecting on fight night? And do you think maybe that's just who he is now, the version we saw against Paddy?
I think that we are gonna see a completely different Justin that we used to see. He's gonna show up in a completely different style. He's gonna try to wrestle. He's gonna try to come out with the hard kicks, with the inside leg low kicks outside, with the high kicks, with the strategy to go to later rounds and then be like fading and come up with the punches. So what we are expecting is to see a completely different Justin that we used to see.
He has said he wants to come forward unlike some of your other opponents, which on paper seems like maybe a little bit of a bad idea. Do you think he's just trying to throw you off with some misdirection perhaps, and actually that's not his strategy?
Listen, if he's going to try to move forward, we all know what's going to happen. I'm going to put him to sleep in the first two minutes. But I don't know how much of what he's saying is the truth, but whatever. He's going to have to deal with my strategy. I'm not going to have to deal with his. So.
Last one from me. You are fighting outside, and I've seen you training outside. You're getting used to it. What do you think is the weirdest thing that you might have to face with fighting outside? Is it bugs? Is it the rain? What is the thing that you might be the strangest thing to deal with?
Good question. Actually, I don't know what kind of things that I'm going to be facing fighting outside, since it's the first time that I'm fighting outside. I don't know, but as I told you, we prepared for everything. I'm gonna have to fight in the same circumstances as my opponent. We are gonna be both in the same octagon, dealing with the same. We are gonna have to deal with the same things, not specifically with the same things, because he's gonna have to deal with me, and I'm gonna have to deal with him, which is a little bit different. But yeah.
Ilia, over here. You're representing Georgia at the White House in the international stage. What does that feel for you to be representing your country of Georgia, a small country in the Caucasus, on such a huge global stage?
It means a lot to me to be representing Georgia and also Spain, place where I grew up. So it means a lot to have both countries supporting me and me representing them in one of the biggest sports events in the history. So. Yeah.
And one more question about Georgia. It's a small country, 3 or 4 million people, but you guys are so good in combat sports, UFC champions, wrestling.
Fighters. Fighters. We have that spirit of fighters. That's why Georgia it's keep like standing in the middle of like almost enemy's territory.
Cool. Thank you so much.
Ilya, right here to your right. So you are part of this very special group of fighters to win belts in 2 divisions, only 11 of them. 3 of them have only managed to defend the belt in both weight classes, and none of them have done it well undefeated. So you can make history by being the first to defend titles in 2 weight classes with a perfect record. How important is that to the legacy that you're ultimately trying to build in this career?
Of every title defense, every fight for me is very important. But I don't base my fights anymore in titles and in those kind of things and legacy. I just go in, I do my best, and that's all.
Ilia, ¿qué tal? Bienvenido, buenas tardes. Bueno, preguntarte, todos hablan obviamente de todo lo que has construido durante todo este tiempo, con esfuerzo, con sacrificio. ¿Crees que aún hay algo que la gente todavía subestima de ti?
A lot of people have talked about what you've built with so much effort and sacrifice. Do you think there's anything about you that people still underestimate?
No lo sé, pero lo que sí sé es que tal vez todavía confunden mi confianza con la arrogancia. Eso es lo que sí que sigo pensando, que mucha gente todavía cree que todo lo que digo viene de la arrogancia porque no tienen ni idea que todo lo que digo realmente viene basado de trabajo duro, de muchísima disciplina y que todo lo que hablo lo hablo basado en hechos. Y muchos dicen que hablo mucho, pero bueno, al final del día también lo demuestro y así lo respaldo.
I think that what happens is people get confused. They confuse my confidence for arrogance. They don't understand that, and I guess maybe they don't see that everything has come from hard work and discipline and sacrifice. And everything that I say is about facts and about accomplishment. So that's what I see.
Quizá consideras que haya algo que Justin haga mejor que tú.
And is there anything that Justin does better than you?
No sé, la verdad que no he pensado en eso, me pillas un poquito en frío, pero no sé, se echa mejores siestas que yo delante del público, eso seguro.
I haven't thought about this, but I mean, he just kind of throws himself out to the public. He throws himself out there more than I do.
Bueno, y la última de mi parte, ¿con quién te gustaría ver a España jugando la final de la Copa del Mundo?
And who would you like to see Spain facing in the final of the World Cup?
Con quien sea, la verdad. Lo único que me importa es verlos ganar.
Whoever it is, it doesn't matter. All that matters to me is that I watch them win.
Campeón, bienvenido, muchas gracias por el tiempo. Dejo muy claro que Justin Gaethje cruzó una línea muy delicada. Usted es un peleador muy inteligente, muy calculador arriba del octágono. ¿Cómo logra calcular esa molestia real y muy personal para que juegue esto a su favor y no se convierta en una molestia emocional a la hora del combate para usted?
You've said before that Justin maybe crossed a line in the comments recently. And so what do? You're always calm, cool, collected inside the octagon. How do you just calculate and assess this so that a comment like this and just being bothered about it doesn't turn into something emotional inside the octagon?
Bueno, he pasado por muchas situaciones durante toda mi carrera deportiva. Siempre he sabido diferenciar lo personal de lo profesional. No me importa en absoluto lo que me esté diciendo. Es personal, pero nunca me suelo llevar lo personal. En lo profesional siempre me suelo mantener en calma y hacer lo que más me convenga a nivel profesional. Entonces, el 14 de junio me mostraré una vez más dentro de ese octógono como un profesional, dejando todo lo personal afuera. Y eso es lo que me da la confianza y la fe de que voy a salir victorioso porque sé mantener la calma bajo presiones de ese estilo.
I think that throughout my career, I've always faced situations that, turn into that, and it turns into personal and professional, but I've always been able to manage those and turn those things into something. It is personal, but I've always been a professional. I do believe that I know how to handle situations like this, and on the 14th of June, you're going to see that I'm going to be the professional that I am, and I will know how to turn those situations into a professional effort.
Está llegando a este escenario, campeón, con una nueva etapa de vida después de haber atravesado la parte personal debajo del octágono. Después de esta etapa, vamos a ver a un Ilia Topuria mentalmente y físicamente más fuerte aún.
After everything that you've gone through, we talked about the personal situations and everything that you've gone through. Are we ready to see Ilia Topuria that's going to be even more, again, more disciplined, more calculated, more hard work, and someone at a whole nother level?
Bueno, siempre me he considerado una persona mentalmente fuerte, siempre aferrándome a mi fe. Obviamente, todas las experiencias que he tenido afuera del octógono me han dado una madurez diferente, pero es difícil decir que voy a estar mentalmente mejor teniendo los resultados que he tenido a lo largo de mi carrera, ¿no? Siempre o sea, el Ilia con la mentalidad y con la fe me ha traído hasta aquí, entonces ser mejor que ese, bueno, no sé, pero menos, eso seguro que no voy a hacer.
The mental aspect that I've had, all the confidence that I've had, has always been based on, again, the faith that I have on everything that I've done, on the mindset. It has taken me here and it has been able to bring me to this point right now. That has been the base for everything I've done. I don't know if I'm going to see myself more concentrated, more mentally strong than I've ever been. But I can tell you something, it won't be less. It will be the Ilia that you know.
Regresando a aquellos tiempos en sus comienzos de la mano de su hermano donde todo era un sueño, ¿qué representa para Ilia Topuria hoy estar encabezando esta cartelera en el escenario más importante de la historia de la UFC y sin duda del deporte?
And if you go back to the start of your career, brothers fighting, everything that you've gone through, and now to be in this, the main event and the most important event in history that you're seeing this, how does it feel to be the head of the poster?
Me emociona, me siento muy orgulloso, es una prueba más a través del ejemplo de que da igual de dónde vengas y sabes hacia dónde vas, todo es posible en esta vida. Y eso es lo que más me gusta, ¿no? Como inspirar a la gente a través del ejemplo. Para mí personalmente también haber empezado con mi hermano, con mi familia y con todo mi equipo desde la nada y llegar hasta aquí, bueno, pues me llena de orgullo de ser parte de un evento que va a ser no simplemente el más grande de la historia de la UFC, sino de los deportes en general, porque va a ser un evento histórico y tener la oportunidad de encabezarlo, pues se siente como una bendición y aquí estoy aprovechando cada segundo que Dios me da para vivirlo con muchísimo agradecimiento y el 14 de junio no tengo ninguna duda que celebraré una victoria más con todo mi equipo y celebraremos todo el trabajo y todo el empeño que hemos puesto en este proyecto que nos da vida.
Very emotional and exciting to be a part of all this and understanding everything that, and it's always something that I've always said, if you know where you're from and you know where you're going, you're going to be able to accomplish great things, and to actually be able to do this and have all the accomplishments that I have, and being in this event and being and headlining this, having started this with my brother, my family, the entire team, is the fruit of hard work, and it makes me even happier and more grateful. And this is what we've done together. It's even more rewarding to have the entire team here. And I'll tell you, everything that we've done is going to culminate on June 14th. And after June 14th, this will be a celebration for everyone. It will be, for sure, celebrating a victory.
Campeón, por último, para mí, ¿cuál es la enseñanza más valiosa que le enseña a su hijo, que usted quisiera que todo niño creciera con ella?
And what would be the teaching, the most valuable teaching that you teach your son that you would like everyone to hear from you?
What I always used to say, through discipline, hard work, humility, you can achieve anything in this life. Life is a dream, so dream on till the dream comes true.
Gracias, campeón.
Ilia, ¿qué tal? En una de las entrevistas que hiciste previo a esta pelea dijiste que esta es la primera vez en tu carrera en la que la parte económica no es una preocupación. Sabiendo eso, me da curiosidad, Marvin Hagler dijo que era más difícil levantarse a correr mientras dormías en sábanas de seda. Háblame del proceso para mantenerte enfocado y exigiéndote lo más que necesitas exigirte para mantenerte en el tope de un deporte tan complicado como las artes marciales mixtas.
In a couple of interviews before this fight, or leading up to this fight, you've mentioned that this was the one that money was not an issue whatsoever. And I have the curiosity from something that comes from Marvin Hagler, is that it gets harder and harder to wake up earlier when you sleep in silk sheets. How have you kept that poise and waking up early and continue the hard work knowing you've accomplished so much up at those points?
Buena pregunta, la verdad. No sé quién fue la persona que dijo eso de que era mucho más difícil levantarse por la mañana en sábanas de seda. Puedo estar de acuerdo en algunas cosas, pero bueno, también es como una demostración a mí mismo de que no lo hago simplemente por lo material, y también necesitaba como demostrarme a mí mismo eso, ¿no? De que, porque muchas veces mucha gente se marca los objetivos en la vida basándose en lo material y todo lo que eso le va a traer. pero yo me he dado cuenta que realmente no me he marcado este objetivo de recorrer todo este camino simplemente por las cosas materiales, ¿no? Y esto es una demostración para mí mismo de que lo que hago lo amo y viene desde el fondo de mi corazón.
It's a very good question, and I don't know exactly who said this originally. It's tough to wake up. It gets tougher to wake up earlier when you sleep in silk sheets. But that's a very good comment. I think it speaks to the fact that I love this, and I think that it's about the goals that I set for myself, and the reason why I'm doing this. Because if you set your goals and your objectives based on the material possessions, that's what's going to come up empty. But if you actually love what you do, and this is what tells me that it is the fruit of loving what I do, and I've always set goals for myself. This fight is against myself to be the best at it, and that shows that I love what I do, and I do it for pleasure.
Háblame de tu equipo, Javi, Alexandre, tus manejadores. ¿Cuán importantes son ellos en mantenerte, como dicen en Estados Unidos, grounded, con los pies en la tierra, cuando tienes toda la prensa, cuando tienes, como diríamos, el mundo a tus pies? Háblame de tu equipo y el rol que juegan en tu día a día para que todo el ruido que hay a tu alrededor por tu postura no sea demasiado.
Let's talk about the team a little bit, Javi, Alexander as well, and everybody that's around you all the time. How do they help you to stay, as we like to say here, grounded with your feet on the ground and always, poised and always focused on things and not let the noise from outside bother you?
Bueno, una cosa es todo esto, pero al final nosotros somos seres humanos normales, de carne y hueso, que nos reímos, nos lo pasamos muy bien, hemos estado en situaciones donde no hemos tenido nada de esto y estábamos trabajando en donde no teníamos ni un ojo puesto. Agradezco a cada persona que forma parte de mi equipo, a mi familia, por transmitirme y por darme los valores que tengo hoy en día. Y no sé, yo soy una persona que yo creo que el que me conoce sabe que siempre he tenido los pies en el suelo, pero siempre he tenido también la cabeza en las estrellas y espero seguir siendo así.
I think this entire team, we've all been through a lot of trials and tribulations. We've gone through a lot of situations that we didn't have everything that we have today. So we all understand exactly the value of work and having just the discipline and the hard work to get things accomplished. But everybody knows that myself and my personal and professional life have always been someone that's had my feet on the ground but my head in the stars. So I've always been dreaming.
Ilia, por acá. Bienvenido. Bueno, es clara tu confianza de una victoria sobre Justin Gaethje. Si levantas la mano al final de la pelea, ¿has pensado en los futuros escenarios para ti? ¿Qué convendría o qué quisieras más? Si ir hacia arriba a una pelea con Islam Makhachev, o ahora que Conor, después de esta pelea, tiene una más en su contrato, ¿quién entraría mejor en tus planes en una pelea futuro?
It is very clear your confidence of a win on Saturday against Justin Gaethje. So have you thought about the next step? What comes next? Have you thought about maybe after a win like this, going up in weight and facing Islam Makhachev, or maybe now that Conor's back, we know he's fighting soon, so would you like to fight him? So what comes next, or have you thought about this?
Sinceramente no lo he pensado en absoluto que va a ser lo siguiente. Antes tenía un lugar de retador en donde tenía que yo retar a la gente para tener su lugar de campeón o el lugar que yo quería tener. Ahora yo creo que me he ganado mi lugar donde me tienen que buscar a mí. Entonces, el que quiera un trocito de esto, pues que toque la puerta. Tal vez se la abrimos.
I've not thought about this, and again, I've gone for a long time. I was in a position of a contender. They had to knock on people's doors and get my opportunity, and now I think I've earned the spot of being someone that has what people want. And if you want a piece of this, go ahead and knock on the door. We'll be waiting for you.
En tu última pelea, la audiencia en España, en Europa, fue muy grande, incluso en los números mencionaban los colegas que igualaban o superaban a lo que es un clásico en el fútbol. Ahora que estamos en fechas del Mundial, ¿crees y esperas tú que superes esa audiencia en Europa?
In your previous fights, and your previous fight specifically, we looked at the ratings, and the ratings were compared to very important soccer matches. And now, with a fight like this in such an important moment, and even during the World Cup, do you think this will get to that level of ratings?
Yo creo que vamos a alcanzar muy buenos números. Tengo la suerte de contar con muchísimo apoyo desde España, desde Georgia, así que vamos, sin lugar a dudas, vamos a hacer buenos números, pero al final del día tampoco baso ni mi vida personal ni profesional en ninguno de esos números, ¿sabes? Que el que me quiera apoyar se lo agradezco desde el fondo de mi corazón y el que no, bueno, pues que le vaya bien en su vida.
I do think that we're going to reach different levels of ratings for now, especially because I count on the support not only of everybody from Georgia, from Spain, everybody that loves me. I'll say, but it's still, I do not base my life on this, and I'll say for all those of you that support me and that love me, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for your support, and for all those that don't, hey, enjoy your life. Hope it's working for you.
People sometimes compare your undefeated rise and dominance in this sport to the career of Khabib. Do you think such comparisons make sense? And if you had ever met Khabib in the octagon, how do you think that fight would have played out?
I leave that man alone. He's already retired. How it play, I don't know. And I guess we're never going to know. I don't think he's going to come back ever. So I have nothing more than respect for Khabib. He had an amazing run in the UFC and during his whole professional career. So right now, I think it's not worth it to talk about him. Thank you very much. Gracias.